Chapter 53. Following the gentle curve of the ups and downs of the country. The central plains of love, the northern kingdoms and Jiangnan. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that God has bestowed upon me. Being a man with courage, being a man without fear. Heroism never changes year after year. Being a man with bitterness and sweetness, separated by good and evil. Are all for the tomorrow in the dream. Watching the iron hooves trample over thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Standing at the cusp of the storm, holding the sun and the moon spinning. In the well-equipped recording studio, Qin Bao Bao sang at the top of her lungs until her voice was hoarse. But her voice was soft and magnetic, unable to express the passion and heroism in the song. It was indeed difficult for her to sing such a generous and heroic song with a charming voice that made men slightly hard. Qin Bao Bao sang several times, but she was still not satisfied. She drank a mouthful of water to moisten her throat and panted slightly. The young man in charge of tuning stood up excitedly, clapped his hands and gave Qin Bao Bao a thumbs up through the soundproof glass. "Delete it for me." Qin Bao Bao walked out of the recording studio dispiritedly. Back in her exclusive office, Qin Bao Bao became angrier and more aggrieved as she thought about it. She grabbed her phone and sent a message to her younger brother. "Sister's new song has been intercepted." She added a pounding the ground and crying emoji. After waiting for a long time without waiting for her younger brother's reply, Qin Bao Bao sent another message with a tearful emoji, Ace. After waiting for a long time, Qin Zhe's message came belatedly, "Oh, I'm making desserts for Sister Ziwei. Okay, let's talk tonight." Qin Bao Bao was already aggrieved and angry, and she really wanted to hear her younger brother's comfort. But now she only felt an inexplicable anger rush to her heart, and she wanted to sweep all the things on the table to the ground. Damn it, who's the real sister here? Qin Bao Bao's chest heaved up and down violently. She directly dialed Qin Zhe's number and said loudly, "Qin Zhe, come over. I'll wait for you at the company. Office B Block 2501. On the other end of the phone, Qin Zhe said in a confused voice, "Why would I go to your company? Besides, I have to make desserts." Qin Bao Bao interrupted him with a sobbing voice. "Cut the crap. Come here." After a short silence, Qin Zhe faintly said, "Oh." He was a little angry that his sister was too willful. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe arrived at Xingyi Building and went to the 25th floor according to the address. The receptionist called Qin Bao to confirm and let him in. Walking in the long corridor, when he passed by the pantry, he heard two girls whispering, "I heard that the company originally arranged a songwriting teacher for Qin Bao Bao, but Su Lu intercepted him. I also heard about it. Now, let's see how she will be in the limelight on the stage of I Am a Singer. We are all artists of the same year. Why is she treated better than us? Humph, she probably slept with some leader. Look at her foxy appearance. I don't believe that no leader slept with her. So what if she slept with a leader? Su Lu is an A-lister. If you want her song, does she dare to say no? She doesn't even dare to fart. She hasn't been out of the office for the whole afternoon. You don't know how much hatred she has in her heart. Ah. Sure, lower your voice. Someone is coming." Qin Zhe's eyes and ears were now very sharp, and he heard every word without missing a single detail. He immediately knew what Qin Bao Bao had encountered. Qin Zhe found the office according to the room number and pushed the door in. Qin Bao Bao was sitting on a big chair at this time. Her slender legs were crossed. Her left hand was on her lower abdomen and her right hand was holding a cup of strong tea. Seeing him come in, Qin Bao Bao put down the teacup. Her bright eyes flashed with a touch of joy. She said happily, "You're here." Qin Zhe sneered. "You're quite a big shot. What's the matter that a big star wants to summon me, an ordinary person?" Qin Bao Bao has always been a bright person. She coughed and said lightly, "It's nothing. I just want you to write a song. If you have it, quickly take it out." "No." Qin Zhe turned and left. He was really angry. He was halfway through the dessert and was called over by her. Now she wants his song? Why didn't she think of this when she scolded him the day before yesterday? Qin Bao Bao saw that he was going to leave. She suddenly became anxious. She ran over in high heels and hugged his right arm that was holding the door handle. She said angrily, "How can you be like this? Sister is in big trouble. Why don't you help me? Why are you leaving? Someone vowed the day before yesterday that she would no longer use the lousy song I wrote. She just turned her head and forgot it?" Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. "Stingy person, I apologize. I still have a grudge with sister." "Well, I forgive you." Qin Zhe nodded. but I really don't have a song. Sorry I can't help you. Don't be like this. Let sister kiss you. Qin Baobao saw that apologizing was useless. She immediately said that she wanted to kiss Qin Zhe. Sister's trick. Qin Zhe frowned and avoided his sister's kiss. He said impatiently, I have to go back and make desserts for Sister Ziwei. You called me all the way here for no reason. Are you crazy? He scolded Qin Baobao and shook off his sister's hand. He opened the door and was about to go out. Before leaving, Qin Zhe turned around to take a look, and what he saw left him stunned. Qin Baobao stood at the door with tears streaming down her face. Qin Zhe was suddenly at a loss. Although his sister often threw tantrums, her verbal skills were not as good as Qin Zhe's, and she was often suppressed in martial arts, but her tenacity was very strong. After suffering a defeat, she would whine for a while, but in the next moment she would return to normal. She basically never cried in front of him. She even cried like an abandoned kitten. Qin Zhe walked back to the office and closed the door. Why are you crying? After the door closed, Qin Baobao seemed to have no scruples. She cried and choked. Go away, go away. I don't want the song you wrote. I don't want it. Let's break off all ties today and never talk to each other again. What are you talking about? Qin Zhe did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Baobao, if you do this I will really be angry. Oh, you can be angry but I can't be angry? You mocked me too much that day. You mocked me in front of Sister Ziwei. I don't want to lose face. Now you called me here just because of a lousy song? Your new song was intercepted by someone else. Are you blaming me? A few days ago, his sister had a small conflict with him. In front of Wang Zijin, she mercilessly mocked Qin Zhe. If it was in the past it would be fine. Anyway, they were used to quarreling. But there was Wang Zijin, whom he had a good impression of, beside him. Qin Zhe felt that he could not accept it. Qin Baobao also felt strange. Whenever Wang Zijin was beside him, she would try her best to mock her brother. She wished that he was a salted fish. Qin Baobao squatted on the ground and cried with a face full of tears. If you have a temper you can leave. Don't worry about me. You heartless bad thing. Sister is so good to you. You just feel a little angry and put on airs in front of me. Sob, sob, sob. You have only known Wang Zijin for a few days, but you can't wait to stick to her. Sob, 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 sob. You don't know how wronged I am. My song was stolen and I can't throw a tantrum. I have to endure it. I tell you, but you don't comfort me. You only know how to make desserts for Zijin. The more she cried, the sadder she became. She was out of breath and snot and tears flowed down her face. Qin Zhe softened his tone. Okay, I was wrong, okay? Don't cry. I'll help you write a song. No, I can give you as many as you want. With Qin Baobao's temperament, she would dare to open a dye shop if you gave her some face. The more you coaxed her, the harder she cried. Besides, she really suffered today. Her brother didn't love her anymore. She was very sad. Qin Zhe reached out to pull her up. He tried several times but he couldn't pull her up. Her beautiful face was a mess from crying, and her makeup was ruined. Helplessly, he carried his sister up and put her on the desk. He took out a few tissues and handed them to her. Qin Baobao grabbed the tissues, wiped her snot and tears and continued to cry. Qin Zhe suddenly remembered a joke on the internet about how to solve a woman's tears. The netizen said that the simplest way to solve a woman's crying problem was to throw her on the bed and *ck her until she cried. Fight poison with poison, stop crying with crying. Of course, Qin Zhe couldn't do such a thing. He could only think about *king his sister until she cried. He couldn't even think about it. Therefore, he had to silently hand over the tissues and say nothing. One handed over the tissues attentively, and the other wouldn't stop crying until the end of time. After half an hour of torment, Qin Baobao finally dried up her tears, but she still refused to give up. She sobbed and sniffled, refusing to stop. Sister, I'm wrong really. Don't cry. Qin Zhe sighed. You're making me embarrassed. What did you do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. Qin Baobao sobbed. Sister is unhappy. It's my fault. As a brother, I didn't fulfill my responsibility to protect you. I didn't care about you. I neglected my duty. I deserve to die. Qin Zhe had always been good at coaxing his sister. Seeing that his sister was almost done venting, he launched a sugar-coated attack. Anyway, she would say whatever she wanted. No matter how fake it was, the woman would automatically take it seriously. Qin Baobao's eyes were red. She said pitifully, "What about my song?" Yes, 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 I'll write it for you now." Really? Qin Baobao's nose twitched and she looked happy. She didn't expect Qin Zhe to actually have a song. Originally, she just wanted to complain to Qin Zhe and vent the grievances in her heart. However, Qin Zhe ignored her and even said that he would make desserts for Wang Zijin. Her chest felt suffocated for no reason and she exploded. Qin Baobao's beautiful face had just raised a smile, but it suddenly stopped. She stared with red eyes and said angrily, "Didn't you say you didn't have it? Didn't you say you didn't have it?" She pinched Qin Zhe's waist. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. He had to endure the pain and smiled apologetically. "I just said it out of anger. You're a great person who doesn't hold a grudge against me, okay?" Qin Baobao sniffed. "Seeing that your attitude is good, I'll forgive you for now. What song do you want?" Qin Zhe asked. Qin Baobao was stunned. Qin Zhe looked at her. "How many songs do you have?" Qin Baobao had always been smart. She immediately noticed Qin Zhe's slip of the tongue. "Not many. I'm just afraid that it won't meet your requirements." Qin Zhe tried to salvage the situation. "Love songs." Qin Baobao thought for a while and felt that the title of Queen of Love Songs was not bad. "Okay, where are the pen and paper? I'll write it for you." Qin Zhe suddenly froze. In his mind. Ding. Task hint. Help Qin Baobao become the overall champion of I Am a Singer. 500 points will be rewarded if successful. Points will be deducted if failed. What's wrong? Qin Baobao saw her brother in a daze and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Qin Zhe's face didn't look too good. His current balance, 378. Task reward, 500 points. Points will be deducted if failed. In other words, this time he could only succeed and not fail. There was no room for negotiation. If he failed, his points would go negative and the system would automatically disconnect him. He would become a vegetable. Game over. Chapter 54. On Friday, the second episode of I Am a Singer aired. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Baobao, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, bent over and fiddled with the LCD TV. "Qin Zhe, why isn't the TV fixed yet?" Qin Baobao asked sweetly. Her sister had been doing useless work for a long time. She was so tired that she was covered in sweat. The TV was not working at all. Qin Zhe lay on the sofa and browsed through the forum. He said casually, "The mechanic said that it seems to be damaged somewhere." "Then why didn't he fix it?" Qin Baobao questioned. "He asked for 500 yuan. I didn't let him fix it. He paid him 50 yuan and sent him away." 500 yuan. Qin Baobao's heart ached. 500 yuan was enough for the three of them to eat for a week. Okay. When I become a big star in the future, I'll put dozens of TVs at home and let it break." Her sister threw herself on the sofa and put one leg on Wang Zijin's slender thigh. She said weakly, "So, we have to watch the online version again tonight?" Wang Zijin said weakly, "Baobao, can I sleep? I'm so tired today." Qin Baobao sat up and hugged Wang Zijin casually. "Tired? Today is Friday. Tomorrow is the weekend. You can sleep whenever you want." Wang Zijin cast a helpless look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe understood tacitly. "Oh, when did you start to look at each other? And in front of me?" Qin Baobao said sarcastically, "Zijin, my brother is very outstanding. Don't let others take advantage of him. I'll give him to you." Qin Zhe coughed and changed the topic. "Sister, you're already on the show. Don't you have an appearance fee?" He felt that Qin Baobao was a very scheming girl. With Wang Zijin's personality, although she didn't dislike such jokes, it didn't mean that she didn't care. In fact, this girl was very concerned about her reputation and image. Well, this was a common problem for young ladies of noble families. She felt that having an affair with a man was a disgrace to her family's reputation. Therefore, they would subconsciously resist and even keep a distance from Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe could see this, how could Qin Baobao not understand her best friend? His sister was praising him to death. He had sinister intentions. What the hell? What appearance fee? There's not a single cent, okay? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes, looking especially charming and beautiful. It's already a blessing for a newcomer like me to be able to participate in a variety show that's popular all over the country. How can I expect an appearance fee? However, as long as I take the opportunity to become famous, I will be a genuine star. By then, money will come in like a clatter. Qin Baobao beamed with joy, her eyes shining brightly. I'll help you win the championship of this season. Qin Zhe's casual tone fell into Qin Baobao's ears like a thunderclap. Qin Baobao screamed and pounced on Qin Zhe like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Her face kept rubbing against his chest and she babbled, "You really deserve to be my biological brother. What should I do? What should I do? You're so good to me. It's only a wonder that I can't repay you with my body." After this rescue and another firm victory over the opponent with Qin Zhe's song, Qin Baobao admired her brother who she used to laugh at for being a good-for-nothing. She almost became Qin Zhe's fangirl. Qin Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw Wang Zijin's faint smile, he was embarrassed and pushed away his silly sister. Okay, I'm also doing it for myself. Qin Baobao obviously misunderstood and was even happier. She touched his head and said, "Yes, my glory is your glory." Qin Zhe laughed at himself and said, "My sister's fault is my fault. I always have an ominous feeling that I have to take the blame for Qin Baobao. The show is so popular, the song is so excellent, and Qin Baobao is so beautiful. Sooner or later the old man will find out. It's impossible to hide it." Wang Zijin chuckled. Crosstalk. What are you looking at? Qin Baobao leaned over and peeped at Qin Zhe's mobile phone. I am a singer's official website, discussion and post bar. Qin Zhe laughed. Qin Baobao's face inexplicably turned red. She spat and sat on the sofa like a duck. She and Wang Zijin watched a small romantic film to kill time. Qin Baobao had also seen the forums and post bars related to the show. She was very concerned about the audience's evaluation of her and even deliberately searched for information related to Qin Bao. However, she obviously thought too much. She had just emerged and didn't have a hardcore fan club or a post bar for her. However, in the forums and comments of the show's official website, she saw a lot of inappropriate or hidden teasing comments. Qin Baobao was angry. She felt that Qin Zhe was deliberately making fun of her. Give me your phone. Don't look at it. Don't mess around. I'm studying the data. The two bickered for a while. Qin Baobao was subdued by her brother's force. She angrily watched the movie and ignored him. Qin Zhe wasn't lying. Although he boasted of being an internet veteran and was keen on visiting post bars and forums, he was really studying the data. He was studying Qin Baobao's data. Through the number of mentions of Qin Baobao in the comments, her online search volume, compared with the comments of other singers and so on, he could infer his sister's popularity. He had read a book called The Age of Big Data. It said that in the 21st century, everything could be digitized. The importance of data was irreplaceable in all walks of life. Through data you could discover and study a lot of things. In layman's terms, two game characters comparing their HP, MP, attack power, magic power, etc., could determine the gap between them. How confident were you in defeating your opponent and what aspects of your shortcomings needed to be improved? The real elites of society knew how to use data. It was just that the gap between them was a bit big. Qin Baobao was stubbornly bronze, while her opponent started from platinum. He hadn't met a king yet. Qin Zhe felt that he had no way out. He had to help his sister win the championship of I Am a Singer. Otherwise, he would be obliterated by the system. Being in a vegetative state was no different from being obliterated. 12 o'clock. The show started. The familiar music sounded. It was the beginning of the 5-cent special effects. Then the show entered the main theme. The host, Yin Jia, appeared on camera. The background was the show's backstage hall. All the singers were gathered here. They were drinking and chatting in low voices. Of course, the drinks were a requirement for the advertisement. They just took a few symbolic sips. I Am a Singer, sponsored by Muscle Revitalization Cosmetics. I'm your host, Yin Jia. Yin Jia smiled sweetly. Teachers, we meet again. A few of them greeted her with smiles. The camera was focused on Li Rongxing. The popular young actor said modestly, when I first accepted this show, my team, including me, felt that there was no problem. It was a sure thing. But after the last episode, I don't have that confidence anymore. The program team is too awesome. Brother Huang, Sister Chen, Teacher Hong, all of them are big shots. But from another point of view, it's a good thing. It's a challenge. Yes, I'll seek victory through stability. I guarantee that I won't be eliminated. I hope I can persevere until the end to fight for the championship. Next was Hong Jingyao, Huang Yuding, Chen Xiaotong. Qin Zhe turned his head and said to Wang Zijin, Sister Tissue, how's your job? Are you used to it? Wang Zijin looked at the TV seriously. She was too lazy to correct Qin Zhe's pronunciation mistakes. She casually replied, It's okay. I'm doing more and talking less. I'm following the rules. I still don't know what kind of job it is. I'm an editor in an online media company. You see? Shock department or silence department. Wang Zijin looked away from the screen and looked at him blankly. What? Obviously, she didn't get Qin Zhe's joke. Amazing. You can even enter a media company. Qin Zhe was full of admiration. This is nothing. Zijin graduated from Peking University's Chinese department. She's a professional and is as beautiful as your sister. Which company wouldn't fight to get her? Qin Bao Bao interrupted. I wonder who was almost eliminated by Star Art. Qin Zhe exposed his sister's scar. Qin Bao Bao suddenly turned her head, puffed up her cheeks and snorted. I won't lower myself to your level. Zijin, let's watch the show. Ignore him. In the show, it was Qin Bao Bao's scene. Teacher Li Rongxing already has a lot of confidence. I don't even have the confidence to win through stability. Yin Jia's voice was heard. I'm curious. Bao Bao, did you come with an original song this time? Yes. Qin Bao Bao's smile was impeccable. Several singers were slightly moved. Wow, I'm looking forward to it. I believe the audience in front of the TV is also looking forward to it. Yin Jia's voice paused for a moment before she smiled. I have another question. A personal question. Qin Bao Bao smiled elegantly and nodded. From what I know, you're a newcomer to Star Art Entertainment. Based on my many years of experience in the industry, a newcomer can't possibly get a lot of resources from the company. You have to know that your last two songs were both top quality. A popular singer like you wouldn't have many top quality songs. Yin Jia curiously asked. I told you. My brother wrote it for me. Qin Bao Bao said seriously. Yin Jia smiled bitterly and shook her head. To be honest, I went back and did some research. There's no master songwriter named Qin Zhe in the industry. Your brother wrote the song? Were you kidding? How old is your brother? She had witnessed the growth of many celebrities including songwriters. The road to fame was long and tortuous. Talented people would gradually stand out. Usually they would become famous with a single song, and then their masterpieces would be released intermittently over the years. How could two top-quality songs pop out at once? It didn't make sense. Unless it was a long-planned star-making plan. But this required a lot of resources. These two top-quality songs were worth a lot. She didn't believe that Star Art Entertainment would invest a lot of resources to promote Qin Bao Bao, unless Qin Bao Bao was the lover of one of the company's executives. Yin Jia wouldn't say these words. She asked this not only out of curiosity, but also to arouse the audience's curiosity. Qin Bao Bao appeared on camera and the bullet screen popped up. We meet again, my goddess? Qin Bao Bao, I missed you so much. In my dreams, I saw you in my dreams. Everyone sing with me. Get the tissues ready. Qin Bao Bao is a true goddess. I love you so much. After Yin Jia asked this question, the bullet screen suddenly heated up. What, brother? Why don't I believe it? Brother, I'm not taking the blame for this. Yin Jia said there's no such person in the industry. Damn, this is a bit too much information. Could this Qin Bao Bao be working for some big shot in the entertainment industry? *CK, I just believed in love and now I'm disappointed. In front of the computer, Qin Bao Bao was focused on reading the bullet screen. Her face darkened and tears welled up in her eyes. What's wrong with them? They think so negatively of people. Because you're too beautiful, Qin Zhe said. His sister puffed up her chest. Is it my fault that I'm beautiful? I don't want to be so beautiful. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe rolled their eyes. Qin Zhe said, Qin Bao Bao, you'll get beaten up for saying this. Chapter 55. Next, let me invite the last singer. Why don't you guys guess who she is? Backstage, Yin Jia turned around and said as she walked. Who is it? Who is the replacement singer? I'm looking forward to it. Which teacher is it? If the program can invite a heavenly king or queen, I'll be impressed. Don't even think about a heavenly king. The appearance fee is so high. Not necessarily. The appearance fee is based on the number of appearances. It won't cost much to invite a heavenly king and then eliminate him. Are you kidding me? Once a heavenly king goes on stage, he'll be swept clean. Who can compete with him? Besides, if that's the case, why would a heavenly king come? Where did your IQ go? The bullet screen was very lively. Although the program was already broadcast on TV, not everyone was watching it. People nowadays preferred to watch it on their phones or computers. They wouldn't even touch the TV. Inja knocked on the door. A young woman with long wavy hair opened the door and greeted her with a smile. Hello, Teacher Shui Mei. Hello, Inja. The two women shook hands warmly. Shui Mei was only a C-list actress. She wasn't very famous, but Inja was very friendly to her. The reason was that Shui Mei's husband, Li Shuigang, was a big shot in the music industry and one of the pioneers of the rock industry. In terms of fame, he was even better than Huang Yuding. Shui Mei was in her late 20s while Li Shuigang was almost 40. They were almost 10 years apart. In the entertainment industry, it was common for an old man to have a young wife. There were even some who had a 20-year age gap. Shui Mei was a model. After marrying Li Shuigong, she relied on her husband's connections in the entertainment industry to debut as a singer. Later, she transferred to the entertainment industry and barely made it to the C-list. Teacher Shuemei, you have a good attitude. You're not nervous at all, Yin Jia said with a smile. It's okay. But the newcomer on your program isn't nervous. Why should I be? Shuemei shrugged casually. Oh, I don't know how to respond to that. Yin Jia could only smile. The bullet screen, yo, you're quite arrogant. The newcomer isn't nervous, so you're not nervous? Okay, no problem. At least Qin Bao Bao's singing is good and her songs are even better. Shuemei, where do you get your confidence from? I'm disappointed. Although Shuemei is pretty, she can't be compared to Qin Bao Bao. Her face is 2 grades lower, and her figure is 1 grade lower. A woman who doesn't even have a 36D is still a woman. Puff, motherf asterisk her, I'm a woman? I just don't have a 36D. What's wrong with that? China woman, are you crazy? 36D is not a human, it's a cow. Of course, there were also many people who supported Shuemei. Those who mocked and ridiculed her were only a minority. As a C-list celebrity, her popularity was definitely not something that Qin Bao Bao could compare with. Yin Jia pretended to be curious and said, I heard that teacher Shuemei came prepared this time and prepared a secret weapon for everyone. Can you tell me? Sure. Shuemei nodded and said confidently, my husband wrote a few songs for me. Since I'm quite free, I decided to challenge myself on your show. Wow, teacher Shuigang's new song? Rock and roll? Yin Jia was pleasantly surprised. No, I can't sing rock and roll. It's a love song. Shuemei said with a happy face, my husband wrote a love song for me. I plan to release an album before the end of the year. All the songs were written by him. As everyone knows, my husband sings rock and roll. Love songs are not his forte. So I want to test it out on I Am a Singer. Yin Jia smiled and said, let's wait and see. The comments exploded. Li Shuigong's new work, I'm looking forward to it. Idol's work must be the best. It's full of highlights. Compared to Qin Bao Bao's original song, I'm more looking forward to Teacher Li's love song. Rock and roll love song. Don't joke. Rock and love songs are 2 different fields. You're rocking passionately while singing a love song with deep feelings? That's right. It's scary to be uneducated. Rock and love songs are completely different. Li Shuigong dotes on his wife too much. I'm jealous. 666. Fast forward, I want to hear Li Shuigong's new song. Rock and roll stars enter the field of love songs. Prince of love songs tremble. Li Shuigong is famous in the music industry. His rock and roll songs are popular in the south of the country. But love songs and rock and roll songs are different. I don't have much hope. In front of the computer, Qin Zhe looked at the comments and the corner of his mouth raised. Who said that rock songs and love songs were different fields. Yes, he also thought so before he listened to the music library in the store. The system had refreshed his worldview. The stored music library was simply massive. There were songs from the parallel universe and there were many rock and love songs in it. Qin Bao Bao sneered. This woman is stirring up trouble. I don't like her, so I'll KO her in the first round. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, hey, you're spoiling the show. How can we watch the show like this? Sister Ziwei, let's go back to the house and sleep. Okay. Wang Zijin was quite cooperative. She got up and was about to go back to the house. Actually, neither of them wanted to watch the show. They were sleepy and didn't want to stay up late. Qin Bao Bao panicked and knocked Wang Zijin down on the sofa. Then she pounced on Qin Zhe and rode him. Don't go, don't go. Watch it with me. It's not time for me to show off yet. Wang Zijin, if you don't watch it, I'll break up with you. Qin Zhe raised his hand and said, I'm not afraid of you breaking up with me. Please let me go back to sleep. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and said something in his ear. Qin Zhe immediately admitted defeat and said, I'll accompany you until the end of time. I'll just smile. Qin Bao Bao whispered, I'll tell Zijin that you secretly did strange things with my underwear. Qin Zhe, who was caught red-handed, angrily glanced at his sister's deep white cleavage. He wanted to take revenge. Qin Bao Bao, who was sensitive, immediately noticed. She hit her brother's head with her hand and stood up with a red face. In the show, the singers began to draw lots. Hong Jingyao was a senior, so everyone recommended him to be the first to draw lots. He shrugged helplessly and drew number 3. Huang Yuding was the second to draw number 2. Qin Xiaotong said, number 3. When it was Li Rongxing's turn, he was very nervous. But he was abandoned by the goddess of luck today and drew number 2. No, why am I number 2? I don't want to fight with brother Huang. Li Rongxing held his head and kept shouting no. The other singers laughed. Injia blinked. There are only 2 numbers 1 left in the box. There's no need for the 2 of you to draw. Shui Mei glanced at Qin Bao Bao. There's no need to draw. Qin Bao Bao kept smiling. Injia said, this draw is very interesting. Both of you came with original songs. Last week, we saw the quality of Qin Bao Bao's songs. Teacher Shui Mei also has a great god behind her. Who is better? I can't wait to start the competition now. Shui Mei said in a confident and indifferent tone, I believe in my husband's talent and my own strength. The cameraman deliberately turned the camera to Qin Bao Bao. Appropriate verbal confrontation was a big selling point of the variety show. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. I also believe in my brother's talent and my own strength. Shui Mei sneered. The bullet screen, damn, these 2 women are going against each other. This is going to be interesting. I Am a Singer is a very real show. It's not like some variety shows which are completely scripted and full of routines. I Am a Singer also has routines, but many of its details are authentic. It doesn't deliberately create contradictions, deliberately make a couple, or forcibly move people. In terms of appearance, I'm more inclined to Qin Bao Bao. But in terms of singing, I'm more inclined to Shui Mei. What a joke, her husband is Li Shuigang. I love watching women fight. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao has no hope. Although she sang 2 excellent songs, are excellent songs so common? If she can't perform as well as the first 2 songs, Shui Mei won't even need to KO her. Her popularity will plummet. The audience won't be able to accept such a contrast. That makes sense. Qin Bao Bao is a newcomer. She doesn't have a fan base. Unlike other singers who perform poorly, everyone can understand and recognize their standards. There's nothing to compare. Qin Bao Bao is going to be eliminated. What a pity. It's a pity that such a beauty with big breasts and a big butt is eliminated. I haven't had enough. Even if she's beautiful and has a good figure, she's still going to be eliminated if she can't sing. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao's singing is good. Especially that voice. Aoyo, it makes me hard. But everyone here is a professional singer. Their singing is not bad. She's a newcomer. She's at a disadvantage. That's enough. She's a newcomer. It's rare that she can gain so much popularity. After this elimination, the company will definitely do a follow-up package. She should be able to become famous. On the stage, Injia said, let's welcome the first singer, Shui Mei. Applause sounded. The audience was in high spirits. They could clearly see the recording situation backstage through the big screen. They knew that Shui Mei came with Li Shuigang's new work. They were looking forward to it. Shui Mei stepped onto the stage in a very formal and flirtatious fashion. She was a professional model. At the age of 27, she was a mature young woman. Many of the audience screamed. Some men whistled. The music started. On the big screen behind her, the name of the song scrolled, Fairy Tale. Shui Mei sang with the rhythm. Gently tell you the secret of fairy tales. It's a poignant love. It's a beautiful love. The prince fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. The puppet fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. You are my princess, my love. The love in fairy tales. My princess, your prince is me. Shui Mei's voice was sweet and clear. The rhythm of fairy tale was also bright and light. It was very suitable for her to sing. The audience gently shook their arms and swayed with the rhythm. No one shouted. They just listened to the melodious and light song. The camera cut to the backstage. Huang Yuding praised, the rhythm is very bright and catchy. Hong Jingyao's comment was pertinent. It's not as good as a high-quality song. But the song is very good. It's a happy and sweet love. It's worth listening to. Qin Xiaotong suddenly said, hey, don't be led into the ditch by little Qin. Our show is about singing and voice. It's not about who has more high-quality songs. Hong Jingyao and Huang Yuding shook their heads and laughed. They were indeed led into the ditch. When they heard that it was an original, they subconsciously compared it with Qin Bao Bao's 2 original songs. But in fact, on this stage, the song was only a part. The singing was the most important. In music variety shows, the more high quality the song was, the less likely it was to appear. On the contrary, unpopular songs were more popular. There was a reason for this. Classics were difficult to surpass. It was meaningless to cover them. If you didn't sing well, you would be shooting yourself in the foot. On the bullet screen, netizens kept commenting. A refreshing love song. Not bad, not bad. But why is this song from a man's perspective? Nonsense. This was written by teacher Li Shuigang for teacher Shui Mei. Of course, it's from a man's perspective. The entertainment industry's model couple. I'm so touched. I also want a husband like this. The song is not bad. Why do I feel that it's not as good as the two songs sung by Qin Bao Bao? Nonsense. Do you think high-quality songs are everywhere? The so-called high-quality songs are definitely in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart and will not be eliminated in the next few years or even 10 years. The so-called classics, no matter how many years have passed, will never fade. They will become new and fragrant over time. That's right. I give full marks to this song. It's a love song written by teacher Li Shuigang for his wife. It's full of love. Is teacher Li Shuigang showing off his love? What a mouthful of dog food. But I like it. My brother is amazing. You're good at rock and roll singing, but you're also so good at love songs? Shuimei, my husband is so amazing. I love you. Well, the next Qin Bao Bao. Why do I feel that she's finished? Aha, she's definitely finished. Unless she comes up with another high-quality song. But is it possible? Is it possible? Compared to her legend, I prefer teacher Shuimei's fairy tale. It's catchy. I got into the rhythm immediately. In the show, several singers were still talking about how fairy tale was well received. They were all optimistic about Shuimei. Li Rongxing looked at them. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Well, you didn't go to Qin Bao Bao's rehearsal?" I was at the rehearsal. I didn't go. I had something to do that day. I went back after the rehearsal. Several singers looked at Li Rongxing. Chapter 56. It was impossible for the program team to arrange rehearsals for the singers at the same time. Everyone was a celebrity and time was money. Qin Bao Bao was the last to rehearse because she had to practice her songs. Qin Zhe had written a song for her on Wednesday, and she had to rehearse on Thursday. Time was tight and she only had one day. She sang until her voice was hoarse that day. Li Rongxing was probably the only one among the singers who witnessed Qin Bao Bao's entire rehearsal, because Qin Bao Bao was right behind him. Li Rongxing happened to have an event to attend that day, but he still stayed. Half of it was because he was curious. Would this girl, who had performed two excellent songs at the start of the show, continue to be so cool, or would her talent run out? Half of it was because he was curious about Qin Bao Bao. Li Rongxing had taken a liking to Qin Bao. She was a girl with a perfect face and figure. As a normal man, how could he not be attracted to her? Li Rongxing had been involved in scandals with several female celebrities in the industry, but none of them could compare to Qin Bao Bao. They were too far apart. Li Rongxing smiled mischievously without saying anything. He did not intend to explain to the singers. Shuimei sang a clear and melodious high note at the end of the song, which gradually turned low. The music ended. Everyone applauded enthusiastically, and the cheers were like a tidal wave. The flashing stage lights illuminated everyone's faces as they applauded and cheered. Next, let's welcome our queen of love songs, Qin Bao Bao. Applause rang out from all directions. Qin Bao Bao's popularity was obviously better than last time. There were also many people in the audience who supported her, but most of them were men. Some of them even whistled and laughed. Under the gorgeous stage lights, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. Her tall figure, slender legs, perky breasts, and exquisite face once again stimulated the audience below the stage and in front of the computer. The bullet screen was full of comments. Qin Bao Bao, we love you. Long-legged will always support you. Qin Bao Bao is a true goddess. She's my goddess. I'm taking her with me. Qin Bao Bao is probably done for this time, but it doesn't matter. I remember that there is a dance talent show recently. If she goes, she will definitely be the champion. With such a figure, it would be a pity if she didn't dance. Qin Bao Bao's voice is also very nice. She lost because she is not popular and her fan base is not enough. The love song that Li Shuigang wrote for his wife is so romantic. Moreover, Shuimei's singing is not bad. These two women are so funny. One relies on her brother and the other relies on her husband. It's true that she relies on her husband but not her younger brother. I don't believe that her younger brother wrote the song. It must be her company that's supporting her. It's a pity that we're going to have to return empty-handed. I Am a Singer is not suitable for newcomers to begin with. Even in the last season, the contestants still have a fan base. Qin Bao Bao competed naked. At this moment, many of the audience members were pointing at the big screen and discussing among themselves. It was unknown what they were discussing or feeling surprised about. The screen quickly switched to the direction of the stage. The words fairy tale were still scrolling on the big screen, but the music started. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and prepared to sing. The bullet screen, fairy tale? Why is it still a fairy tale? The staff must have made a mistake. This is Teacher Shui Mei's song. That's awkward. Qin Bao Bao, don't turn your head. Otherwise you'll cry. Ah. This is too unprofessional. They even made a mistake with something as important as the scrolling credits. How are we supposed to know what song Qin Bao Bao is singing? Suddenly, a bullet screen popped up. Attention, there's a high energy ahead. High energy, your sister. High energy ahead? Qin Bao Bao took off her clothes? I hate idiots the most. High energy all day long. It's ridiculous. Although the audience was discussing, the scrolling credits did not change. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao's unique, gentle and magnetic voice spread through the microphone. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last heard you. You told me your favorite story. I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. I can't be your prince. Maybe you won't understand after you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all shining. Backstage, Huang Yuding was dumbfounded. Qin Xiaodong's mouth was slightly open. Hong Jingyao shook his head and muttered under his breath, another premium product. They were all professional singers. The first half of a song was enough for them to know whether it was good or bad. Shui Mei stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. The words fairy tale on the screen were particularly dazzling. Li Rongxing smiled playfully. When I heard this song the other day, I was also dumbfounded. Qin Bao Bao had been singing for so long that anyone who knew what was good could tell. The two songs were really incomparable. Shui Mei's fairy tale was at most a little refreshing. If it weren't for Li Xuegong and the romantic story of To My Wife, her song would never have attracted the audience. However, Qin Bao Bao's song was better than Shui Mei's in terms of melody, lyrics, and voice. The gentle and melancholic sound of the piano drifted in the air. Baby Qin, who was singing in a low and affectionate voice, suddenly raised her voice by a decibel. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and happiness are the endings. Below the stage, the camera flashed past the faces of the audience and they were all dumbfounded. I want to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. This song. The bullet screen exploded with 666 comments. Damn, this song is amazing, amazing. Fairy tale? If it wasn't for the backstage staff's mistake, this song would be called a fairy tale. My heart hurts. I feel so sad. Qin Bao Bao really surprises me again and again. I love her to death. Two fairy tales, two completely different styles. I think of my first love, sob sob sob. Qin Bao Bao is really good at singing love songs. A man almost cried. Soul singer Qin Bao Bao turned fan. This song makes me want to cry. It's so F***king catchy. I even hummed along. But it's my F***king first time listening to it. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes. She remembered what Qin Zhe said before singing the song yesterday. Sister, I wrote this song for you. I hope I can be your angel and protect you forever. Then Qin Bao Bao heard this song and she cried at that time. You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. It's impossible for me to be your prince. Maybe you won't understand ever since you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all bright. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe. Believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Qin Bao Bao sang herself into high spirits. She pointed the microphone at the hundreds of audience members and shouted, everyone sing together. Some people were born to be stars. They were born with the talent to control the audience. This time, it was the audience's noisy and loud voice. I want to be like the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Some people were in high spirits. Some people were touched by the scene and cried. This was a sad love song. It was destined from the beginning of the lyrics. It was about two lovers who gradually drifted apart. They fell in love until they broke up. However, the male protagonist couldn't let go. He recalled the sweetness of the two and dreamed or begged that he could be the female protagonist's angel and protect her forever. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. These two lines were the most heart-wrenching. Fairy tales were fairy tales because they could never become reality. Shui Mei's fairy tale was about sweet love. Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale was a sad and extravagant wish. The two were worlds apart in terms of artistic conception, lyrics, and melody. The latter was the best of the best. It was destined to amaze the world. Qin Bao Bao's chest rose and fell slightly. She adjusted her breathing and bowed slightly to the audience who were immersed in the song. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Someone stood up and clapped desperately. The second person stood up and the third person stood up. Clatter. There was a wave of people on the audience stand. Everyone stood up and clapped thunderously. The bullet screen, what an eye-opener, what an eye-opener. What should I do? What should I do? I'm in love with her. How can there be such a woman in the world? I want to sleep with her. No one stop me. I'm going to force myself on the CEO. Does anyone have Qin Bao Bao's address? I'm going to ask for her hand in marriage. The fake pig said in fear, I'll give you the number one in the world. This woman is going to be famous. She's going to be very famous. Bao Bao is the best. Yin Jia went on stage in a moon-white off-shoulder dress. Her exquisitely made-up face bloomed with an amazed smile. The fairy tale is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts beat. Thank you two singers for bringing us different styles of fairy tale love. Friends in the audience, pick up your voting devices. The first round of elimination begins now. In the dynamic music, the votes rose one by one. The audience looked at the big screen while voting. The bullet screen was even more lively. Some supported Qin Bao Bao and some supported Xuemei. One was a beauty goddess who debuted as a newcomer. She was known as the queen of love songs on the internet. The other was a C-list actress with a certain fan base. Her husband, Li Shuigong, was a powerful singer and one of the flag bearers of rock. Who would win? Chapter 57. The audience turned their eyes to the big screen, anticipating the result. A C-list celebrity, her husband was a big shot in the rock industry. A pure newcomer, repeatedly stunning the audience with new songs. The final result, Xuemei, 201 votes. Qin Bao Bao, 299 votes. No one gave up. The difference was nearly 100 votes. It was a crushing victory. Applause and cheers rang out. The netizens expressed their thoughts and opinions on the bullet screen. As expected. It was really incomparable. Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale made me want to cry. There's a faint sadness in my heart. Although I'm a fan of Li Shuigong, his fairy tale can't compare to Qin Bao Bao's. I admit defeat. Qin Bao Bao surprised us again. She's the biggest highlight of I Am a Singer. I'm finally sure that the younger brother is fake. How can one person write so many excellent songs? Invisible Wings, Legend, Fairy Tale. Damn, you're telling me that one person wrote them? Whoever believes that is a fool. The bullet screen floated by. Most of them were praising Qin Bao Bao. They said that she was good at singing and was beautiful. She deserved to win. Qin Bao Bao watched with great interest. She smiled and squinted her eyes. Bah. Qin Zhe suddenly closed his laptop and announced, the show is over. Sister Ziwei, let's go to bed. Go to bed. Bah, you're taking advantage of me. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. She stood up, stretched her waist and yawned. Bao Bao, you won. I can go to bed now. Go, go. Qin Bao Bao pouted. A forced melon is not sweet. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied to let her brother and her best friend see her in the limelight. What happened next? Wang Zijin asked curiously. 3 revival contestants, Qin Xiaotong, Li Rongxing and Xuemei. In the end, Xuemei was eliminated, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. How did you know? Qin Zhe waved his phone. There are spoilers on the internet and the comments are very hot. Sister, you're on fire this time. Qin Bao Bao beamed with joy and snatched the phone. Let me see. Don't look. Qin Zhe saw Wang Zijin close the door. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and exhaled the smoke comfortably. Qin Bao Bao waved his hand to disperse the smoke and lowered his head to look at his phone. Qin Zhe took a deep puff of smoke and blew it all on Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face. Qin Bao choked and kept coughing. She was so angry that she kicked Qin Zhe. What are you doing? I told you not to look. Qin Zhe snatched the phone back and said with a serious expression, what you won this time is still not popularity but a song. This won't do. Why not? I'm beautiful and good at singing. I'm invincible. Qin Bao Bao's confidence swelled after her consecutive victories. She was lucky that she didn't have a tail. Otherwise she would be very proud. Although songs are important, this show is not only about songs, but also singing skills and popularity. Your voice is very sexy. Qin Zhe analyzed, but your singing skills are actually at the bottom, about the same as that Xuemei. Compared to professional singers like Huang Yuding and Li Rongxing, you're not good enough. Secondly, popularity. You're lucky this time to meet a third-rate celebrity who's not much better than you. If you meet Huang Yuting or Li Rongxing again, you'll still be defeated. But that's how I am. My singing skills can't improve just because I want to. There's no hero to enlighten me. Qin Baobao said sadly. You can't enlighten me, but I can. Qin Zhe smiled and said, you don't have to go to work these few days. I'll give you special training. I'll try to improve your singing skills in a week. You. Qin Baobao looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, she held her stomach and fell on the sofa, laughing. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. System, F** King exchange for advanced singing skills. I'm going to slap this B** TC. Exchange successful. Qin Zhe slapped his sister's big butt. It was crisp and loud. Qin Baobao cried out and covered her butt. She glared at him in embarrassment. Come, sing the fairy tale again. Humph, your sister. Hurry up and sing. I don't have a sister. I only have a brother. Don't talk nonsense. Just sing when I tell you to. Qin Zhe, you're getting more and more arrogant. Do you still see me as your sister? You're disobedient, aren't you? Think of a way to get a song. I'm not writing anymore. Don't be like this. I was wrong. Call me Emperor. Your Majesty, this concubine was wrong. Sing. After being enlightened, Qin Zhe's knowledge and singing skills were on a whole new level. He constantly pointed out the mistakes in her pronunciation and her luck. Many songs were actually similar. Bass, high notes, vibrato and so on, but the singing style was different. The company's training might not be wrong, but it was definitely not comprehensive and detailed. It was just like the things a teacher taught in a classroom. Just by listening carefully for 45 minutes in class, one would not be able to tell that a master student was a master student. Qin Baobao was shocked. After being taught by her younger brother, many parts of singing that she didn't know before were now clear to her. It was as if the clouds had cleared and she could see the clear sky. She benefited a lot. If it wasn't for Qin Zhe's serious expression, she would have pounced on her brother and pinched his face. Hey, where did this monster come from? My ace, get out of here. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the exhausted Qin Baobao was sent back to her room to sleep by Qin Zhe. However, Qin Zhe couldn't sleep. He was worried. Qin Baobao didn't have a high chance of winning the championship. The difficulty of this mission was hell level. The next morning, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came back from their morning exercise. Qin Baobao was talking on the phone in the living room. She was wearing loose white pajamas and her hair was fluffy. There was a glass of warm water on the glass coffee table in front of her. Sister Li, I won't be coming to the company for a few days. I have to focus on singing. I don't care who Su Gongming is. Get out of here. Who the hell wants his songs? You don't have to come. You're not my personal assistant. Just help me apply for leave. What's the company's response? Oh, as long as the leader is satisfied. Help me contact them. I won't be coming to the company this week. The title of Queen of Love Songs is not bad. That's it. Let the company buy more news. I just lack popularity and fans. I know it's already very high. Compared to famous singers like Li Rongxing and Hong Jingyao, my foundation is still very shallow. Oh, I don't care about these things. You're my agent. You can handle it. I'm hanging up. Bye. Wang Zijin lowered her head and changed her cotton slippers. She said with a smile, Wow, you're like a superstar. My bow is awesome. Qin Zhe was amused. He joined in the fun. My sister is awesome. Qin Baobao sipped the warm water and rolled her eyes coquettishly. Idiot. After breakfast, Wang Zijin went to work. Qin Baobao practiced singing in the room to digest what happened last night. Qin Zhe sat in the living room looking at the stock market on his laptop while collecting data online. He searched for information about Qin Baobao. After yesterday's show, Qin Baobao's popularity went up another level. In addition to the news bought by Star Art Entertainment, some small entertainment media also published news about her. Lazy Cat app. Newcomer Qin Baobao once again amazes the world. Fairy Tale hits the top 10 of the music chart. Tianyi, 3 excellent songs. Qin Baobao or a female star groomed by Star Art Entertainment. Yun Duan, Fairy Tale is well received. The birth of the Queen of Love Songs. Iron-Blooded Web, digging into Qin Baobao's history of love. You see, after Qin Baobao sang this song, hundreds of live audience fell silent. Qin Zhe read and laughed. Suddenly he saw the hot search on Weibo. #wife protector Li Shuigang #this was what happened. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Shui Mei posted on Weibo. Dying before achieving victory. Tears streaming down my face. Hubby, the audience doesn't buy your fairy tale. Li Shuigang. The attached picture was her and Qin Bao Bao's voting results. Shuimei, 201 votes. Qin Bao Bao, 299 votes. The fans comforted and encouraged her. If it was just that, of course it wouldn't be on Weibo's hot search, but Lu Shuigang responded. A few minutes later, Li Shuigang also posted on Weibo. I Am a Singer is a great show. It's a platform for singers to communicate and compete. Can a newcomer with no foundation and no debut really get on this platform? Is it appropriate? Of course, I don't mean to target anyone. It's just my personal opinion. Hubby will avenge you. Shuimei. The attached picture was an invitation letter from the I Am a Singer program team. This time it was lively. After all, Lu Shuigang was a famous musician and one of the flag bearers of the rock industry. He had millions of followers on Weibo. Wife protector Li Shuigang, full marks for this show of affection. I feel like he's raising his wife like she's his daughter. So loving. Wow, is my idol finally going to appear on Singer? I'm looking forward to it. 666. The king of rock and roll will arrive in 7 days. Wash your neck. They're really a model couple. Well done. Show me your love. Let's finish this bowl of dog food. Shuimei is so lucky to have such a good husband. Li Shuigang's status in the music industry is not worse than Huang Yuting. This is interesting. I look forward to the competition between him and Huang Yuting. I support Huang Yuting. His voice is the sound of nature. Bullshit. Li Shuigang's rock is too high. I like his songs the most. How can Huang Yuting beat him? Qin Bao Bao, who was hiding in the corner and shivering, is relieved. Thank you to the poster above for diverting the trouble. I'm laughing so hard. Qin Bao Bao is in trouble. Wait for her to be finished by Li Shuigang. Uncle will touch her head. Don't be afraid. Qin Zhe frowned and continued reading. Most people were not optimistic about Qin Bao Bao. Fortunately, there were also people who supported Qin Bao Bao. Revenge? You bully a newcomer. Do you still have the face? Rubbish. Your wife is not as good as others, but you still have the face to talk nonsense. Just write your rock and roll songs and write JB's love songs. You want to compete with me, the queen of love songs? Who's to blame? That's right. What's wrong with a newcomer? Are you looking down on newcomers? The newcomer even finished your wife. What kind of person is he? He doesn't have the style of a big shot. Looking down, it was all one-sided comments such as loving his wife, rock and roll singer. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she peed. Li Shuigang's fans were all kinds of heckling and were happy to see. These days, when a star posted a photo of his life, countless people would praise and worship him, let alone the interaction between husband and wife. It felt that Qin Bao Bao was the evil dragon in the fairy tale who stole the princess and was waiting for Li Shuigang to chop off his head. Chapter 58. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He posted a message on Weibo and tagged Lu Shuigang. Of course, no one paid any attention to a nobody like him, who was only noticed by a few hundred people. But that wasn't important. He pushed open his sister's door. Qin Bao Bao was practicing her high notes when she heard the commotion. She turned around. Sister, someone's mocking you. Qin Zhe passed his phone to her. Qin Bao Bao looked at it and was furious. What's wrong with Li Shuigang? Can't he afford to lose? What's the meaning of taking revenge for Shuimei? She grabbed her phone and sat on her bed. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Her eyebrows were raised. She was furious. Repost my Weibo later. Qin Zhe said and turned to leave. Qin Bao Bao's verified Weibo information. Star Art Entertainment signed artist, singer, representative works. Invisible Wings, legend, fairy tale. When Qin Bao Bao registered her Weibo, the only people who followed her were her brother, Qin Zhe, and some classmates and friends. There were only a few dozen people. But now there were already 50,000 people following her. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. The last Weibo post was on June 15th. Today I can eat the chicken stewed with mushrooms made by my brother. Love you. The accompanying picture was of Qin Zhe's back view busy in the kitchen. At that time, Qin Bao Bao hadn't resigned from the global top 500. When she was in a good mood she would post a few Weibo posts. When she was in a bad mood she would post a few Weibo posts. She was carefree and carefree. Ever since she decided to take the path of an artist, she rarely had time to post on Weibo. She didn't even have time to surf the internet, unlike Qin Zhe who browsed various Chieba and forums every day. There were more than 10,000 comments under this Weibo post. They were all replies from netizens after she became famous. They were all very interesting. 50% of them were praises. Invisible Wings, Legend and Fairy Tale were all very good. The remaining 50% were also praises. They praised Qin Baobao's looks. Why was it interesting? It was because the comments were too dirty. There were many beautiful female stars, and their fans were not stingy with their compliments. There had never been a female star like Qin Baobao, who only teased and ridiculed. This was all because Qin Baobao looked too seductive. She had a foxy face that was born to seduce men. She had a pair of seductive phoenix eyes and a hot body. The first impression she gave people was that she was a vixen, an enchanting femme fatale. It had nothing to do with being dignified and elegant. Qin Baobao read Li Shuigang's Weibo angrily and returned to the main page. She found that her Weibo had been attacked and the number of comments had increased from 10,000 to more than 30,000. They were all Li Shuigang's fans and netizens who fanned the flames. You can even tolerate this? Li Shuigang threatened to destroy you. It's decided then. Qin Baobao, throw out the pet ball. I can tolerate this but I can't. Let's go, prepare to PK with the king of rock and roll. I came here from Li Shuigang's Weibo. I want to see how the queen of love songs is trembling. Qin Baobao, you're in big trouble. What are you waiting for? Pick up your phone and call 158 XXXXX 1812. Call your husband and I'll protect you. Qin Baobao, who do you think you are? Wait for my idol to deal with you and kick you out of the show. Who told you to KO someone's wife? Now you're getting your retribution. You're finished. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Hurry up and admit defeat in the next episode. Onlookers. Onlookers +1, you're a newcomer? You don't know how to appreciate favors and PK with a professional singer. Your singing is just SOSO. You're just relying on a new song. When the audience gets tired of the aesthetic in the next episode, you'll be eliminated. My boyfriend actually set Qin Baobao's full-body photo as his phone wallpaper. MMP. She's obviously not a decent woman. I swear that Qin Baobao will definitely be eliminated in the next episode. The reasons were as follows. First, the next episode's contestants were Huang Yuding, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Qin Baobao and Li Shuigang. No matter who Qin Baobao went up against, it would be difficult for her to win. She would be KO'd in the first round and be eliminated in the revival round. In the previous episodes, apart from winning with a song, Li Zongda and Shui Mei were not popular singers. One of them was only famous in Hong Kong and did not have many fans in China. The other was a model and was not a professional singer. She was also not very famous. So, it was reasonable for Qin Baobao to win with a good song. In this episode, she would be facing a few strong singers. What's more, she had a good song. No matter how big Star Art was, it was not owned by her family. They could not support her at all costs. Even if they did, Star Art was not a pure record company. Where would they get so many good songs? Every good song is expensive. How could Star Art be willing to spend so much money on a newcomer? That makes sense. I don't know what to say. After your analysis, I feel like Qin Baobao will stop at the third episode. No, I haven't seen enough of Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao remembered Qin Zhe's words. Retweet my Weibo later. Retweet his Weibo? Qin Baobao clicked on her brother's Weibo. She saw that he had just posted, "If you're not convinced, let's compete." Li Shuigang. Qin Baobao thought for a few seconds. Then her eyes lit up and she smiled. Retweet, my brother is so handsome. My brother is so great. Looking at childhood from afar. If you're not convinced, let's compete. Li Shuigang. At noon, Qin Baobao was trending. It was the first time in her life that she was trending on Weibo. Hashtag Qin Baobao scolds Li Shuigang. Hashtag many netizens didn't know about Qin Baobao, but everyone knew about Li Shuigang. Even if they weren't Li Shuigang's fans, they were definitely familiar with him in this information-filled society. Celebrity gossip was always a hot topic that attracted people's attention. Especially topics like so-and-so and so-and-so are fighting. Li Shuigang's fans scolded Qin Baobao. The netizens watched the show while fanning the flames. Who gave her the courage to think that she's a diva just because she sang a few new songs? Goddess, you're doomed. Let's wait for the next singer. Let's wait for Qin Baobao to slap her in the face. She's not even famous yet and her confidence is already inflated. A pot of water doesn't make a sound. Is this woman an idiot? Her EQ is so low. She's so confident. Qin Baobao, what you did was too low. You have to be humble. You're just a newcomer. Why are you so arrogant? Li Shuigang is a rock star. Who do you think you are? Li Shuigang is a famous musician who has contributed a lot to the rock industry. Qin Bao Bao is just a newcomer. Where did she get her confidence from? She's just trying to gain popularity. Shameless. Suddenly I'm looking forward to the next singer. Let's wait for her idol to eliminate her and let her see the power of rock. What an idiot. She's so beautiful. Am I the only one who supports Qin Bao Bao? Li Shuigang is a senior in the music industry. His wife lost and he jumped out and said revenge. Does he look like a senior? Qin Bao Bao's Weibo post is fine. Only the officials are allowed to set fires but not the common people? The person above is funny. The husband and wife are showing off their love. Qin Bao Bao jumped out and blindly said something. She's just trying to gain popularity. I've hated this woman for a long time. She looks like AB*TC. The boyfriend above must have fallen in love with someone else. She's ugly. Blame her for being beautiful. There were all kinds of comments on the internet. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo was taken over. Most people were insulting her while a small number of people supported her. In just half a day, the number of comments under this Weibo post soared to more than 100,000. What Qin Zhe didn't expect was that his Weibo post also went viral. The Weibo post he posted this morning had more than 50,000 comments. The legendary younger brother? Caught a wild younger brother alive. Is he really Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? What a photo. I don't King believe it. Is this someone's alternate account? Post your photo if you have the guts. Post your real name if you have the guts. I don't believe that a person in his early 20s can write 3 excellent songs. His popularity is terrible. This must be an alternate account. This must be someone's alternate account. Who is that someone? The person above. It's time to recharge your IQ. Or her, Qin Bao Bao's alternate account. What a green TB*TC. In the production team of I Am a Singer, the director and several assistant directors were having a meeting. The director said, "You all know about what happened on the internet, right? Qin Bao Bao was a guest on the show, and Li Shuigang was a guest on the next episode." The production team was the first to know about such a big incident on the internet. The assistant directors said, "Got it. Qin Bao Bao didn't do well in this matter. She's a senior after all. She didn't mention any names, so why did she use a pseudonym? This girl's personality is interesting." The few of them expressed their opinions. The director took a sip of tea. This is a good thing. It's earned a lot of popularity for our show. There are 2 main reasons for this meeting. First, let's have a showdown between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang in the next episode. Respond to the audience's request. Of course it can't be too obvious. In the name of fairness, I Am a Singer gave the right to vote to the audience. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. It was easy to manipulate the results of the draw. Moreover, it wasn't bad nor did it break the show's principles. It was a covert operation that was allowed. The assistant directors and planners nodded. The selling point of the next episode was the showdown between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang. Second, check the ID at standing afar watching my childhood. Although there's no such person in the industry, there's no doubt that he's a gold medal composer. If it's an account from Xingyi Entertainment, then forget it. However, if it's really like what Qin Bao Bao said and he's her younger brother, we have to poach this person. The director paused and looked around at the crowd. Do you think the probability of him being Qin Bao Bao's younger brother is high? The few of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? A gold medal composer who was unknown before suddenly popped out of nowhere? It didn't make sense at all. The most logical explanation was that Xingyi Entertainment was manipulating things behind the scenes to focus on nurturing Qin Bao Bao. One of the assistant directors raised his hand. When he saw everyone looking over, he muttered, "I received a request from Xingyi Entertainment. They want us to arrange for Qin Bao Bao to compete with Huang Yuting. In other words, they want to eliminate Qin Bao Bao because everyone knows that she's just a replacement singer. The real person that Xingyi Entertainment wants to recommend is Su Lu." The director frowned. When did this happen? The assistant directors said, "It's their own company's matter. Can't they handle it themselves?" Yesterday after work. I wanted to say it this morning but I forgot because of the incident online. The assistant director laughed bitterly. It should be an internal analysis by Xingyi. Some people want Qin Bao Bao to continue singing, while others want to promote Su Lu. There was a short period of silence. Everyone was digesting and analyzing this information. From this they realized a few things. Firstly, regarding Qin Bao Bao's follow-up work, Xingyi Entertainment had a disagreement. Secondly, watching childhood from afar, perhaps he really wasn't from Xingyi Entertainment. The reason was simple. If there was a disagreement within Xingyi Entertainment, then they definitely wouldn't have spent so much resources on Qin Baobao. One had to know that even an A-list actress like Su Lu wouldn't have received such a huge amount of resources. Premium songs were hard to come by. There was more than one A-list entertainment company. The director thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. Check it out. Find Weibo and ask for the ID and address. If necessary, find Qin Baobao and talk to her. We must poach this person and get him to join our TV station. Chapter 59. In the living room, Qin Baobao leaned her head on Qin Zhe's shoulder, holding the iPad in one hand and reading the comments. She pinched Qin Zhe's waist with the other hand. "It's all your fault, it's all your fault." His sister almost cried because of the comments, but it was not good to argue with the netizens, so she could only vent her anger on the initiator. Qin Zhe suffered physical pain, and his left hand wrapped around his sister's small waist. Since his sister practiced dancing, her small waist felt very good, and it was very comfortable to hold. How can you survive in the entertainment industry with such a fragile heart? Qin Zhe was very worried about his sister's future. Internet violence was a terrible thing. It could let people vent their negative and dark emotions to their heart's content, and they did not need to take responsibility. Many stars suffered from depression because of internet violence. Qin Baobao was such a heartless woman, yet she was suddenly happy and suddenly worried, worrying about gains and losses. Qin Zhe was confident that in the near future, he would be able to protect his sister from the wind and rain. But he had no way of eliminating cyber violence. "I will learn to adapt." Qin Baobao snorted. "My soul is growing stronger day by day." "I don't care if your soul is growing stronger or not. Anyway, my waist is about to die." Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. Qin Baobao patted the hand around her waist and narrowed her eyes. "You take advantage of me and I vent on your waist. It's a fair deal." Qin Zhe stared at his sister's full and perky chest. "I have a bold idea. Move your eyes away." Qin Baobao chopped her brother's head with her hand. Did Qin Zhe have nothing better to do than to attract hatred? He had a purpose. The netizens were right. One of the tricks of the entertainment industry: gain popularity and hype. Hype was always the way to quickly increase popularity, and the most common method of hype was to spread rumors. Of course, the tricks were getting deeper and deeper, and the methods of hype were constantly developing, becoming more and more diverse. Didn't you notice? As long as a star promoted his movie, TV series, or album, there would be a wave of hype. Qin Zhe was helping his sister to hype up, taking advantage of Li Shuigang's popularity, and making the conflict between the two sides public and intense. Of course, he had to be careful. No matter what he did, he had to stop when it was appropriate. Otherwise it would backfire. Therefore he did not continue to post on Weibo. The effect was very good now, and there was no need to ridicule. Everyone knew that Qin Baobao publicly dissed Lu Shuigang, and the two of them were going to fight on the stage of "I Am a Singer." She had achieved her goal of attracting attention. If Qin Baobao continued to blabber on, she would really be criticized by everyone and would be disliked. Conservatively speaking, Qin Baobao's popularity had more than doubled. If there was a topic, there would be popularity. This was the true meaning of hype. What's next? Can I really KO Li Shuigang on stage? Qin Baobao couldn't help but worry about her future. The most adorable thing about Qin Baobao was that she was not like other women who would only complain when faced with difficulties and setbacks. She would complain that her husband was incompetent, that her husband was not romantic, and that her husband did not love her. And the scariest part was complaining that her husband had no money. Complaining was the scariest killer of relationships. It was more ruthless and sharp than time. She pinched Qin Zhe's waist like a wronged woman acting coquettishly to her man. "With your current singing skills and popularity, it's difficult to beat Li Shuigang." The honest boy chuckled at his sister. Qin Baobao pouted. "I'll just quit. I've earned enough popularity anyway." "Then what happened today will become a stain on your career," Qin Zhe added. Qin Baobao glared fiercely at Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe did not back down. The bored and childish siblings began to compete to see who would be the first to give up and lose. "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it." The sudden ringtone startled them, and they both looked down to look for their phones. Their phones were a couple's model, one black and one pink, and the ringtone was the same. It was a very cheerful and childish children's song, which suited Qin Baobao's bad taste. The ringtone came from Qin Baobao's phone. She took a long time to take out her phone from the pocket of her tight hot pants. "Jinghong? What's up?" Qin Zhe leaned over to eavesdrop. The siblings were the same. When he was on the phone, Qin Baobao did the same. "Baobao, I saw the news app on my phone this morning." Qin Baobao angrily insults Li Shuigang. Oh my god, I thought it was the same name as you. Then I searched online and saw, I am a singer. So it's really you. You've become a star in just a few days? Did I transmigrate or did you? Qin Qinghong, who was always cold, chattered for a long time. Qin Bao Bao snorted proudly. You just found out? I've already sung for 2 episodes. I've been busy with work recently. I don't have time to pay attention to variety shows. Actually, I quit a long time ago. On the second day of my birthday, I went to Star Art for an interview. The company felt that I had excellent qualifications and sang well, so I got in successfully. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Where was the success? That day, who was the one who said with a sad face, "Hurry up and run, it's so embarrassing." Regarding his sister's bragging behavior, Qin Zhe was considerate and didn't expose her. Bao Bao, were those songs really written by Qin Zhe? His sister turned to look at Qin Zhe, who shook his head. Qin Bao Bao said, Hee, it's a secret. I'm guessing that your company found someone to write the songs. Big star, when you become famous, don't forget about me and Zhangya. The two chatted for a long time. Qin Qinghong said, Oh right, Bao Bao, are you free tonight? I'm free. Qin Bao Bao hesitated. Then it settled. Let's go to the bar tonight to celebrate. You're a star now, of course you have to be happy. Qin Qinghong paused. It seemed like someone was talking to her. Soon she said, call your high school classmate too. I remember that Qin Zhe doesn't like to go to bars. Apologize to him for me. I'll take care of you. I won't let you get drunk. I didn't agree. I still have work tomorrow. Why would I go to the bar? Qin Bao Bao frowned slightly. Let's go. I've even invited Zhangya. I'm not going. Then the weekend? Qin Bao Bao was slightly tempted. She turned to look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shook his head. I'm going home with Qin Zhe this weekend. My mom forced me to go on a blind date. She even gave me an ultimatum. Let's talk about it later. Then, okay. After that, she said unwillingly, Bao Bao, think about it again. Last time I asked you out, you didn't agree. Oh, because I was about to participate in Singer, the training was very intense and I didn't have the energy. This time I have no choice. Another day, Qinghong. I'll invite you another day. Okay, then you must come out next time. Bye. Bye. Qin Qinghong hung up the phone. Her boyfriend beside her looked unhappy. She's not coming? Didn't you hear it? Qin Qinghong said lightly. Why didn't she come twice? Aren't you best friends? Chu Feng frowned. She rejected in a euphemistic way. Bao Bao is so smart. She already knows what you're planning. She doesn't like. Qin Qinghong lowered her voice. Li Zemin. This is the last time. I'm not a pimp and I don't want to have a rift with Bao Bao because of this. She doesn't like you. Chu Feng remembered what a girl said many years ago. That year he had just been admitted to Fudan University. One day he was playing football on the field when he bumped into Qin Bao Bao, who had just finished her meal and was taking a stroll. He was immediately stunned by her beauty and chased after her like a madman. He wrote love letters, stalked her, and deliberately sat close to her in public classes to muster up the courage to strike up a conversation with her. This woman had once made him drunk and crazy. At that time, Qin Qinghong was not Qin Bao Bao's best friend. He pursued Qin Qinghong in order to get close to Qin Bao. He took the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. He gave up on Qin Bao Bao at a dinner party. Qin Bao Bao, Zhangya, Qin Qinghong, and his and Zhangya's boyfriend. When the party was over, he left his drunk girlfriend in the private room and chased after Qin Bao Bao. He grabbed her arm and said, Qin Bao Bao, I've liked you for a long time. From the first time I saw you, I swore to marry you. In the past 3 years, I've written countless love letters to you, but you're a proud phoenix, a pure angel. You've never responded to my feelings, nor to other men. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao said, Angel my ass. They all call me a vixen. Chu Feng said, No. You're the most beautiful in my heart. You're my angel. Qin Bao Bao said impatiently, Thank you very much. Forget about the angel, I'm not a birdman. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have to go home and play games with my brother. Alright, what's your name again? Aren't you Qinghong's boyfriend? Don't change your mind. I've had a crush on her for 3 years and wrote countless love letters to her, but she doesn't even know my name. After that day, Chu Feng completely gave up on Qin Bao Bao. After that, he tested his girlfriend many times and found that she knew nothing about what happened that day. Qin Bao Bao did not tell his girlfriend. He was really relieved and did not dare to have any ideas about Qin Bao. Qin Bao Bao did not say anything, not because she pitied him and wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. She had encountered too many things like this. Since junior high school, the boyfriends of her close female classmates who had boyfriends would always try to seduce her. Because of this, she broke up with several of her friends. At this point, Qin Bao Bao was especially vigilant against the creatures like best friend's boyfriend. She did not tell Qin Qinghong because she was afraid that if she confessed, the two of them could not be friends. What are you talking about? If you're a pimp, then what am I? Chu Feng glared at his girlfriend and said in a deep voice, "Don't you know how infatuated Mr. Li is with her? This month he gave us a lot of business. Converted into commission, it's 50,000 yuan. We're one step closer to our goal of buying a house. Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to do anything. I'm just asking Qin Bao Bao out for a meal and make friends. We're just creating an opportunity. Whether it works or not, let nature take its course. Besides, Qin Bao Bao doesn't have a boyfriend yet. What's wrong with Mr. Li? He's young, promising and rich. There's no man who isn't infatuated with her." Qin Qinghong bit her lips and said hesitantly, "Then I'll try again next time. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to ask her out. Besides, her younger brother." Chu Feng frowned. "What's wrong with her younger brother?" Qin Qinghong said in a bad mood, "Her younger brother has a sister complex. Ever since he started living with Qin Bao Bao, every time Qin Bao goes out for a meal, he's always following her. He's even more attentive to his sister than his girlfriend. The point is, he doesn't like me." "Does it matter whether he likes you or not?" "Of course it matters. Maybe he's talking bad about me now. Who's closer, a best friend or a younger brother?" Qin Qinghong's beautiful face showed a trace of anger. Her judgment was reasonable. Qin Qinghong often had meals with Qin Bao Bao and Zhang Ye. Every time, Qin Zhe would be there. Qin Zhe rarely talked to her, but he got along very well with Zhang Ye. Under such a huge contrast, even a fool could tell that Qin Zhe didn't like her. On the other side, Qin Zhe sneered. "Yo, the pimp is here again." "What pimp? You're so ugly." Qin Bao Bao said unhappily. "I advise you to say goodbye to her as soon as possible. That kind of pimp will be sold by her sooner or later." Qin Bao Bao was really angry this time. She glanced at him coldly. "Do you know how to talk?" Qin Zhe wasn't afraid of his sister's majesty. "You're still being unreasonable with me? Haven't you heard of the wise saying, corruption begins with brothers and degeneration begins with sisters? If she really wants to find a boyfriend for you, I have nothing to say. But look, who's that Li Zemin? He's her boss. Her boss covets your beauty. As her best friend, she acts as a bridge between them. She's still in the bar? I'll go to the bar where she's paralyzed. Is she trying to get you drunk and send you to someone else's bed?" Qin Zhe got angrier as he spoke. "If she's here, I'll slap her." Old Master Qin had a taboo. His daughter was in the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe had a taboo. His sister was in bars. Everyone knew that the entertainment industry was dirty. Bars were also known to be indecent places. 50% of the men and women who went to bars were there to have sex, and 40% were there to pick up girls and handsome guys. Only 10% were there to drink and have fun. In other words, 90% of them were there to have sex. Alcohol was a reason for making mistakes and also an excuse for messing around. Qin Bao Bao rarely went to bars, but she didn't dislike bars. This was a little dangerous. With her best friend's encouragement, she would definitely go. Crazy. Qin Bao Bao was really angry. She kicked him hard and sat on the sofa, ignoring him. "Let me tell you, don't go to bars. Don't even think about it. If I find out that you secretly went to bars, we'll go our separate ways. I'll go back and tell Dad that you've become a star. Don't even think about writing songs," Qin Zhe said sternly. Qin Bao Bao turned around suddenly. Her eyes were red. "Fine, I won't go. Why are you so fierce?" She grabbed a pillow and threw it at his head. Then she went back to her room angrily. Chapter 60. Qin Zhe sat alone in the living room playing with his phone with his head down. He was looking at the growth of Qin Bao Bao's popularity. As expected, it was growing steadily, although there were many negative comments. At this time he saw a netizen complaining, "Why can't I find Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale on the internet? I'm so anxious. I like her, Invisible Wings, but it's not on the major apps. You can find her song on the top Chinese music chart, but there's no copyright so you can't listen to it. There are edited resources on the internet, but that's the live version. There's too much noise. No copyright? Such a good song, why didn't they upload it to the internet immediately? What's her company doing?" That's right. Online authorization can make money and increase your popularity. What does the company behind her think? Qin Zhe's heart moved. It could make money and increase popularity, He couldn't wait to take out his phone and call the customer service of the top Chinese music charts official website. Hello, welcome to the top Chinese music charts customer service hotline. Self-service please. Qin Zhe chose manual service. After a while, the phone was connected and a pleasant female voice said, "Hello, this is the top Chinese music charts customer service hotline, staff number 3011230 at your service. Hello, I have a song to sell to you. Well, I only sell the online copyright. What do I need to do? Hello, you can choose the option, I want to sell songs on the official website. Through the process, you can upload the song sample to the official website and wait for our staff to verify. After that, we'll give you a reply within 7 working days. Well, I can't wait that long." Qin Zhe waited for her to finish before speaking. "I'm sorry, I have a process. The online copyright of the 3 songs I'm selling are Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then the customer service said in a surprised voice, "Sir, do you have a copyright certificate?" "Yes, how do I give it to you?" Wait. The customer service's voice suddenly became excited. "I'll transfer you to our manager." After waiting for a long time, the call was successfully transferred. It was a middle-aged man with a mellow voice, but it was not the copyright manager. He introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the director of the marketing department. My surname is Wang." Wasn't he the manager? Qin Zhe was stunned. How do you know his surname is Qin? He did not give his name to the customer service. "We've contacted Star Art for the 3 songs that Miss Qin sang, but they said that they don't have the copyright, but they're actively negotiating with Miss Qin. Since the copyright doesn't belong to Star Art, it means that Miss Qin was telling the truth on the show. The composer of the lyrics and music should be her brother, which is you, Mr. Qin. What do I need to do? First of all, thank you for supporting and trusting our platform. We'll talk about the licensing process later. Let's talk about the copyright fees first. I think that's the most important thing." Qin Zhe smiled. "Yes, what price are you going to offer? Is Mr. Qin familiar with this area?" "No." The person on the other end of the phone was silent. After a moment he smiled. "Mr. Qin, our copyright fees are based on the popularity of the song itself and the popularity of the singer. The popularity of the song is enough to be ranked as a masterpiece, but Miss Qin's fame—" "I understand. Just tell me how much it is," Qin Zhe said. The copyright of a song had a lot to do with the singer. The same song, when sung by a big star, would be more popular than an ordinary person. A simple example was an A-list singer's album. Even if the song was ordinary, it could be sold for a good price because the audience bought and approved of it. If it was a nameless singer, who would buy it? For each song, we'll pay 100,000 yuan for the online version. Qin Zhe had never seen 100,000 yuan in his life. He almost blurted out, "Brother, I have a number of masterpieces here. Do you want them?" The online copyright of a masterwork song was only sold for 100,000 yuan. For an A-list singer it was a loss. But Qin Zhe didn't care. He was short of money, extremely short of money. Now that the stock market had a new lease of life, he was suffering from a lack of money to show his skills. His dream of someone else can replace him could never be realized. "No problem," Qin Zhe decided. "You can register an account on our official website. There's an option called I want to sell songs in the background. Follow the steps above. Don't hang up the phone. If you don't understand, feel free to ask me." "Oh, I almost forgot. Is it convenient for you to use the computer now?" "It's convenient." Qin Zhe exited the market interface, switched to the browser, entered the top music chart official website, registered an account, logged in, and went to the background. Clicking on the I want to sell songs option, he first uploaded his identity card photo, selfie, and electronic copyright certificate photo of the music copyright application. He uploaded the copyright certificate of the 3 songs together. The system's products must be the best. Qin Zhe had registered the copyright of every song that he exchanged. It was important to be vigilant. Copyright was like a patent. The first to get it, the second to get it. He didn't want to make a wedding dress for others and lose the wife and the soldiers. "Okay, I've received it here. I'll send a contract to your email later. You can make 2 copies, sign your name, and send a copy of the copyright book together. Photos alone won't do. Send me the address. I'll send it to your mobile phone via text message later. We'll transfer the money to you within 3 working days after receiving the contract. As for the other contract that will be sent to you, it should be delayed for a few days." "No problem." In the afternoon, Qinzhe went out and found a graphic shop nearby. He printed the contract and copyright copies, called the courier boy, and sent the 2 contracts together with the copyright book. Qinzhe was so happy that he had earned 300,000 yuan for nothing. His feet were light and he wished he could fly. I'm standing on the cusp of the wind and the waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning. He felt that he was standing on the cusp of the tide with the sun and the moon in his hand. He had money, power, and women. As soon as he thought of women, the door opposite opened. His sister poked her head out and pouted slightly. She said in a coquettish tone, "I'm hungry." The familiar tone and expression. This was his sister's way of asking for peace. When Qinzhe asked for peace, he usually bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Then he would launch a sugar-coated attack to make his sister happy. But his sister wanted to save face. Of course, she couldn't bow her head and admit her mistake. Usually she would act coquettishly to tell Qinzhe, "Let's make up." If Qinzhe responded to her request, it meant that Qinzhe agreed to ask for peace. If Qinzhe ignored her, it meant that he refused. Qinzhe didn't even look at her. Qin Baobao secretly curled her lips and endured the humiliation. "Your Majesty, this concubine has angered the dragon. I deserve to die." Qinzhe glanced at her. "Come and rub my shoulders." Qin Baobao ran over in her pink slippers, patter patter. "Your Majesty, are you comfortable? This concubine service is not bad, right?" Qin Baobao said coquettishly. Qinzhe patted her hand. "Not bad. That's enough." In fact, his sister's massage was not comfortable at all. Her nails were too long and her strength was too soft. Qinzhe was just symbolically showing his power as the master of the house. "Tsk. My beloved concubine is so humble. Is she here to ask for pleasure? Ba, is she here to ask for a song?" Qin Baobao timely made a teary and cute expression. "Li Shuigang sings rock. Considering the gap in popularity between you two, even if you perform exceptionally, you may not be able to beat him." Qin Baobao nodded. Yes, I think so too. The safest and most effective way is to sing rock and beat him in the field he is most familiar with." Qin Baobao opened her mouth. "Save your sister. I'll definitely be defeated. That's because you don't know how good I am." Qinzhe chuckled and patted his sister's head. "Listen carefully." Yes. Qin Baobao pecked her head and placed her hands flat on her knees. She sat obediently on a small stool. Qinzhe got up and left the sofa. Standing in the living room, he cleared his throat and began to sing in a very deep voice. A few minutes later, Qinzhe finished singing. Panting slightly, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. "How was it? Was this song good?" Qin Baobao widened her eyes and opened her mouth. She had an expression that said, "My little friend and I are stunned." Is this a love song or a rock song?" "A love song and a rock song and a love song." Qin Baobao suddenly blushed. "But shouldn't a love song be sad, soothing, bright, and gentle? What kind of love song is a rock song?" "It's sonorous and noisy." "Then what do you think of my rock and roll love song?" Qinzhe asked. It's great." Qin Baobao's fair face was dyed with a touch of red. She was charming and seductive. She was very excited. Qinzhe thought to himself, "When I first heard it, I was also shocked. The music in the parallel space was simply a bug. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write the score for you." Qin Baobao was overjoyed. She jumped into Qinzhe's arms in an unladylike manner. She hooked her legs around his waist and hugged his face and kissed him wildly. "Ace, what's wrong with your brain? Are you still my brother? Don't hide. Let your sister kiss you as much as she wants. With your talent, I might be able to write songs too." Qin Baobao imitated the northeastern dialect and said, "Oh my God." Qinzhe had goosebumps. If you don't know how to say it, don't say it. It's neither fish nor fowl. Chapter 61. There was no need for Qinzhe to whip her. Qin Baobao was full of fighting spirit and expressed that she wanted to practice singing. She was full of ambition and blood boiling. Qinzhe was responsible for correcting and training her. "Here the voice can't tremble. You have to go through it in one breath. No, the voice is too high. It's not the time for you to explode. Before the rhythm starts you have to be gentle, sad and low. I told you not to tremble. Why are you trembling again?" "Alas, Qin Baobao, can you do it? Your good voice is wasted. When it should be high it's not high. When it should be low it's not low. What do you want? Your expression is not focused enough. Your voice is too stiff. It doesn't feel like you are singing. It's like a tortoise chanting scriptures. The most charming thing about singing is that it can move people's hearts. but I don't see any emotion on your face. Bao Bao, this is a rock love song. You can't be too high. It's too emotional and tasteless. Why don't you withdraw from I am a singer? You rottenwood, I can't help you. It was good to have fighting spirit, but the reality was always rough. It was easy to sing this song, but difficult to sing it well. Qinzhe was not satisfied. Poor Qin Bao Bao's voice was hoarse. Stop, stop, stop. Rest for half an hour and rest your voice. Qinzhe picked up the teacup and took a sip. He shook his head resentfully. Qin Bao Bao was angry and aggrieved. She collapsed on the sofa in frustration and drank a mouthful of water. There are still a few days left. Continue to practice. Sister, I have confidence in you. Qinzhe felt that he couldn't increase her negative emotions, and he couldn't attack his sister's negativity. If this girl went all out, the one who would be finished would be him. Qin Bao had a bad record. When she was in junior high school, the pressure of studying was too great, and Qin Bao's grades had steadily declined for a period of time. Her teachers and parents kept roaring in her ears, telling her to work hard and not fail in her studies, and not to be a loser like her younger brother. But no matter how hard she tried, Qin Bao's grades didn't improve. Her grades didn't improve and instead they regressed. She was stressed for half a semester, so she simply threw caution to the wind and fell asleep in class. On weekends she dragged Qinzhe to go online. It was during that period of time that she learned how to play online games and she played them very well. This went on for half a semester and a summer break. After school started, her parents gave up on treatment, but she surprised everyone in the midterm exam and scored third in the whole grade. His parents were overjoyed. Therefore, his sister was a person who couldn't stand pressure. Give her a safe and comfortable environment, and her IQ could be maintained at a normal level. But once there was too much pressure, she would collapse. The saying that the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. It was nonsense. Not everyone had a strong and indomitable will. It's my fault for being too demanding. It's my first time singing, so it's impossible to be perfect. It'll be fine if you practice more. With more practice, you'll be able to reach perfection, and you'll be able to beat Lu Shuigang in seconds. Qinzhe changed his routine and coaxed Qin Bao like he was coaxing a child. But his sister liked it very much. She hummed and nodded, and her expression was clearly saying, "Brother, you're right. I'm such a great person." On Friday the show started. During the day, Qinzhe stayed at home alone, Wang Zijin went to work, and Qin Bao was summoned home by her mother yesterday. She left after recording the show. When she received the call, Qin Bao was so scared that she almost peed her pants. She grabbed her brother's hand tightly as if it was the end of the world. What should I do? What should I do? Did Mom and Dad find out about my singing? Will they beat me to death? If they beat me to death, Ace must save my sister. Qinzhe was also unsure. But since his sister was so weak as a man, he couldn't act too cowardly. So he picked up the phone. Mom, what's the matter? Mom didn't waste any time. Let your sister answer the phone. Okay. Qinzhe decisively gave in and passed the phone to her. Qin Bao rolled her eyes at her brother, then took a deep breath. Finally, she picked up the phone and stammered, "Mom, come home tomorrow?" Mom's voice had a rare hint of determination. Qin Bao's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her brother for help, but Qinzhe pretended not to see it. What's the matter, Mom? Since her brother was so weak, Qin Bao Bao could only shoulder the burden herself. Mom revealed, I found a match for you. He's handsome, young, and promising. He's 30 years old, has 3 houses and 2 cars. I heard that he's the deputy general manager of a private equity company. He's half in the same industry and has a common topic with your dad. Your dad also thinks that he's good. Qin Bao Bao and Qinzhe both heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Bao Bao said softly, I thought it was something serious. Okay, I'll go over tomorrow and meet him. Mom was dumbfounded when she saw her agree so readily. You agreed so quickly today? Yes, yes. Qin Bao Bao said obediently, I'm about the same age. I can't let you worry about me every day. If you like him, you can go out and find him. Mom was instantly moved. Tears welled up in her eyes on the other end of the phone. My Bao Bao has really grown up. Qinzhe stood at the side and complained in his heart. It's all because you two spoiled her. The mother and daughter hung up the phone. Qin Bao Bao exhaled heavily. I was almost scared to death. Since your plot hasn't been exposed, why are you going back? I'm going back to sound them out. I'm going to cut the internet cable at home. Qin Bao Bao stuck out her tongue. People were like that. The more guilty they were, the more they would compromise. Normally she wouldn't be willing to go back. Mom basically didn't go online, and Grandpa would only go online to read financial news. He definitely wouldn't pay attention to variety shows. What time are you going back tomorrow? After recording the show tomorrow, I'll drive straight home. I won't be back on the weekend. Qin Bao Bao looked at him meaningfully. You and Zijin stay at home. Don't mess around. You always think of me as a bad person, Qin Zhe said unhappily. On the internet, Weibo was in a frenzy. 9 p.m., waiting for, I Am a Singer. I haven't watched TV for many years. I'm waiting for the internet at 12 p.m. What's there to watch? There's no bullet screen or video. I've always watched shows on my computer. I'm looking forward to it. Li Shuigong's rock is so hot-blooded. I'm a die-hard fan of Li Shuigong. I can sing all of his songs. Rock is so high. Sob sob sob. I don't live in Shanghai. Otherwise I'd definitely go to the scene to support my idol. I'm looking forward to the PK between Huang Yuding and Li Shuigong. It'll be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to Qin Bao Bao drawing Li Shuigong. Ah. Qin Bao Bao is destined to be out. Which of those guests isn't more popular than her? Yeah. Chen Xiaodong's popularity has recovered in these few episodes. She's even more popular than Li Rongxing now. How is that possible? Chen Xiaodong is more popular than Li Rongxing? If you don't believe me, look at the show's official Weibo. There's a popularity poll. Chen Xiaodong is third, Huang Yuding is first, Li Shuigong is second, Li Rongxing is fourth, Hong Jingyao is fifth, and Qin Bao Bao is last. Bye-bye Qin Bao Bao. Let's take another look at Qin Bao Bao's big breasts and long legs. It's the last episode. Chapter 62. At around 7 p.m. Wang Zijin came home from work. She was wearing Qin Bao Bao's office uniform. She had no choice as it was the company's request. She had only brought a few pieces of clothes with her when she left home. She was too embarrassed to spend Qin Bao Bao's money. The office suits and business suits were the same. They were considered luxury goods and were too cheap. Everyone had sharp eyes and would be able to tell at a glance if you wore an office suit that cost a few hundred yuan. Qin Bao Bao's suit was from the brand only. It was not cheap and cost more than 30,000 yuan. However, it did not fit her well. Qin Bao Bao was taller than her and had bigger breasts. At the entrance she could already smell the aroma of Qin Zhe's cooking. Wang Zijin, who looked gentle on the outside but was cold on the inside, felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It felt good to come home from work and have someone cooking for you. This house was very small. It was more than 80 square meters. There were only 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom and 1 balcony. Compared to her luxurious house, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very warm here. She had an open-minded and unscheming best friend and a mature and steady boy who liked to peep at her. Here there was no burden, no scheming, no mask, and she could laugh and curse. She could feel at ease. She liked this place, liked the people here, liked her best friend, and also liked the boy who waved the spatula in the kitchen. He was talented, gentle, mature, and steady. He also had the innocence and naivety of a boy. Wang Zijin was used to men dancing around her. Some pretended to be cold, some pretended to be steady, and some pretended to be gentle. However, all of them had the same goal. Wang Zijin couldn't tell if he liked her for her beauty or her personality. He always liked to strike up a conversation with her and try to please her. He never hid his feelings, but he could always maintain a clear look in his eyes. Wang Zijin did not like him yet. However, she did not mind him dancing around her and did not mind giving him a chance. The only bad thing was probably the way he interacted with his sister. It always felt out of place. It was clearly not the way siblings interacted, but it gave you an impeccable sense of harmony. When she finished changing into her slippers, Qin Zhe happened to come out of the kitchen with the dishes. Qin Bao Bao said that you had diarrhea last night and your hands and feet were cold. You must have been exposed to too much air conditioning. I've made black chicken yam soup for you. Take it for a week and you'll be fine. Qin Zhe placed the dishes on the table and walked into the kitchen. I'll help you with the rice. Wang Zijin's eyes moved as she looked at his back. For a moment, she had the illusion that she was a married person with a warm little nest. When she came home from work, the lights were on, and the fragrance of food wafted in the kitchen. Her husband had prepared a meal and was waiting for her to come home. The face of the husband was blurry, but when it gradually became clear, it actually looked a little like Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin shook her head and threw the messy thoughts out of her mind. She glanced at the dining table and smiled. That's all? There were 2 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. The soup was black chicken yam soup. This was the amount for 2 people. Qin Bao Bao was called home by my mother to go on a blind date. I'm not sure if she will be back this weekend. Qin Zhe came out of the kitchen and said indifferently, "Let her be. It's good that she's not here. It's quiet." Wang Zijin looked at him amusedly. She ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, "Pour me a cup of warm water." "Okay." Qin Zhe got up and poured the water happily. After dinner, Wang Zijin took a shower and locked herself in the room. She did not come out again. Qin Zhe continued to study his stocks. If he could understand something, he would use his brain. It was too complicated and cumbersome. He directly exchanged for relevant knowledge in the system. On the third day after the licensing contract was sent out, the top Chinese music chart gave him a full copyright fee of 300,000 yuan. Qin Zhe invested the money in the stock market yesterday. He did not dare to fill up his portfolio. He spent 20,000 yuan to buy an infrastructure stock. He got off to a good start and earned him a 5% profit. However, when the stock opened the next day, it opened at a price far lower than the closing price of the first day. It continued to fall. When it closed, it fell by 3%. According to the law, if it fell one day, it needed to rise 2 days to make up for it. It was equivalent to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Even in the bull market, the rise and fall of each stock was uncertain. It rose and fell, and one could not say that it was a sure win. In the bull market, it was common for people to draw water with a bamboo basket. Qin Zhe did not think that he had made a mistake. Instead, he was relieved. According to the weekly trend, this stock was very strong, controlled by the banker. The rise and fall trend should be the banker suppressing the stock. However, he did not dare to do it too much. He was afraid that the individual investors would be frightened. From this, it could be concluded that this stock would soar in a short time. Therefore, Qin Zhe bought another 50,000 yuan. He did not dare to tell Qin Bao about the 300,000 yuan copyright fee. Qin Bao was so poor that she was crazy. Moreover, she had the character of a prodigal woman. If she knew that he had this money, she would try her best to get it from him. Qin Zhe's malicious speculation about his sister was not without reason. This was the conclusion of his experience. Soon it was 12 o'clock in the evening. Qin Zhe closed the stock market interface, clicked on the browser, and watched this episode of I Am a Singer. The door opened. Wang Zijin walked out sleepily. Her hair was fluffy and her eyes were half closed. She was dignified and bright, but there was a little bit of naivety. Qin Zhe just thought that she was going to pee in the middle of the night and ignored her. Wang Zijin sat down next to him. Her voice was soft and hoarse. "Has it started?" "Yes." Qin Zhe turned his head. "Do you want to watch?" "I specially took a nap so that I could watch the show. The internet said that Bao Bao would definitely lose." Wang Zijin glanced at him. "Bao Bao lost?" "I'm not sure. I prepared 2 songs for her. Even if she lost the first round, she can still win the revival round. She didn't tell me the details. After the show, she went home and didn't even call me." "If she doesn't call, can't you fight?" Wang Zijin complained. Qin Zhe said in his heart. "I don't need to fight. Once Qin Bao was okay, the system would send a notification that the mission failed and I would also die. Now that I'm safe and sound, it means that she stayed on the stage." The show started. The stage was lit up with bright neon lights. The audience was looking forward to it. The camera passed by and switched to the backstage. In the hall, the host Yin Jia said to the 5 singers with a smile, "For this episode, our show has invited a mystery guest. Are you looking forward to it?" Li Rongxing laughed and scolded, "What are you looking forward to?" "It's teacher Li Xuegang. His Weibo is all over it." The singers all laughed. Qin Bao Bao was also laughing, but her smile was a little stiff and unnatural. Li Xuegang said that he would avenge his wife, Xue Mei. It was obvious that he was targeting her. The public opinion on the internet was not small. She was under a lot of pressure. "Okay, then let's get straight to the point. Let's invite this god out of the room." Yinjia waved her little fist at the camera. "Everyone follow me." Qin Zhe suddenly said, "I'll open the bullet screen." Wang Zijin nodded. Just then the door of the replacement singer opened. Yinjia shouted exaggeratedly at the camera, "It's teacher Li Xuegang. Friends and audience, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" The bullet screen was filled with laughter. "Ha, such exaggerated acting skills. She's so cute. Surprise your ass. The whole China knows that Li Xuegang is this episode's replacement singer. Ah. Front row, finally my idol is here. Idol, I love you. China's best man, he's here to avenge his wife. Please cut the camera to Qin Bao Bao, I want to see her trembling." Big-breasted girl said in fear, "It's over." In the show, Yinjia shook hands with Li Xuegang enthusiastically. Teacher Li Shuigang, I've been looking forward to seeing you. With you on our stage will be even more dazzling. Li Shuigang said modestly, you're flattering me. We can all learn from each other. The director of the show told me, our stage lacks a rock singer. I said, why don't we invite Teacher Li Shuigang? The director said, don't joke, Teacher Li Shuigang can't be invited. Yin Jia exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, oh my god, I didn't expect you to agree. We didn't have much hope. It's mainly because I've been quite free recently and… Li Shuigang said helplessly, this is a political mission. My boss wants me to do it. The bullet screen, pfft, political mission? No problem, haha. Wife-spoiling maniac Li Shuigang. He's here to avenge his wife, right? He's here to ruin Qin Bao Bao's show. Big-breasted girl, I want to see her. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao's expression must be very interesting. This is the show's effect. Actually, Li Shuigang may not really want to compete with Qin Bao Bao. It's possible. Variety shows are all like this. The old tricks of variety shows, creating a couple, creating contradictions, creating suspense and forcing jokes, were all scripted. Regarding the online conflict between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang, some people also held a conspiracy theory, thinking that it was planned by the show's crew. Yin Jia said, recently, there's a rumor circulating on the internet that you came to our show this time to ruin it. You want to avenge Teacher Shui Mei. Li Shuigang waved his hand. Let's learn from each other. I don't mean to target anyone, but on the stage, when singers compete, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Can you tell me what you think of Qin Bao Bao? I've watched the first 2 episodes of the show. Qin Bao Bao's songs are very good. I'm looking forward to competing with her. Only saying that the songs were good, but not the singing skills, implied that Qin Bao Bao won with her songs. Chapter 63. In the hall, the singers were drawing lots. As a newcomer, Li Shuigang was pushed out for the first draw. He reached into the box and quickly took out a ball. He glanced at it and pointed the number at the camera. Number 2. Li Rongxing was still exaggerating and humorous. He muttered that he had drawn number 1. Huang Yuting drew. Number 3. Li Rongxing laughed exaggeratedly. Successfully avoided 2 big enemies. Ah. The bullet screen was filled with laughter. The audience was amused by him. Hong Jingyao drew number 3. He shrugged and said helplessly, Mr. Huang, it's finally time for us to fight. Huang Yuting smiled. Let's not fight. You can do whatever you want. It's not our turn to fight. Hong Jingyao was stunned. He looked at Qin Xiaotong, who was walking to the box. It was up to her whether the two would fight or not. Her draw was very important. The audience, including the long-awaited PK match between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang, only wanted to see if Qin Xiaotong drew number 3 or 2. Qin Xiaotong took out the number and was stunned. The camera froze on her stunned face. Commercial time. Damn, she dropped the ball at the crucial moment. What did she draw? Damn commercial. This commercial is well inserted. Let me say, damn it. I've already taken off my pants and you're showing me this? Qin Zhe pressed the fast-forward button and filtered out the commercial time. Because it was an advertisement in the show, it could be manually fast-forwarded. If it was an advertisement on an online platform, it could only count down. The camera cut back. Qin Xiaotong took out the number ball from the box. She looked at it and was stunned. Everyone was on tenterhooks as if a cat was scratching their hearts. What did this expression mean? Number 3 or number 2? They wished they could go into the screen and see for themselves. It was too suspenseful. At this moment the screen changed. Commercial time. This time it was an online advertisement. There was no way to fast forward. Could only count down. Qin Zhe cursed. Wang Zijin subconsciously slapped him and said, "Don't swear." After saying that, she was stunned. What does his swearing have to do with me? Why did I subconsciously blame and criticize him? Oh, I'm used to it. Qin Zhe smiled. Qin Bao Bao never criticizes me. Sister Ziwei, you're more like my sister. Wang Zijin panicked for no reason. Yes, Qin Zhe was right. Her subconscious action was because in her heart, Qin Zhe was an intimate and important person. It was just like how parents would criticize their children when they heard their children curse. An elder sister would also blame her younger brother when she heard him curse. Also, when a woman heard her boyfriend curse, she would also blame him. Which one was it? His parents definitely weren't. Elder sister? Yes, it must be elder sister. While Wang Zijin was lost in her thoughts, the commercial break ended and the show continued. She suppressed her complicated emotions and tried to focus her attention on the show. What number? What did I get? Several singers poked their heads out of curiosity. Qin Xiaotong showed the number ball and said sweetly, "Number 1. Everyone was in an uproar. Yin Jia covered her mouth. She was acting. She knew that Qin Baobao was destined to compete with Li Shuigang today because the program crew would do something behind the scenes. However, she still had to act. Huang Yuding raised the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Li Rongxing cast a pitiful look at Qin Baobao. This girl was unlucky. He was gloating a little. After yesterday's rehearsal, he had struck up a conversation with Qin Baobao. His handsome face, magnetic voice, and roguish smile had always been Li Rongxing's trump card. Girls all fell for it. However, Qin Baobao was very polite to him. Yes, polite. In the end, Li Rongxing couldn't get her phone number, let alone add her on WeChat. Although he could ask for it from the program crew, it was too boring. Li Rongxing didn't know that from the first time they met, he had been blacklisted by Qin Baobao because of his jumpy personality and signature naughty smile. What a joke. Old Master Qin was a decent person. The children he raised naturally hated the naughty temperament. Qin Zhe looked very decent, gentle, and humble. Qin Baobao looked like a vixen, natural appearance, but she was actually a very decent girl. Hong Jingyao sighed. This was the so-called what you fear will happen. Li Shuigang narrowed his eyes slightly. His pupils flashed with mockery. Qin Baobao was always the last to draw lots. She didn't have to do it herself every time. This wasn't because of her high status. On the contrary, if she didn't draw lots, she would have less screen time. The program crew gave the opportunity to appear on screen to the singers. She didn't get a chance. The bullet screen was lively. The screen was full of exclamations. F***ck, is this for real? Is it true? Qin Baobao really PK with Li Shuigang. It's over. My big-breasted girl is going to be eliminated. Aha, interesting. Let's wait for Li Shuigang to beat Qin Baobao. I can't wait to see the votes. There must be a difference between heaven and earth. Place your bets. The final votes are Qin Baobao, 0, Li Shuigang, 500. Tears of sympathy for my goddess. I like Qin Baobao very much, but it's almost impossible for her to win. That's for sure. Qin Baobao is good, but it depends on who she's competing with. How can she sing better than Li Shuigang? He's the king of rock and roll. He's a good singer. Unless Qin Baobao sings rock and roll, it's impossible for her to win. She can't win even if she sings rock and roll. Qin Baobao can sing rock and roll? Can she sing well? Can she beat Li Shuigang? Maybe she can sing an original rock and roll song. Okay, that's not very likely. I'll spoil it. Qin Baobao won. Li Shuigang entered the revival round. Hong Jingyao is the one eliminated this week. I'll spoil it too. Qin Baobao lost. Qin Baobao is eliminated. Qin Baobao goodbye. Spoiler, damn your whole family. How is that possible? Li Shuigang will lose? I'll livestream myself eating sh*t. That's impossible. People who say such things are stupid. I didn't watch TV, but I'll say it here. If Li Shuigang loses, I'll livestream myself cutting off his dick. Are the audience blind? Deaf. How many fans does Li Shuigang have? He's almost invincible. Yeah, unless he PK with Huang Yuding. But that's obviously impossible. Qin Baobao is too unlucky. There are too many highlights this week. So exciting, so exciting. The first group of singers was Qin Xiaotong and Li Rongxing. Qin Xiaotong went on stage under the soft lighting. She had changed into a gorgeous outfit, in the style of an opera house. She was singing an opera today, but it wasn't a traditional opera. She added a lot of pop music elements to make the opera more relaxed and cheerful. Like sleeping, like breathing, like a dream, like reality. This call of life makes my heart tremble. Is it a spirit or someone beside me? This Midnight Phantom song calls to me. Ah, you and I resonate. This soul you can't wake up. With your fragile soul beside me. This Midnight Phantom song calls to you. You're an imprisoned spirit, born for the night. I live for you during the day. Ah, the audience was shocked and swayed their arms. The comments were also lively. This soprano, I'm impressed. She can even control an opera. My Xiaotong is amazing. She's a former diva after all. Her voice is finally back. How can her lung capacity be so big? She can sing for half a day without stopping. Soprano. 666. This is true strength. She can adapt to all kinds of songs, unlike Qin Baobao who can only sing love songs. If she were to sing an opera, she'd definitely be at a loss. She's a newcomer after all. Qin Baobao cried and said, "You're all bullying me. I'm going to find my brother to seek justice. Aha, her brother's story is going viral. I have a brother. Who's afraid of? The world is big, but my brother is the biggest. The world is big, but my brother is the most powerful. I've been listening to her brother for almost a month. Who is her brother? You really believe she has a brother? Young man, simple and unsophisticated. Chapter 64. Qin Xiaotong bowed and left the stage. Yin Jia said loudly, "How was teacher Xiaotong singing?" "Great. That was great." The audience's response was like a tsunami. The camera panned to them, each of their faces brimming with excitement. Yin Jia talked for a few minutes and waited for the audience to calm down before she said loudly, "Let's welcome the next singer, Li Rongxing." Cheers burst out. The applause was thunderous. Li Rongxing changed into a leather jacket and pants. His hair was combed neatly and his face was covered with shiny laser powder. It's raining outside the window. His figure appears at the street corner. The people in the room look at him with tenderness. And I'm standing at the edge of your world. No matter how desolate the world is. I love you and don't feel lonely. A stubborn girl hiding in her heart. Uhuhu, da la 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 la. Li Rongxing sang a familiar sad love song. It was very popular some time ago, but he was not in a good state today. There were a few mistakes and tremors in his voice. The audience might not be able to tell if the singer made a mistake, but when it came to love songs, with Baby Qin's outstanding performances in the first 2 episodes, the audience's ears were already picky. When they heard Li Rongxing sing the same type of sad love song, they were instantly not convinced. What's going on? Li Rongxing is not in the right state today. It's average and he chose the wrong song. I only admire Qin Baobao when it comes to sad love songs. It's not as ethereal as legend, nor is it as simple as fairy tale. The lyrics are touching. Fairy tale makes me feel touched, sad and helpless. Few songs can surpass it in terms of emotions. At least there shouldn't be a song like this year. Even Qin Baobao can't do it. I like Qin Xiaotong's opera. Her voice is excellent. The voting began. Qin Xiaotong, 236 votes. Li Rongxing, 204 votes. 60 people abstained. Qin Xiaotong beamed with joy and bowed to the audience again to thank them. Li Rongxing was also smiling, but it was a bit forced. He was overtaken. In the first episode, he had surpassed Qin Xiaotong in terms of popularity. This was only the 3rd episode, and her popularity was gradually recovering. Her singing skills were also gradually recovering. Qin Xiaotong was gradually getting better. Now, she had already surpassed him in both popularity and singing skills. That was why it was said that variety shows, especially musical variety shows, were the easiest to create stars. The talent shows that were popular a few years ago had created batch after batch of singers. The most outstanding ones were now A-listers. It did not seem impossible for Qin Xiaotong to return to the top with the help of I Am a Singer. There was also Qin Baobao, an unknown newcomer who was now famous. Then, next up is the singer that everyone is looking forward to the most. Yin Jia deliberately paused. Are you looking forward to it? I can't wait. The clamor was like a tidal wave. Let's welcome the singer Li Shuigang. Yin Jia shouted. Sonorous and powerful music sounded at the right time, adding to the atmosphere. On the bullet screen, netizens were discussing, Teacher Li Shuigang has appeared. I'm looking forward to Teacher Shuigang's rock and roll. Everyone start moving. Shake your heads. I don't really like rock, but I like Li Shuigang's rock. *CK There are too many comments. I'm blocking my idol. Turn off the comments to save IQ. There were too many comments on the computer and it affected the viewing. Qin Zhe suggested, how about I turn off the comments? Wang Zijin shook her head. The comments are quite interesting. Leave them on. Interesting, right? Qin Zhe laughed. The comments are always more interesting than the show. Wang Zijin asked, do you often post comments too? Qin Zhe nodded. Wang Zijin thought for a while and tilted her head. Keyboard warrior. Qin Zhe's expression changed. Sister Ziwei, you can't say things like that. Wang Zijin blinked. Qin Zhe said, keyboard warrior is a derogatory term. It generally refers to those who maneuver freely and make decisions on the internet. But in real life they are timid and cowardly people. On the same level as them, there are also the receiver and the spare tire. Wang Zijin said, oh, I know about the spare tire. It's the story of the goddess and the loser. But what's the receiver? Bao Bao said that you are the receiver. Qin Zhe vomited blood and was furious. Qin Bao Bao said that I am the receiver? I'm going to fight it out with her. It was a great humiliation. Wang Zijin covered her mouth and laughed. The original words were, "My brother has been a coward since he was young. He's too ordinary. My mother and I are worried about him. We're afraid that he won't be able to find a wife in the future, so he's probably the receiver." The veins on Qin Zhe's forehead bulged. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What did she mean? The receiver? Meh. She's only going home today. Otherwise, I would have hung her up and beaten her, Qin Zhe said angrily. So this is my image in my sister's eyes. Saying that a man is the receiver is the same as saying to your face, "You are incompetent." There's no difference. Wang Zijin glanced at him. Actually, I'm not that curious. I'll baidu myself later. Qin Zhe seems to be very angry. The show continued. Li Shuigong held a guitar and went on stage. He had long hair tied into a ponytail. He wore a gaudy silver leather jacket, leather pants and boots, the standard outfit of a rock musician. Li Shuigong bowed to the audience, raised his head, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a few breaths, he turned his head and nodded to the band. The music exploded without warning. The storm-like electric guitar, the loud and sonorous saxophone, the rhythmic drums. It was as if all the music was playing at the same time. It was loud, sonorous and chaotic. At first glance it seemed chaotic. But if you listened carefully you would feel that it was very rhythmic. Rock originated in the United States in the mid-1950s. It was mainly influenced by rhythm and blues, country music and clank alley music. There were many branches of rock music and its forms were complex. The main styles were folk rock, art rock, psychedelic rock, country rock, heavy metal, punk and so on. Many people, including some musicians, did not know what rock was. Rock was a very broad concept. It included a series of thoughts and cultural movements that accompanied the birth of rock music. In layman's terms, it was non-mainstream. However, non-mainstream was still not enough to describe rock. What was rock? There was no accurate answer. Some people said that rock was explosive music, music that tore the eardrums. Some people said that rock was a kind of destruction. Some people said that rock was a kind of spirit. There was no clear definition of rock. It was not expressed in the explosive music, but in the spirit. It was a kind of spirit of breaking away from feudal etiquette and not taking the ordinary path. Its characteristics were maverick, singing when you want to and not sticking to a pattern. In martial arts novels, it was a realm where no moves were better than having moves. There was no sword in the hand, but there was a sword in the heart. Even if you were not a professional musician or singer, you could still sing boldly and sing when you want to. However, all the popular rock music in the world had a sense of rhythm and explosive music. As mentioned earlier, non-mainstream rock music was one of the ideas of rock music. Loud and explosive music could reflect this point very concretely. Standing under the light gray sky. Destined to walk with suffering and responsibility. Walking on the journey of life. Life is withering fast. Crossing the tide of the long journey. Even if we bleed and die, our spirit will last forever, forever, forever. Li Shuigong shook his head and his limbs followed the rhythm. His voice was majestic and high, a natural rock voice. The audience below the stage was also high. Their bodies uncontrollably followed the rhythm and danced. The scene was emotional. Li Shuigong was singing one of his representative works. Anyone could hum a few lines of a song that the audience was familiar with. Backstage, several singers watched the performance through the screen. Qin Xiaotong twisted her waist and followed the rhythm. Her mouth opened and closed. Huang Yuding snapped his fingers and swayed his body to the rhythm. After the rock song was finished, the audience exploded. The cheers and applause were like a tide and a gale, almost blowing the roof off. Hundreds of audience members shouted and clapped desperately. They were enthusiastic and excited. The bullet screen was like snowflakes. The golden voice of the music industry. 666, this is rock. The rock that makes people's blood boil. The rock that makes people can't help but get high. This is music. I like this kind of emotional music. I don't like love songs. It feels like they're just moaning for no reason. I really want to listen to Li Shuigong's rock song again. It's a pity that he won't be able to enter the revival round. What a pity. Everyone, let's get high. What, he's finished? I haven't had my fill yet. I feel like I'm on drugs. I can't stop at all. Backstage, the singers were also discussing. Hong Jingyao said, the quality is too high. He's a live singer. He's really good. Qin Xiaotong exclaimed, how can he sing so high? Huang Yuding laughed and said, your opera is also a high note. You don't have to be envious of others. Qin Xiaotong waved her hand and said with a wry smile, mine is different. I feel like his real life is smooth all the way. Hong Jingyao laughed and teased, "Are you saying that he's stubborn?" "What? I'm just admiring his voice." Qin Xiaotong also laughed. At this moment the cameraman switched the camera to Qin Bao. Qin Bao was expressionless, like a beautiful rose that was silently blooming. Although the audience did not think highly of her, they couldn't deny that she was an outstanding beauty. Qin Bao didn't say anything, but that didn't mean that the others wouldn't. Yin Jiao pretended to be curious. "Bao Bao, as the next singer to appear on stage, is there a lot of pressure?" Qin Bao Bao smiled. "It's all right. Tell us about the song you'll be singing for us." Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment. "A love song." Then the camera switched to the singers backstage. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao and Yin Jia should have left the hall. Li Rongxing suddenly said, "What song did she sing during the rehearsal yesterday?" He had a job to do yesterday. He had to shoot an advertisement and didn't have time to wait for Qin Bao Bao. Hong Jingyao laughed and said, "She didn't sing." Li Rongxing was stunned. Huang Yuting nodded. "Brother Hong and I were there yesterday. She really didn't sing. She just hummed and didn't sing the lyrics." The live comments, "She didn't sing during the rehearsal? Is she desperate? She's just going for broke. If it were me, I would also be discouraged. Her future is bleak. She's going to be eliminated anyway. Yeah, no matter who she gets, she won't make it." Someone analyzed it online. The camera switched to the stage. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a simple outfit today. She wore denim shorts and a white t-shirt. Her chestnut-colored curly hair was let down and she wore light makeup. The lights alternately shone on her body. Her well-proportioned figure and long legs without stockings. The sorrowful sound of an eru sounded. Whether it was the audience off stage or the audience in front of the computer, they were all stunned. In pop music, the chances of an eru appearing on stage were not high. Eru? This rhythm sounds okay. There's an inexplicable sense of sadness. It's a sad love song again. She's really the queen of love songs. But we're a little tired of listening to it. Do you dare to change the style? Another love song? Moaning about nothing, forcing new worries? I want to listen to rock. It sounds like a love song. The sound of an eru is also naturally sad. But why is there an electric guitar and drum accompaniment? It's too loud and uncoordinated. Be a little more polite. After all, this is Qin Bao Bao's last performance. At this moment, a live comment appeared. "High energy ahead." A few seconds later, dozens of "high energy ahead" messages floated by and almost filled the entire screen. What's the situation? Damn, so many people? Are they crazy? What's going on? High energy ahead again. Are you guys interested? Speaking of which, there are a lot of people with high energy. Have you guys been lurking? Sitting in front of the computer, I'm dumbfounded. Those who didn't know what was going on spammed the live comments. But soon they all fell silent because Qin Bao Bao started singing. Chapter 65. Qin Bao Bao's magnetic and melodious voice rang out. At first, I only believed that the greatest thing was feelings. In the end, I powerlessly saw that the strongest thing was fate. You still chose to go back. He pierced your heart, but you refused to wake up. You said that love was a dream. I can only return the happiness I borrowed from you. The soothing and sad music suddenly became louder at this moment. The audience, who were immersed in the low music, trembled and looked surprised. Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and suddenly sang, "The loneliest thing is to stay but not stay." Not finished yet, only the gentle farewell song remains. The second before the heart breaks, we embrace each other in silence. The heartbeat sends you the bitter farewell song. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded by Qin Bao Bao's singing. This is rock? Love song rock. Li Shuigong was dumbfounded. Huang Yuting's eyebrows twitched. Hong Jingyao was dumbfounded. Li Rongxing's expression was the most exaggerated. His eyes and mouth were wide open and he looked stunned. Qin Xiaodong's reaction was exaggerated. She suddenly bounced up from the sofa. After a short silence, the bullet screen went crazy. This rock? Damn, Qin Bao Bao is going to defy nature. Rock, it's rock, but how can it be a love song? It doesn't conform to the rhythm of a love song at all. I'm convinced. My Bao Bao is amazing. How many original works do you have? How many masterpieces do you have? This is the best of the best. How is it possible? How can she have so many original works? God, love songs can be sung like this? Rock can be sung like this? It turns out that love songs don't have to be sad or sweet. They can also be interpreted with exciting music? The music industry is going to be shaken. It's definitely going to be shaken. It's the first rock love song. 666, everyone follow me. Then the screen was full of 666, as if only in this way could the audience express the excitement and shock in their hearts. It turns out that love is a kind of willfulness. Shouldn't think too much. Love is not smart. It's only willing. You still choose to go back? Qin Bao Bao continued singing. Throughout the song she did not open her eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she immersed herself in the song. The audience held their breaths, immersed in the explosive rock music, immersed in helplessness and sadness. Qin Bao Bao screamed at the top of her lungs, "He stabbed your heart, but you refused to wake up. You said that love is a dream. I can only return the happiness that I borrowed from you. The loneliest thing is to want to stay but not be able to. I'm not done yet. Only Li Gu is gentle." Ignoring the audience's reaction and the upcoming voting, she was completely immersed in her song. In her mind she recalled Qin Zhe's words. Imagine that you are a woman who has fallen out of love. The person you love the most, the person you can't let go of the most, well, he abandoned you. Qin Bao Bao said, "You like Wang Zijin?" Qin Zhe was taken aback. This song is about helplessness. The person I love doesn't love me back. Instead of pain and despair, he might as well let go and sing farewell song. The second before the heartbreak. Holding each other tightly in silence. My heart beats to send you a bitter farewell song. The loneliest thing is to want to stay but not be able to. I'm not done yet. Only Li Gu is gentle. You want to pursue her, right? Yes. No matter how hoarse her voice was, Qin Bao Bao bent over as Qin Zhe's words echoed in her mind. The second before the heartbreak. Holding each other tightly in silence. My heart beats to send you a bitter farewell song. You can't see but you can always hear the farewell song. The music slowly subsided until it was silent. Under the soft intertwining lights, Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and bowed slightly. A moment later, applause broke out. It was far louder than any of the previous ones. It was louder than Lu Xuegong, Li Rongxing and Qin Xiaotong. Everyone stood up at the same time. The scene was boiling. All kinds of sounds were intertwined, screaming, clapping, shouting. Some people danced excitedly, some cried out in tears, and some just roared to vent their excitement. A rock song, a love song, and a farewell song. Backstage, Huang Yuding didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's true. She gives me a shock every episode. He was slightly frightened. After this episode, how popular would this girl be? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Li Rongxing. He estimated that she was only a little less popular than Li Rongxing. The first three excellent songs made Qin Bao Bao famous. Today's farewell song really established her position in the music industry, a new generation of female singers. The appearance of the farewell song made everyone's eyes light up, especially the singers in the rock industry. Love songs could be sung like this and rock songs could be sung like this. Hong Jingyao murmured, I want to know who the composer and lyricist of this song is. His words aroused the curiosity of Qin Xiaotong and the others. They whispered to each other. No one could guess. There were two theories. 1. Qin Bao Bao's song was written by her brother. 2. Star Art Company was promoting her. There were contradictions in both theories. The first guess was that there was no singer in the world who could write 4 excellent songs in one go. Not a single one. A person's inspiration was limited. Out of a few or a dozen songs, it was considered good to have one excellent song. Some singers had many excellent songs in one album, but they weren't written by a single composer. The second guess was that Star Art Company had no reason or resources to promote a newcomer. Everyone was in the industry and knew the rules. No entertainment company would do this. For excellent songs. Looking at the tempo, 1 song per episode, the price was too high. Unless your background was really big. Was Qin Bao Bao someone with a big background? Everyone's imagination ran wild. The singers were guessing, the audience was guessing too. The bullet screen didn't quiet down. Instead it became more and more intense. What's Qin Bao Bao's background? F***ck, she came out of nowhere and wrote 4 heaven-defying songs. This is completely illogical. Star Art Company is promoting her? She's the daughter of the chairman? Don't joke. Star Art's chairman doesn't believe in Qin. She's more like a lover. Looking at it, Qin Bao Bao's legs are long and slender. She's definitely a virgin. She shouldn't be a rich man's mistress. It's not this and it's not that. Then what's going on? Was it really written by her brother? Maybe. Her brother's Weibo, watching childhood from afar. Don't thank me, I'm Lei Feng. Which god can check Qin Bao Bao's background? I'll reward you handsomely. The voting results came out quickly. Qin Bao Bao, 255 votes. Li Shuigang, 245 votes. This result shocked everyone. Of course, Qin Bao Bao's song was shocking. But who was Li Shuigang? The king of rock and roll. He was a big name in the music industry. Even Huang Yuding didn't dare to say he could beat him. But the result was, although it was only 10 votes, Li Shuigang did lose. This was awkward. A rock star lost to a newcomer in the music industry, and it was a crushing defeat. The voting audience probably had this thought. Anyway, Li Shuigang has a lot of fans. If I don't vote, others will. So they chose Farewell Song. They were stunned by this song. Li Shuigang's face was completely black. He almost couldn't maintain his image. He lost a lot of face. How could a rock star endure this? Qin Zhe stretched and let out a breath. It's over. Sister Ziwei, I'm going to sleep. What about you? The rest of the program was no longer important. Wang Zijin smiled. Go to sleep. I'll watch for a while. I'm not sleepy. She watched as Qin Zhe walked into the room and closed the door. She turned her head and typed on the keyboard, "Take her." After a while, Wang Zijin held her stomach and laughed. She was afraid that Qin Zhe would find out, so she quickly covered her mouth. She laughed until her stomach twitched. No wonder he was so angry. So this was what "take her" meant. Chapter 66. The next day, the news on the internet rushed to report. The shock of the rock world, Li Guo. I Am a Singer makes another excellent song. Qin Bao Bao, are you going to defy the heavens? Li Ji's debut may be the first song of the rock world. Li Shuigang's defeat at the hands of a newcomer. The genius of the music world, who's the author of Li Guo? Hot word of the year, brother Qin Bao Bao. You see, Li Shuigang cries, audience falls silent. At 8:30 in the morning, Qin Zhe stood in front of the toilet, peeing while talking to his sister. I knew I was going to be popular, but I didn't expect it to be this popular. The news notifications on my phone are all about, I Am a Singer, and my name. Bao Bao is scared to death. Qin Bao Bao's voice was very low and sneaky. Where's Mom? Qin Zhe asked. She's making breakfast. I hid in the bathroom and called you. Dad is reading the newspaper in the living room. They didn't find anything, right? Qin Zhe subconsciously lowered his voice. No. Qin Bao Bao whispered, I cut the internet cable at home. Dad and Mom can't go online. Qin Bao Bao had a discussion with him and concluded that there were 3 channels for her parents to know the truth. The internet, TV, and relatives. The 2 elders didn't have a news app on their phones, so the mobile channel was ruled out. Her mother didn't like to go online, but her grandfather often went online to read financial news and stocks. Although he had no interest in the entertainment industry, advertising was everywhere now, and there would be advertising news on financial and economic websites. So Qin Bao Bao went to cut the internet cable to eliminate this hidden danger. The biggest problem was relatives. Her parents didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, but her relatives and friends would. It was impossible for her parents to know nothing about her daughter becoming a big star in this age of information explosion. I've talked to my relatives and they won't say anything. As for Dad and Mom's friends, I'm not sure, Qin Bao Bao said carefully. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. This will happen sooner or later. You have to be mentally prepared. Qin Zhe comforted her. The only hope is that you can become successful. When that time comes, what's done can't be undone. If old master objects again, you can throw the money at his face. Bah, do you think my life is too long? Qin Bao Bao imagined the scene and giggled. Qin Zhe suddenly thought of something and said with a calm face, Qin Bao Bao, what do you mean by taking over a business? Qin Bao Bao sounded confused. Try to recall if you ever said anything to Sister Ziwei that you shouldn't have, Qin Zhe said gloomily. I have no idea what you're talking about. Qin Bao Bao played dumb and quickly ended the topic. Oh, my mom's calling me for breakfast. I'll stop here. Bye-bye. Hey, Qin Zhe said, hello twice. She hung up when the phone rang. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone and let out a long breath. She immediately gritted her teeth and sent a message to Wang Zijin angrily. Wang Zijin, you can do it. You also told him that Qin Zhe is taking over a business. Where's our revolutionary friendship? Where's our sisterhood? Just you wait. If I get beaten up by him tonight, you won't have a good time either. Wang Zijin sent a confused emoji. Bao Bao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't play dumb. Qin Bao Bao replied with a flips table emoji. You're my sister. Why are you afraid of him? Wang Zijin replied with a surprised emoji. Qin Bao Bao replied with a hee-hee emoji. He'll press me down on the sofa and spank me. I've never beaten him since high school. Wang Zijin sent a, "I'm so scared that I dropped my dried fish" emoji. This pair of siblings, Qin Baobao replied with a knock on the head emoji. Wang Zijin, who told you to speak ill of him? Taking over a business is a derogatory term. Any man would be angry. She looked it up on the internet. That's why I'm only telling you. I treat you as my best friend, but you betrayed me. The point is, how can you talk about your brother like that? Wang Zijin said helplessly, Okay, I was wrong. I didn't know what taking over a business was. If Qin Zhe wants to beat me up, you have to stop him. Qin Baobao was most afraid of being beaten up. Okay. At the dining table, Qin Baobao was happily chatting with her best friend. Qin Ma was sitting next to her, and the head of the family was sitting opposite her. Grandpa Xing knocked on the table and scolded, "Don't play with your phone when you're eating." Qin Baobao pursed her lips and put her phone aside obediently. Mom smiled and said, "Why isn't Ace back?" Qin Baobao drank a mouthful of hot porridge, swallowed it, and answered her mother's question. "My high school classmate came to my place to play, so Qin Zhe stayed to accompany her." Mom was interested. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "A girl, my best friend. She's very beautiful." Qin Baobao smiled. Ace couldn't even walk when he saw her. Qin Ma replied with an "oh," but she was actually a little disappointed. Grandpa Xing frowned. "Don't always think that a toad can eat swan meat. A woman who's too beautiful is not necessarily suitable to be a wife." Qin Baobao said coquettishly, "Mom, look at Dad." Mom said unhappily, "What do you mean by that? Oh, my daughter is not beautiful? Does that mean she can't get married?" Grandpa Xing was speechless. He was afraid that his son could not handle a woman who was too beautiful, so Grandpa Xing did not like women who were too flirtatious. However, there was a flirtatious daughter at home. "Baobao, let me tell you, tonight's blind date is very outstanding. She's a distant relative of one of my good friends. Her family background is clean, and her character is good. Mom is very satisfied. You can't be like before, meeting her symbolically and saying that you don't like her. You're already 25 years old. If you drag this on, you'll really become a 30-year-old old lady." Qin Baobao thought to herself, "I graduated from university less than 2 years ago. How can I be an old lady?" "I know, Mom. Stop nagging. Your son doesn't have a girlfriend either. You child, can't you listen to the words of your elders? I'll only have time to find a wife for Qin Zhe after you've arranged your marriage. It'll save you from seniority. Your older sister hasn't gotten married, and your younger brother has started a family first?" Qin Ma tirelessly taught her daughter. Then she suddenly said, "By the way, how's that Wang Zijin? Bring her home to meet us someday." Qin Baobao looked confused. "Didn't you say that Ace likes her?" Qin Baobao frowned slightly and hurriedly waved her hand. "Hey, I'm just saying. Zijin has high standards. She won't like your son. Don't worry about it. Just let Qin Zhe be." Grandpa Sheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Baobao, let me ask you. What has Ace been doing at home recently?" "He stays at home all day," Qin Baobao said casually. Grandpa Sheng slammed the table and said angrily, "Can't you speak properly? You answer whatever I ask you. Where did you learn this attitude?" Qin Baobao was shocked. She had always been afraid of Grandpa Sheng. She pulled a long face. "Dad, I go to work every day. How would I know what he's doing? At night, I see that he often goes online to look at stocks. I don't know what he's doing." "Stocks?" Grandpa Sheng raised his eyebrows. "Did he say anything?" Qin Baobao bit her chopsticks and looked at the ceiling. She recalled. "He said that the stock market is going to soar. He wants to make a fortune in the stock market. He said that he can't just watch you show off. He also wants to make a lot of money and beat you. That's about it." Grandpa Sheng's mouth twitched. The stock market was indeed going to soar, but ordinary people couldn't see it. Those who could see it were professionals or experienced shareholders. Qin Zhe could see it. Grandpa Sheng was relieved and surprised. He asked again, "Did he learn Russian?" Qin Baobao chuckled. "His English is a mess. How can he learn Russian?" Grandpa Sheng glared at her and she said obediently, "I didn't see him learn it." The old man frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you read any books on professional knowledge?" "Probably. There are a few thick books in the living room, but I didn't see him flip through them." On the other side, Qin Zhe suggested that they go to the movies today. But this time he learned his lesson. Before getting Wang Zijin's permission, he would never buy a movie ticket. Wang Zijin didn't have many good friends in Shanghai. She was very free on the weekend. After thinking about it, she agreed to Qin Zhe's invitation to go on a date. Qin Zhe excitedly took out his phone to buy a movie ticket. He showed the recently released movie to Wang Zijin and asked for her opinion. Suddenly his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello? Qin Zhe? The voice on the other end of the phone was cold and pleasant. Qin Zhe was stunned. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Yes, it's me. Who is this? Nan Man Pei. The other party straightforwardly said her name. After thinking for a while, he immediately remembered the mature woman who had made a mistake by the bund. Sister Pei, hello. Nan Man Pei said lightly, have you thought about it? Qin Zhe replied, sorry, I'm not going to join your security company. Nan Man Pei didn't seem surprised. She said, have you found a job? No. I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. I have a child at home. He's quite troublesome. His grades are not ideal. It's useless to hire a tutor. He's wild and causes trouble at school all day long. During the summer vacation he mumbles that he wants to learn taekwondo, boxing, grappling, but I don't have any experience in tutoring. Qin Zhe understood. And Sister Pei, you have so many talents under you. It's easy to teach him a few skills. After all, she was running a security company. He's a top graduate from the University of Finance and Economics, and he's a science student. I have an agreement with his father. It's not good for my people to intervene in this matter. It just so happens that you're good at fighting. You can teach him and cater to his interests. Nan Man Pei's voice was soft and gentle. She had the unique softness and intelligence of a young woman. I guarantee 10 hours of teaching time a week. I'll pay you 100 yuan per hour. 1 summer vacation. Although Qin Zhe didn't know the charging standards of the tutoring market, he did a mental calculation. It was about 4,000 yuan a month. It wasn't that there weren't such tutoring fees, but it was certainly not a salary that a college student like him should receive. Do you want to come? Qin Zhe had always been a child who could adapt to the situation. 300,000 yuan invested in the stock market. He wouldn't use it in a short period of time. He couldn't count on his sister's basic salary. His family's finances had been dry for a while. It wasn't a bad idea to do a part-time job. Give me the address. I'll send someone to pick you up. No need. Just give me the address. I'll find you. I have something to do at noon. I don't have time to wait for you. I'll ask the driver to pick you up. The young woman finished speaking and hung up the phone. This woman was swift and decisive. He just didn't know if she was headstrong and self-opinionated. Qin Zhe sighed. He typed a message and sent the address. Who called? Wang Zijin asked curiously. Chapter 68. A friend. She asked me to be a tutor for the kids at home. The salary is very high. I have no reason to refuse. Qin Zhe shrugged. Oh. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled gently. Then you go. I'm fine staying at home. I don't like to go out anyway. Speaking of tutoring, it was an old story. When Qin Baobao just entered university, she didn't have a 36D yet. She had been a straight A student for many years. During the summer vacation she suddenly said that she wanted to experience life and create wealth. So she found a job as a tutor. The salary was very high. He remembered that it was the first time his sister worked. During dinner, his sister was like a proud little hen and announced it. The old man was pleased and said that Bao Bao was smart and promising. Qin Ma's eyes were filled with tears. She said, our Bao Bao has been smart since young. I want to be proud. Then the old couple looked at their mediocre son from the corner of their eyes. Now that he thought about it, they were two funny brothers. Qin Zhe felt as if he was struck by lightning. His young heart was left with a huge unerasable damage. After replacing the stock market, tutoring became his second obsession. But with Qin Zhe's mediocre ability, no one would ask him to be a tutor in this lifetime. Fortunately, his sister's pride didn't last long. One day the male owner, who had ulterior motives, took advantage of the fact that his wife and daughter weren't at home and asked to keep Qin Baobao as his sugar baby. It turned out that he wasn't interested in his sister's grades, but her C-cup and long legs. Qin Baobao's first job was aborted. She didn't dare to tell her parents. She could only complain to her brother and cry in his bed. After so many years, he still had the chance to experience tutoring. This was good. He didn't know what job to look for during his internship. If the old man asked, he could confidently say, I'm teaching. He couldn't say, jobs are unorthodox. Stocks are the way to go. The old man would definitely slap him to death. Half an hour later, someone contacted Qin Zhe and said that he was at the entrance of the neighborhood. After bidding farewell to Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. He immediately saw a brand new Audi A8 parked by the roadside. The driver was a burly middle-aged man who was serious in speech and manner. He took out his phone and dialed Qin Zhe's number. When he heard the phone ring, he got out of the car and opened the door. "Mr. Qin, I'm here to pick you up." Qin Zhe nodded and got into the car. The Audi A8 passed through the CBD area and drove towards Suhui. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it stopped at a villa area. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The driver drove into the neighborhood and stopped in front of a villa. "Mr. Qin, we're here." Then he made a phone call. Soon, a middle-aged woman, who seemed to be the nanny, ran out of the villa and opened the door. When Qin Zhe walked through the iron gate, he glanced around and was extremely amazed. The area of the villa, including the front and backyard, was more than 200 square meters, maybe even 300 square meters. Moreover, it was in such a location, so it was definitely worth a lot. Qin Zhe remembered that at the beginning of this year, some villas in Songjiang were priced at 10 million yuan. The villa in front of him, conservatively estimated, was more than 30 million yuan and less than 50 million yuan. However, it wasn't a new house. Looking at the appearance, it was quite old. Presumably, the price of the house back then wasn't as high as it was now. The two brown lacquered solid wood doors were open. Qin Zhe followed the nanny into the villa. The dome of the gorgeous crystal chandelier, the complicated pattern of the carpet, the expensive furniture, and the 2 rows of milky white sofas in the center of the living room told Qin Zhe that the decoration of the living room alone was estimated to be worth Qin Baobao's 80 square meter house. How could a security company have so much money? There were 2 beauties sitting in the living room, one big and one small. The big one was the young woman Nan Man Pei, and the small one was a pretty girl in junior high school or high school. She had short hair and was beautiful. It could be said that they were mother and daughter. The 2 women's appearance was somewhat similar, but they seemed to be of different ages. Nan Man Pei looked at most 30 years old. She sat on the sofa and flipped through a document on her lap. The student leaned lazily on the sofa. She was watching TV with a dull expression on her face. She was bored to death. "Qin Zhe, you're here." Nan Man Pei smiled. "Sister Pei, I've never been a tutor before." Qin Zhe laid his cards on the table. Nan Man Pei said softly, "It's okay. There's always a first time. It's not easy for me to be a tutor. Children in the rebellious stage are a headache." Her voice was gentle, and there was a kind of motionless like a mountain rising slowly. "Ziki, don't watch TV. Go back to your room and do your homework." Nan Man Pei looked at the student beside her. Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Qin Zhe. I'll be your tutor this summer. Nice to meet you." The female student glanced at Qin Zhe and rolled her eyes. "You're crazy." This was awkward. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Fortunately, I didn't shake her hand. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward." Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Qin Zhe, your tutor is not her. Ziki, go and ask Donglai to come downstairs." The female student straightened her back and yelled into the phone, "Li Donglai, your tutor is here. Get down here quickly." About 5 minutes later, a 17 or 18-year-old boy came down the stairs. He was wearing casual shorts, a loose t-shirt and flip-flops. He was handsome just like Qin Zhe in the past. Now there was no comparison. The system gave Qin Zhe a plastic surgery gift pack, and he was already the most handsome boy in school. His hair was neither long nor short, and there was an air of arrogance between his eyebrows. He looked like a thorn in the side. Nan Man Pei said, "Donglai, he will be your tutor from now on, Qin Zhe." Li Donglai gave him a sidelong glance. Obviously he didn't like Qin Zhe. He said angrily, "Where are you from?" The student added, "He asked you which school you graduated from." "University of Finance and Economics. Internship this year." "I haven't graduated yet." Qin Zhe muttered in his heart. This salary was not easy to get. The tutor seemed to be a problem boy. He was not easy to get along with. Li Donglai said unhappily, "Auntie, the tutor you hired for me last time was from Fudan University. Wasn't it useless? It's better not to hire a tutor than to hire a student from University of Finance and Economics." He whispered, "It's the summer vacation and I don't even have enough time to play. Why hire a tutor?" Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "You have a problem with that?" Li Donglai immediately shut up. He thought about it and still felt unsatisfied. He gathered his courage and said, "He's just a student. What can he teach me? I'm not a junior high school student. I want to test him." Jinan Man said, "Okay." Li Donglai glared at Qin Zhe and said, "You wait." He turned and ran upstairs. Not long after, he took a mock exam paper and slammed it on the coffee table. He said fiercely, 45 minutes? If you can get more than 120 points, I'll agree to let you be my tutor. Qinzhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Nan Man Pei. The beautiful and unruly young woman smiled faintly and ignored him. He suddenly remembered a song in the music library. He heard a sentence, "I should play with you but I turned a blind eye." The student glanced at Qinzhe and said to Li Donglai, "Why don't you say you can get full marks?" 45 minutes. Li Donglai, you're really good at acting. Auntie, he just doesn't want a tutor. Qinzhe couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Shut up. Li Donglai glared at her. The two of them, who were about the same age, looked at each other and snorted. 45 minutes? 120 points and above? Do you think I'm a little expert? Crazy. He's really a rebellious child. I really want to hit him. Sister Pei, I'm sorry, this tutor? He wanted to say that he didn't want this job anymore. But at this moment, a long-lost sound rang in his mind. Ding. Saint among men, 5/15. Please complete this exam paper within 45 minutes and get more than 120 points. 90 points will be rewarded if you succeed. The corresponding points will be deducted if you fail. Qinzhe was stunned. System, I swear on my integrity that I'm not trying to show off this time. You are. I'm really not. You are. You're F*King wrongly accusing me. Host, the system is using your brainwaves and heartbeat to determine if you're trying to show off. If it says you are, then you are. I'm not convinced. The system ignored him. Fine, I'm convinced. How many points do I need to exchange for advanced mathematics? The system replied instantly. Beginner 50 points, intermediate 100 points, advanced 150 points. Again, if I get more than 120 points, should I exchange for beginner or intermediate? Beginner is a little difficult, intermediate is enough. F*CK, I'm still losing 10 points. Host can choose to give up. Give up. Qinzhe suddenly felt that something was wrong. The mission given by the system was unreasonable. If that was the case, any normal person would give up on the mission. Then what was the point of triggering the mission? Desire was one of the trigger conditions, but it wasn't the only trigger. The system wouldn't prompt a meaningless mission. A thought flashed in his mind. Again, how many points do I need to exchange for the correct answer to this exam paper? 15 points. Luckily I'm quick-witted, or else I would have been tricked by you. Qinzhe said happily. Exchange. Why are you in a daze? Can you do it? The female student urged Qinzhe with a straight face. What a fool. He should have just rejected it directly. Why is he still standing there? Li Donglai sneered disdainfully. He felt that this guy who was only a few years older than him had admitted defeat. Nan Man Pei saw that Qinzhe couldn't back down. He finally stopped looking at him coldly and offered him a way out. Just take it as a joke. He's not qualified to reject the tutor I hired. Qinzhe didn't respond. He dragged the exam paper to himself, picked up a pen and started working. I should have cooperated with you, but I ignored you. Then the family of three saw an unforgettable scene. 8 multiple-choice questions in 1 minute. Qinzhe looked at the questions first, then the answers. He pondered for 2 to 3 seconds before answering. After that, it was the fill-in-the-blank questions. Like a hot knife through butter, he was unstoppable. He looked at the questions for less than 10 seconds and answered them quickly. Li Donglai was dumbfounded. Then he sneered. What was this? Playing to the gallery? Smashing a broken jar? How can you answer questions like this? The female student said disdainfully. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Trying to be a hero. Li Donglai laughed. A hero becomes a coward. Nan Man Pei couldn't help but frown. At this time, Qinzhe had finished answering the questions. His speed finally slowed down. But he still didn't seem sincere. The so-called slow down was because the answers weren't multiple-choice questions like ABCD, nor were they fill-in-the-blank questions that only required one answer. They required a detailed explanation of the answering process. The reason why Qinzhe was said to be insincere was because he was still writing quickly. He didn't pause or ponder at all. 12 questions in 15 minutes. The entire exam paper in less than 20 minutes. Qinzhe put down his pen and took a deep breath. Done. Chapter 69. Auntie, look at him. How can someone like him be my tutor? Li Donglai thought that even the school's geniuses had to tread carefully on the advanced mathematics paper. However, this guy was not only walking on flat ground but also jumping on roofs and vaulting over walls. He did not use any draft paper from beginning to end. He did the multiple-choice questions in his head and did the multiple-choice questions faster than flipping a coin. Nan Man Pei smiled. The female student turned her attention back to the television with a lack of interest. She had lost interest. Qin Zhe pushed the paper in front of Li Donglai. Mark the paper. Generally, there are answers to the mock college entrance examination questions. Li Donglai was stunned and said, "How do you know that this is a mock college entrance examination question paper?" This question paper was created by the school's teachers. It simulated the difficulty of last year's maths exam for the students to practice. Generally, the teachers would give the students the reference answer and the question paper together. The students also looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe pointed at the question paper. Fudan University Affiliated High School. I studied here in high school. Old tricks. I've been there before. Nan Man Pei heard this and looked up. He smiled faintly. So, you're schoolmates? Li Donglai rolled his eyes and sneered. Then why didn't you get into Fudan University? Your grades were not good, so you went to the University of Finance and Economics. Qin Zhe's smile suddenly froze. Talking about this old story was definitely not pleasant. Qin Zhe went to primary school, middle school, high school, and even kindergarten with his sister. With the spirit that a clumsy bird flies first and hard work makes up for its clumsiness, Qin Zhe went from primary school to middle school, then to high school. Under the advice of his grandfather, he could barely keep up with his sister's footsteps. However, when it came to the college entrance examination, Qin Zhe realized that there was no cure for his clumsiness. Hard work could only make up for his clumsiness. Qin Zhe's face darkened. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I ask you to check the answers, then check the answers. So what if he went to the University of Finance and Economics? Not everyone can get into the University of Finance and Economics. His tone was not polite and even had a hint of threat. Li Donglai was stunned. The female student raised her eyebrows. Nan Man Pei said softly, "Donglai matched the answers." Li Donglai wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Nan Man Pei had spoken, he shrank back and ran upstairs to get the reference answers. In the living room, Li Donglai held the test paper in one hand and the answers in the other. His eyes wandered back and forth between the test papers and the reference answers. The multiple choice questions were all correct. Fill in the blanks. There was nothing wrong with it. Answer questions. What the F***ck, the answer process was even more detailed than the reference answer. Li Donglai's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He didn't say anything for a long time. Nan Man Pei looked at his expression and understood. He smiled faintly and lowered his head to look at the documents. The female student's vision and judgment were poor. She said impatiently, "Silly girl, how was the paper? How many points did you get?" Li Donglai gulped and said with difficulty, 150 points? Psycho. The female student rolled her eyes and looked at Li Donglai as if he was an idiot. She snatched the test paper and the answers and compared them herself. In the course of a few minutes, her eyes widened slightly, and then her mouth unconsciously opened slightly. The expression of "I've seen a ghost" froze on her face. And let him help me with my homework. The female student was shocked. She couldn't find a single flaw in the entire test paper. Even the most difficult and demanding questions were perfect. What kind of monster was this? How could he have such calculation ability? Nan Man Pei shook his head. You have to learn piano during the summer vacation. Don't be distracted. Didn't you want to learn taekwondo? Little Qin has practiced martial arts before. You can learn from him. Nan Man Pei said. Li Donglai's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Aunt, you really agree to let me learn taekwondo? Provided that your grades improve." Nan Man Pei looked at his watch and said, "I'm going out to buy some groceries. Donglai, take little Qin to his room. Let's have lunch here." The last sentence was directed at Qin Zhe. It was definitely not a question. The queen's strength didn't lie in her imposing manner. Her voice was cold and gentle, but she would do whatever she said. That was the real strength. Qin Zhe noticed the watch on her wrist. It was a Cartier women's watch. It was made of rose gold and inlaid with 18 diamonds. It was a limited edition crocodile leather wristband. It was released in 2007. It was sold for $1 million. After so many years, it had increased in value. Logically speaking, with Qin Zhe's identity as a commoner, he shouldn't know about such a luxurious watch. But there was a time when Qin Baobao longed for an expensive watch, so he bought a few magazines to read at home. He wanted to pick a watch for himself. His sister took a fancy to the watch that topped the list at first glance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive to afford. Qin Zhe learned about the existence of the women's watch from his sister's nagging. In the end, Qin Baobao picked a watch that cost 5,000 yuan after much deliberation. He didn't expect the queen to be a woman of good taste. After she left, Qin Zhe followed the teenager upstairs. Li Donglai's room was the last one on the west side. Unsurprisingly, it was much bigger than Qin Zhe's small room in both size and decoration. After entering the room, he glanced around. There was a double bed against the wall, a wardrobe opposite, a desk in front of the window, a lamp, a desktop computer, a stack of textbooks, and a black ceramic teacup. The room was clean and there were no suspicious tissues on the bed. Qin Zhe had a rough idea of Li Donglai's character. He wasn't an otaku. He didn't like to be clean, but he wasn't sloppy. The computer screen was lit up. The image froze at the end of the LOL game. The crystal exploded and two bright red words, failed. He liked to play games. There were dumbbells, grippers, and weighted sandbags in the corner. Was he a fitness guy? What are you looking at? Li Donglai glared at Qin Zhe. He looked even more vicious. Close the door. After Qin Zhe closed the door, he said, let me make it clear to you. In the future you teach me and I'll play. You take the money but don't put on the airs of a teacher. Don't peek at my aunt and don't hit on my sister. If you're obedient, I don't mind you being an eyesore in front of me. If you want to snitch to my aunt and make a good impression, I'll kill you. In the end, he sneered and said, I've seen more tutoring teachers than you have. In junior high and senior high school, his family hired several tutors for him. Li Donglai did not have the capital to refuse, but he had his own countermeasures. The male tutors did not give him a good face, but the female tutors were slightly better. Whatever they said went in one ear and out the other. After a long time, the tutors also gave up. They were too lazy to supervise a paralyzed mud like him. Everyone minded their own business. Qin Zhe stepped forward, raised his right arm, and directly gave the arrogant teenager a slap. Pa. The slap was so powerful that Li Donglai staggered and was dumbfounded. You mother****. After regaining his senses, he flew into a rage and threw a flying kick at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe kicked out as fast as lightning, hitting the guy's abdomen first. The guy was at least 120 pounds. He was sent flying and hit the door with a bang. He curled up and clutched his stomach, his eyes bloodshot. With your temper you didn't get beaten to death. That means your family background is not small. Qin Zhe sneered. I've been wanting to beat you for a long time. Speaking of fighting, Qin Zhe was not a vegetarian. In middle school and high school he was a thorn in the eyes of the teachers. However, he didn't fight because of himself. The reason was Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao was like a delicate rose that attracted crazy bees and butterflies. There were always local bullies and bad students who flirted with her. Qin Zhe inevitably became his sister's shield. When he just entered middle school, he was forced to fight with the third-grade hooligans who didn't know how to control their strength. His nose and face were swollen. When he entered high school, his strength increased. However, he still won more than he lost. His father was a serious person, but he didn't say anything about this matter. His parents not only didn't blame him, but also praised him for being reliable. Protecting his sister and picking a fight were two different things. The situation improved when he entered university. Firstly, the good-for-nothing Qin Zhe didn't get into Fudan University. Secondly, college students were rational and mature. They were no longer hot-headed middle school students. Harassing girls was punishable by expulsion. They might even be sued. Femme fatale. Qin Zhe understood this when he was in middle school. Li Donglai was obviously a middle school student. Qin Zhe didn't mind giving him a beating. At most, he would give up his education. He didn't have the intention to beat a drowning dog. That kick just now was enough to make this guy lie on the ground for a long time. If he continued, he would suffer internal injuries. At this moment, the door opened. A girl named Ziki stuck her head out. Apparently, she heard the noise and went upstairs to check the situation. When he saw Li Donglai lying by the door and complaining about his grievances, he was stunned. Just when Qin Zhe thought she was going to denounce him, the young girl giggled and took pleasure in his misfortune. Oh, you got hit? Li Donglai panted. Mind your own business. The girl clicked her tongue. Aren't you known as the king of duels in school? You're invincible among your peers. Li Donglai said angrily, I'm not as good as others. Why do you care? The young girl rolled her eyes and despicably kicked him while he was down. She then turned to Qin Zhe and said, Handsome, continue? He's just asking for a beating. Just don't beat him to death or cripple him. She shrank her head and left. The next moment she turned back and reminded, Don't hit his face. If my aunt sees it, you're done for. Qin Zhe blinked. What's going on? She's your sister? It's none of your business. Li Donglai cursed. Qin Zhe didn't say anything and kicked this guy's butt again. He was in so much pain that his face twitched. He begged for mercy. Hero, don't hit me. Don't hit me. She's my sister. My biological sister. There's such a biological sister? Qingzhe was shocked. We didn't see eye to eye since we were young. We hated each other. Li Donglai was crying. Don't hit me. It really hurt. This guy was too ruthless. Chapter 70. There was a saying that among siblings, the relationship between siblings was the most difficult to deal with. Qingzhe didn't know if this was true. Anyway, he and Qin Bao had been together for more than 20 years. Overall, they were quite harmonious. As the younger brother, he had to protect the older sister. If there was a conflict, he had to give in to the older sister. If he couldn't bear it, he didn't have to bear it anymore. This was Qingzhe's experience. He didn't give one-sidedly. Qin Bao still cared for her younger brother very much. Although she always said, the younger brother's things are the older sister's, and the older sister's things are the younger brother's. However, after Qingzhe went to university, his clothes, computer and mobile phone were all paid for by Qin Bao. Therefore, Qingzhe couldn't understand the way Li Donglai and his sister got along. He was too lazy to ask. Every family had its own difficulties. Qingzhe sat in front of the computer and checked Li Donglai's fighting record. The tragic record of 3-11-9. He picked up the high school exercise book at the corner of the table and flipped through it casually. After a moment he sneered. 15 questions, 11 wrong. I have a rough idea of your results. He pointed at the computer again. 3 kills and 11 deaths. I also know your IQ. Your IQ is F** king up. Li Donglai's soft spot was touched. He was like an angry cat, full of the temper of a young master. Qingzhe swung his hand and smashed the exercise book on Li Donglai's head. He didn't use much strength and there was a crisp sound. Li Donglai clutched his head and grimaced. His stomach was still aching. The previous kick had left a deep psychological shadow on him. He was known for being crazy and ruthless in school. At this time he didn't have the courage to fight Qingzhe one-on-one. You're asking for a beating. Qingzhe sneered. Say something. Can't you study properly? If I say no, will you still beat me? Li Donglai probed. Beat him up, Qingzhe said concisely. Li Donglai thought for a moment. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, so he gave in. I'm really not cut out for studying. If you want me to study hard, that's fine, but you have to promise me one thing. Qingzhe scoffed. You still want to bargain with me? Tell me. Hero, your skills are so powerful. Have you practiced martial arts before? Sort of. Li Donglai's eyes immediately lit up. He asked curiously and urgently, Wing Chun or Tai Chi? Xingyi or level 8? Southern or northern? Fist or leg? Do you have inner strength? Do you know the inch punch technique? Qingzhe was dumbfounded. Li Donglai's eyes were like a pair of big light bulbs, blinking as he looked at him. He was a little different from the other rich kids because he happened to have seen some things, so he was very interested in the mysterious knowledge of martial arts. You've been reading too many novels. Qingzhe felt that this young man was seriously ill. Li Donglai was anxious. Isn't that so? You kicked me away. Ordinary people don't have this kind of strength. Hero, I'm half an expert in fighting. Who has real skills and who is just for show, I'll know when we fight. I've learned a little martial arts, but I'm not a master. Of course I can beat 10 of you. Li Donglai struggled to get up from the ground. He said loudly, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Qingzhe was shocked. He rolled his eyes. Let me say this first. I don't know the 18 dragons subduing palms or Buddha's palm. Li Donglai scratched his head and laughed. I can still distinguish between reality and fiction. Although his aunt paid for his tutoring, Li Donglai insisted on giving Qingzhe a gift. In the end, Qingzhe received 800 yuan from this kid and paid it on WeChat. According to Li Donglai, his monthly allowance was 1,000 yuan. Qingzhe was shocked. With the size of this villa and Nan Man Pei's Cartier watch, Qingzhe could speculate that this kid's family was not simple. For such a young master to have a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, Qingzhe would believe it. Isn't 1,000 yuan a little too shabby? Master, I'm telling the truth. Li Donglai swore. Your sister's allowance, shouldn't you add a 0 to it? Qingzhe said. Li Donglai was stunned. Master, you're really good at predicting things. Qingzhe said with a sorrowful face, raising a poor man and raising a rich daughter. My family is the same. The two guys who were in the same boat looked at each other and felt sad. They couldn't wait to hug each other and cry. It was the first day of tutoring. Qingzhe didn't plan to go all out immediately. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked with Li Donglai one after another. They chatted and got to know each other. The computer was playing last night's I am a singer variety show. Through the exchange, Qin Zhe learned that the beautiful student downstairs with a bad temper was called Pei Ziki. He also knew why the siblings had different surnames. Li Donglai said he followed his father's surname and his sister followed her mother's surname. Nan Man Pei was their aunt. As for their father's and aunt's work, Li Donglai didn't say much and Qin Zhe didn't ask. But from Li Donglai's disdain and anger when he talked about his father, as well as his sadness when he talked about his mother, Qin Zhe was able to see the whole picture. Li Donglai's relationship with his father was definitely very bad, and his mother, who didn't live with him, had most likely passed away. It was also possible that she remarried. But it didn't make sense. Looking at the situation of the room, it was obvious that he lived here. Even if his parents divorced, he should live with his father or mother. How could he live with his aunt? The reasonable explanation was that his mother died and he didn't get along with his father, so he lived with his aunt. No wonder the brother and sister were so angry. The computer was playing the scene of Qin Bao Bao singing farewell song. Li Donglai even hummed along. The online update is too slow. Every time I want to listen to this song, I have to go online and watch the show. Li Donglai complained. Qin Zhe nodded. The online resources should be updated in a few days. He had already authorized it to the music chart. He estimated that the copyright fee would be paid tomorrow or the day after. This was only limited to the online copyright. The other copyrights were still in his hands. Li Donglai looked at the screen, exclaiming and drooling. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. Her figure is so good. I really want to sleep with her. Slap. There was a crisp sound of his scalp being shaved. Li Donglai held his head, feeling wronged and confused. Master, why did you hit me? Does a master need a reason to hit his disciple? At noon, Pei Ziki's roar came. Li Donglai, tutor, come down for lunch. She didn't know Qin Zhe's name, or rather she didn't remember it at all. A villa was a villa. The kitchen was spacious and clean with all kinds of kitchen utensils. It was too empty and lacked the feeling of a home. It wasn't as warm as Qin Zhe's small house. Qin Zhe didn't feel honored at all when the queen cooked the dishes herself. Because they didn't taste good. The dishes were cooked according to the rules, and the taste was barely satisfactory. They could only be said to be edible. Qin Zhe wasn't surprised. It was good enough that she could cook. A beautiful woman wasn't necessarily virtuous. There was a femme fatale at home who had lived for 25 years. At most, she knew how to add oil before cooking. Sugar and salt had to be tasted to distinguish. In addition, Wang Zijin was also a woman who didn't know how to cook. Why did the old man say that a woman who is too beautiful is not suitable to be a wife? There was a living example at home. After the meal, Qin Zhe spent half an hour writing a dense business plan. Of course, Li Donglai majored in science. Otherwise, why would he ask Qin Zhe, a science student, to help him? Whether it's learning martial arts or improving your grades, you have to memorize the contents of this business plan and do it with your heart. I'm too lazy to supervise you. If you don't meet my expectations, I'll beat you up. I'll say it first so that you won't blame me for not teaching you. Qin Zhe slapped the business plan in front of Li Donglai. You have to walk your own path. You may have a good family background, but you can't change the fact that you're broken. If you want to stand out, it's useless to rely on others. You have to rely on yourself. Li Donglai held the business plan in the palm of his hand as if he had received a treasure. Not only was there a plan for his grades, there were also detailed training methods to improve his physical fitness. Master, I think that these are too basic. Are there any moves that can defeat the enemy in one hit? You haven't learned how to walk and you only know how to run. Qin Zhe sneered. Then in front of the 8th grader he punched the wall. With a dong sound, the paint on the wall peeled off and a few small cracks appeared. Li Donglai opened his mouth wide in shock. Without a strong body as a foundation, you're still a weakling no matter how many moves you learn. Qin Zhe said indifferently. The elders have emphasized countless times that a strong foundation must be built. It's not a casual remark. This pretentiousness. Li Donglai was speechless. Qin Zhe sat in Nan Man Pei's car and went home. Of course, the driver was not the queen but the queen's chauffeur. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Nan Man Pei came downstairs in an office lady's suit. She wasn't wearing a skirt but a pair of pants. In the living room, Li Donglai was holding a business plan and reading it, concentrating on memorizing it. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Go upstairs and memorize. You're so noisy." Li Donglai rolled his eyes. "You wretched girl, shut up." Nan Man Pei walked over. "What are you looking at?" Li Donglai handed it over obediently and restrained his arrogance. "Auntie, I'll study hard in the future." Nan Man Pei took the business plan and laughed without looking at it. Did the sun rise from the west? Pei Ziki sneered. You scared of being beaten up? Li Donglai turned his head and said angrily, you talk too much. Nan Man Pei said gently, what happened? Li Donglai stammered. I scolded Sure. Chingu in the room and got beaten up. I'm the worst. Nan Man Pei nodded and looked down to read the business plan. The siblings were stunned by his nonchalant attitude. Li Donglai was famous in school for being a troublemaker, but he was not expelled. Whether it was the school or his parents, Auntie could handle it. If Auntie couldn't handle it, there was still their father. The business plan was very detailed. It evaluated Li Donglai's level and set a goal for the next 10 to 20 days. It was not exaggerated. It was a complete and reasonable plan. Nan Man Pei said, not bad. She patted his head and left. Chapter 71. Sunday, 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Bao Bao returned home with her bag and shopping bags in her hands. She was stunned by the scene in the living room. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin sat side by side on the sofa. 2 laptops were placed on the coffee table. The clicking sounds of the mouse. Sister Ziwei, don't run down the tower. You'll get beaten up. Qin Zhe had just finished speaking when he helplessly added, you're dead. Wang Zijin pursed her lips. Hey, don't fight with me for a soldier. Hey, did you just flash in to fill in the gaps? You said you couldn't miss a soldier. You can't touch that soldier, so I'll fill in the gaps for you. You're so extravagant. Let's go back to the city? Why are you standing in their base without moving? I'm standing to recover my health. As long as you're happy. Qin Bao Bao poked her head out to take a look. The two of them were playing a game. Sister is back, Qin Bao Bao announced loudly. However, her brother and her best friend ignored her. Hey. Qin Bao Bao emphasized her tone. You're back. Wang Zijin looked up and smiled. She continued to focus on her game. Qin Zhe simply ignored her. Zijin, you know how to play games? The sun is rising from the west. It's quite fun. They were silent for a long time. Qin Bao Bao sat at the side and watched her best friend and brother maneuver in the game. For some reason she felt a sense of melancholy. This seat originally belonged to her. Half an hour later the game ended. Of course she lost. Wang Zijin collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. She didn't forget to gossip. How was your blind date? Don't mention it. He asked me all sorts of questions the moment we met. He asked me what I did for a living and how many boyfriends I had. I said I didn't have any boyfriends. His eyes immediately lit up like a wolf's. Qin Bao Bao sighed tiredly. Qin Zhe sneered. Is this what my mother meant when she said that he was young, promising, and had a strong character? Qin Bao Bao said tenderly, that's right. No man in the world has a better character than our ace. Qin Zhe chuckled. Wang Zijin felt incredulous. There's such a person? Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. A man in his 30s who has money, a car, savings, and a successful career will most likely be proud. Seeing that I'm young, you must think that I'm inexperienced and deliberately want to show off. Let's not talk about these annoying things. My mother is good at everything, but her taste in men is terrible. Qin Zhe said expressionlessly, I want to record this and send it to the old man. Annoying. Qin Bao grumbled as she moved her butt closer to her brother and coquettishly said, A's big sister bought new clothes for you. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How can that be? Qin Bao Bao diligently massaged Qin Zhe's shoulders and reflected on herself. Big sister said something wrong. I apologize. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against a little girl like me. Qin Zhe did not know whether to laugh or cry. The dissatisfaction and resentment that touched his self-esteem were eliminated by this little vixen. Qin Bao Bao had always been a woman who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon the stock market closed. Except for the heavy warehouse of infrastructure stocks that remained lukewarm, the 2 military stocks and the internet stocks that he bought offset each other's gains and losses. He still made a profit of more than 10,000 yuan. In the past, Qin Zhe did not even dare to think about making a profit of more than 10,000 yuan on the stock market in a week. Qin Zhe did not intend to tell his sister immediately. He had his own plans. If Qin Bao Bao found out, with her habitual thinking of brothers' things or sisters' things, she would most likely throw a tantrum and cheat him of his money. A few days ago, he heard from her that she had recently taken a fancy to a LV bag that cost 20,000 yuan. Qin Zhe wanted to save more capital to make a fortune in the future bull market, so he could not give the money to Qin Bao Bao to spend. Monday Xingyi Entertainment. Qin Baobao had just arrived at the company when her agent, Li Yanhong, walked into her office and said, "Baobao, Manager Lu from the marketing department is looking for you." "What's the matter?" Qin Baobao asked. "It seems to be about the copyright of your songs. Manager Lu wants to talk to you," Li Yanhong said in a low voice. "Song copyright?" Qin Baobao was a bit confused. She was a newcomer and did not understand many of the tricks of the entertainment company. Li Yanhong took her to Manager Lu's office, knocked on the door and pushed it in. Manager Lu was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a big belly that could not escape from middle-aged people. "Little Qin, you're here." Manager Lu smiled and greeted Qin Baobao and Li Yanhong to take a seat. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly and said, "Manager Lu." Manager Lu could not help but take a few more glances. "Little Qin, you've been singing on Singer recently, right? I have attention and my results are very good. Especially those songs, each of them is a masterpiece. The company needs talents like you, fresh blood, so that it can continue to develop and grow. It's only right to spend a lot of effort to nurture you." Qin Baobao smiled but did not say anything. Manager Lu talked for a long time and finally got to the point. "I called you here because of the copyright of the songs you sang on the show. Little Qin, I know you're a newcomer, but here I'll criticize you. The company spent a lot of resources to nurture you. As an artist of the company, you must know how to repay the company. You sold the online copyright of those songs to the top Chinese music chart without permission. Do you know that you broke the rules? What do you want the company to think of you? What do you want the company to think of you? It's a very bad example for future newcomers." Qin Baobao was stunned by his reprimand. Li Yanhong smiled bitterly and said, "Baobao, why didn't you tell me about this? If I knew, I would definitely have advised you." Qin Baobao was even more confused. "What online copyright? I don't know." Li Yanhong took out his phone, opened the top Chinese music chart app, and handed it to Qin Baobao. "Here, your songs are all here. Invisible Wings and Legend are 6th and 9th on the monthly chart, respectively. Fairy Tale is 2nd on the daily chart, 1st on the weekly chart, and 4th on the monthly chart." Qin Baobao's first reaction was that her copyright had been infringed, but on second thought, the other party was a big online music platform. How could they put up songs without copyright? The only explanation was that her brother had sold the copyright and kept it from her. What a scheming boy. "Manager Lu, I'm sorry. The copyright of these songs is not mine. So this matter has nothing to do with me." Manager Lu waved his hand. "Forget about the songs that have already been sold. Next time, don't do anything on your own. Artists, focus on your work. The company will help you with other things. Fortunately, the copyright of Li's song is still there. I don't see it on the top Chinese music chart." As he spoke, he took out a contract. "Take a look. If there's no problem, sign it." Qin Baobao didn't take it. She hesitated and said, "This is..." Manager Lu didn't seem to be satisfied with Qin Baobao's reaction. "Of course, it's an authorization letter. The company will help you with this song in the future. It just so happens that an online music platform we're working with is interested. They're willing to pay 50,000 yuan for the online copyright." Qin Baobao flipped it open and took a few glances. Good Lord, this contract wasn't as simple as the online copyright. It was all the copyright authorization. In other words, if Qin Baobao signed this contract, Li's song would belong to Star Art Company. Li Yanhong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Baobao smiled and said, "Manager Lu, the copyright of the song really isn't mine. All the copyright belongs to my brother. I don't have the right to make the decision." Manager Lu said in a deep voice, "What's so difficult about this? Do you think your brother won't agree to it? Besides, this is also for him to generate income. Since we're talking about this, the company has another task for you. In the future, you'll be responsible for communicating with your brother about the copyright of his songs and authorizing it to the company. You're the company's artist. The company's interest is your interest." Qin Baobao laughed in her heart, but on the surface she smiled humbly. "Manager Lu, this contract is useless even if I sign it. Legally, I can't represent my brother. Why don't I ask first?" Manager Lu nodded impatiently. Qin Baobao lowered her head and typed a message. "Come out here. I promise I won't beat you to death." Qin Zhe replied with a horrified emoji. "Qin Baobao, did you sell the copyright of the song?" Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao sent a knock on the head emoji. "How much did you sell?" Qin Zhe stammered, "Not much." Qin Baobao was angry. "Don't play dumb with me. Let's get down to business. The company wants me to sign all the authorizations for the song, Li's song. In the future, all your songs have to be licensed to the company. They're only giving you 50,000 yuan. Qin Zhe was silent for 10 seconds before he said concisely, tell him to go *T himself. Qin Bao Bao, understood. She turned off the phone screen and put on a professional smile. Manager Lu, I'm sorry. My brother sold the online copyright of Li Song as well. As for the copyright of the songs in the future, he said he'll give priority to the company. She didn't say anything definite and left a way out for both parties. Manager Lu looked extremely unhappy and showed signs of anger. His tone became heavier. We'll talk about the songs in the future. Don't appear on the next episode. Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. What? To be honest, the company arranged for you to appear on Singer, to save a spot for Su Lu. Now that her album is almost ready, she needs to use Singer to promote her album and build her reputation, Manager Lu said lightly. But I didn't get eliminated. If I suddenly don't appear on the show, what will the audience think? The production team won't agree. Qin Bao Bao suppressed her anger. Manager Lu said impatiently, just find a random reason. You're not feeling well or something happened at home. Do you still need me to teach you? You're the one who's *king in trouble at home. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful vixen face darkened. She narrowed her eyes. She was really angry. The company's interests are my interests. What a nice way to put it. Where were you when I needed the company? You said you'd arrange a composer for me, but in the end, Su Lu just casually took the job away. If it weren't for my brother's painstaking efforts, Qin Bao Bao imagined it herself, writing songs for me, I don't know how long I'd have to wait. Now you want to steal my songs? Dream on. Qin Bao Bao even thought that even if she signed the copyright agreement just now, Manager Lu would still ask her to withdraw from the show. If that happened, she would really have to suffer in silence. Manager Lu, I'm very healthy and there's nothing wrong at home. So I won't withdraw from the show. Qin Bao Bao didn't even bother to show an expression. Also, the marketing department is in charge of the company's business, but I'm a contracted artist. My work arrangements are not under the management of the marketing department. Manager Lu slammed the table and said angrily, what do you mean by that? Qin Bao Bao, you haven't become a big star yet, and you're already so arrogant? Literally. Qin Bao Bao stood up and left the office without looking back. Li Yanhong chased after her and complained, Bao Bao, your temper, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're too sharp. Can't you be more tactful? Don't make the relationship so stiff. Qin Bao Bao strode forward. This is my temper, I can't change it. She suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Yanhong. What's going on? Who is this Manager Lu? Does he need to tell me what to do with my work arrangements? The matter of the song copyright was pardonable, but she was not a member of the marketing department. Whether she withdrew from the show or not, it was not his turn to overstep his authority. Strictly speaking, Li Yanhong was actually Qin Bao Bao's boss. Her work arrangements had to be listened to. But Li Yanhong saw Qin Bao Bao as an opportunity for her to change her luck, so she poured out her heart and lungs. Li Yanhong was secretive. She looked around and whispered, let's go back to the office and talk about it. When the two returned to the office, Li Yanhong closed the door. Without any scruples, she spoke loudly. Su Lu's album is about to be released. The company has invested a lot of resources to help her promote it. Singer is one of them. The show is too popular now. Originally, the company wanted you to temporarily fill in the position, and at the same time, gain some face and find an opportunity to promote you in the future. We didn't expect you to get to this point. Who knew? Li Yanhong looked at Qin Bao Bao like a hungry wolf looking at a cute little white rabbit. In this way you're blocking Su Lu's path. Qin Bao Bao suddenly understood. She said sneakily, Su Lu and this Manager Lu have an affair? My great aunt, you have bad taste. Li Yanhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Lu is an A-list celebrity, one of the company's signboards. Even Manager Lu has to look at her face. Speaking of this, she unconsciously lowered her voice. It's the Vice President, Kang Xian. Su Lu is his person. Originally, firing you was just a matter of a sentence, but the president appreciates you very much. Yesterday he praised you at the meeting. Qin Bao Bao has A-list potential. You're a rare talent. If the company's artists can be as good as you, star art will break out of the country soon. What the Qin Bao Bao said in her heart. Thank you for the president's praise. Chapter 72. The bigger the company, the more intense the factional struggles were. It was the same everywhere. Qin Bao Bao used to work for a foreign company. That was where the infighting was in full swing. In the same office there were at least 3 different factions. Therefore she didn't feel too bad about it and wasn't surprised by it. Could it be that if she changed companies she would be able to be an outsider? That was impossible. Star Art Entertainment. Vice President's office. Manager Lu knocked on the office door and a man's voice came from inside. Come in. This was a luxurious office, filled with the fragrance of cologne and cigars. Behind the wide Nanma desk, there was a 4-meter-tall shelf that took up the entire wall. It was filled with books, porcelain and bronze works of art. Opposite the door was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, very suitable for overlooking the scenery. Sunlight shone through the glass onto the Italian stressless leather sofa. Star Art Entertainment's vice president, Kang Xian, was sitting in the office chair, reading a document. He looked up at Manager Lu and didn't say anything. Manager Lu said respectfully, President Kang. Qin Baobao didn't agree. Kang Xian was 35 years old this year. He had regular facial features. Of course, for a man of his age, his temperament was more attractive to women than his appearance. When a man was over 30, as long as he didn't abandon himself to mediocrity, he would more or less have something called temperament. Reaching the peak at 40, there was a saying, a man at 41 is a flower. Kang Xian was young and sat on the vice president's throne. In addition to his ability and skills, he also had a good father who was one of the shareholders of Star Art Entertainment. Kang Xian looked at the document and said lightly, got it. Manager Lu knew he should leave. He just came to report the situation. This was what Kang Xian asked him to do. The office door closed again. Kang Xian reached his hand under the desk and patted the woman's head. Come out. The woman with exquisite makeup came out from under the desk and complained, my legs are sore from squatting. If the scene just now was exposed online, it would cause a huge uproar. Because this woman was Su Lu. Su Lu was 30 years old this year. After graduating from high school, she didn't go to university. When she was 20, she was discovered by a talent scout and started her acting career. As an artist, she was undoubtedly successful. After 10 years of struggle, she gained both fame and fortune. Correspondingly, she had also paid a huge price. Because of work, she had not had a boyfriend until now. She was Kang Xian's lover. In the entertainment industry, this was all too common. The number of female celebrities who had never slept with him could be counted on one hand. She, Su Lu, had no background or capital. If she didn't rely on her body, what could she rely on? Su Lu felt that her 10 years of hard work could be enough to write an epic novel. Therefore, she looked down on newcomers like Qin Baobao from the bottom of her heart. Xian, I want to be on the show. Kick Qin Baobao out. Su Lu sat on Kang Xian's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Kang Xian said, you think I haven't tried? That Huang guy rejected my suggestion at the meeting yesterday. Su Lu said coquettishly, I don't care. Kang Xian smiled and said, don't worry, he can't suppress me. The chief planner of the program is my classmate, so I personally called him to ask for his help. I'll update you in the afternoon. Su Lu revealed a charming, feminine smile. Shall I come to your house tonight? No, my wife is back from a business trip. Don't contact me for the next few days. Su Lu wriggled her body in protest. Kang Xian smiled and said, don't make a fuss. You'll have to pay for it tonight. The sun was blazing outside the window, and the central air conditioner was blowing cold air. Kang Xian hugged Su Lu with one hand and caressed her thigh with the other. His thoughts drifted away. He deliberately suppressed Qin Baobao not just to help Su Lu. A certain big shot in the industry once said that the entertainment industry was his backyard. These words were domineering and Kang Xian deeply believed them. Qin Baobao was a woman he liked at first sight. Kang Xian knew that haste made waste. To conquer a woman, he had to conquer her heart first. First, he had to polish off the edges. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Forcing it would have the opposite effect. For example, when Su Lu entered the company, she was also a pure little flower. She refused to sell her body. Kang Xian was very patient. He quietly supported her, lifted her up to the clouds, and then threw her down from high. This fall shattered all her reservations and fantasies. When Kang Xian made another request, Su Lu did not say anything and gave her body and mind for the sake of her future. It had been 5 years. Today was different from the past. Kang Xian was no longer a vigorous young man. Qin Baobao was also more outstanding than Su Lu. He did not want to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to control Qin Baobao as soon as possible. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Baobao took out the key to open the door. She kicked off her high heels and threw her bag on the sofa. Like an aggressive tigress, she pounced on Qin Zhe, who was browsing the financial statements of a listed company. Where's the money? Hand over the money and I won't kill you. Qin Baobao grabbed Qin Zhe's neck and said fiercely, Otherwise I'll pull you out and hit your D*CK 100 times. Qin Zhe straightened his waist and his sister, who was riding on him, almost fell down. Her delicate body was thrown high, and she hurriedly let go of her hand to support herself on the sofa. He took the opportunity to flip over and turned from passive to active. He pressed his sister down on the sofa and twisted her hands behind her back. He sneered disdainfully, "Qin Baobao, where did your confidence come from?" Qin Baobao could not struggle. Her face was red with anger and she condemned, "You black-hearted thing. I poured my heart out for you, but you secretly made a fortune behind my back. You're not a good thing." Qin Zhe sneered, "I'm selling my own songs. It's none of your business." "I don't care." Qin Baobao acted shamelessly, "You're heartless and ungrateful. I'll criticize you in the name of the party." Qin Zhe complained, "I've been a member of the Communist Youth League all my life. You can't criticize me in the name of the party." Qin Baobao probed, "How much?" 3 songs for 300,000. Because of your rising fame, the copyright of Farewell Song also rose, and it was sold for 150,000. A total of 450,000. 450,000. Qin Baobao's eyes seemed to be flashing with red banknotes. She swallowed her saliva and said happily, I want to buy a bag. I want to change my computer. I also need to change my phone. Let's go buy some clothes this weekend. My little BMW seems to need maintenance too. Let me think, what should we eat tomorrow? A 5-star buffet? Japanese food? Seafood?" Qin Zhe squinted and shattered his sister's dream with one sentence. "Sorry, I've invested all my money in the stock market." Qin Baobao's excited expression froze. Qin Zhe added without changing his expression, "And it's trapped." Qin Baobao's heart was hit 10,000 times. A moment later Wang Zijin came out of the room, pointed behind her and lowered her voice. "What's wrong with her?" She covered her head and cried as soon as she entered the room. Qin Zhe said lightly, "Ignore her, she'll be fine after crying." Qin Baobao was forgetful. To put it nicely, she was free and easy, but to put it bluntly, she was heartless. More than half an hour later, his sister's voice came from the room muttering, my number one enemy is online." Qin Zhe was stunned. "Speak human language." Qin Baobao held her phone and ran out in a panic. "Su Lu is the guest for the next episode of I Am a Singer," she posted on Weibo. Qin Zhe looked at her and was stunned, and then, blockhead. His sister put her finger on his forehead and pushed hard. "My position was originally hers, you know." His sister said angrily, "Last time the teacher who wrote the song for me was intercepted by her. Don't you think I know what she's up to? She wants to see me get eliminated and take over my position. Now the company's higher-ups have 2 opinions. One is to remove me and promote Su Lu. The other is to support me to continue." Qin Zhe touched his chin. "Anyway, your excellent songs are not resources of Star Art Entertainment. Star Art Entertainment is happy to see you become a popular singer without spending any money and then use you to make a lot of money. That's why there are more people supporting you. But even so, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with this." Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. "Am I the kind of person to endure humiliation? I'm going to take my revenge. I'm going to PK her." Qin Zhe was shocked. "I don't know if you're enduring humiliation, but I know your brain must be damaged. Su Lu is an A-list celebrity. Where do you get the confidence to eliminate her?" Qin Baobao, "Did your confidence increase after winning a few rounds?" "I'm a little fairy." Qin Baobao twisted her waist. She was full of confidence. Qin Zhe took out his phone and opened Weibo. Su Lu posted on Weibo, "I received an invitation from I Am a Singer. I'm looking forward to singing on this platform. I want to exchange, learn, and compete with the teachers. By the way, I'm here with teacher Gong Ming's new song. Yes, everyone is familiar with it. It's an ancient-style song. I hope you can support it." Attached picture, I Am a Singer's invitation letter. There were hundreds of thousands of comments under the Weibo post. An astonishing number of replies. This was an A-list celebrity with more than 10 million followers. Of course, not all of them were her fans. Zombie fans definitely made up a large portion. The difference between an A-list celebrity and a small-time celebrity. Qin Baobao's Weibo followers, 480,000. Su Lu's Weibo followers, 9 million. Wow, Su Gongming's new song? Flourishing Clouds is an unsurpassable classic of ancient-style songs. It's also Su Gongming's best work. Teacher Gong Ming has been quiet for a while. Is he okay? Yeah, he hasn't released a good song for many years. I'm worried. 10 years of polishing a sword. I believe Su Gongming can reach new heights. What a big gamble. Please invite Su Lu to participate. Su Lu is one of the stars of star art. She's popular, but her singing, lip-syncing scum. Trash. What are you saying? Get lost if you don't like it. A woman who's looking for trouble. Who cares if she sings well or not? I'm a die-hard fan of Su Lu. I support her unconditionally. Even an A-list celebrity is here. Will the king be far away? The program team is going against the heavens. I'm in Shanghai. I'm going to buy tickets. Qinzhe realized something very awkward. It was Su Lu's awkwardness. Her popularity was high, but she was a controversial celebrity. Many people liked her and many people hated her. This was not contradictory. There were too many controversial big shots in the entertainment industry. Su Lu's reputation was not good. She used to debut as a singer. Later she was exposed to lip-syncing. Her popularity plummeted and she switched to film and television. In other words, although she had the popularity of an A-list celebrity, she did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. In fact, many A-list celebrities did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. Why? Because popularity could be hyped up. Some female celebrities relied on negative news to become a B-list celebrity. Could you say that her support was at the level of a B-list celebrity? Su Lu's Weibo fans were more than 20 times that of Qin Baobao. However, some people followed her to criticize her. Some people followed her purely because they liked celebrities. For a celebrity, it was good enough if 10 out of 100 fans were diehard. The rest were rational fans, anti-fans, zombie fans, and soy sauce fans. Qin Baobao had her advantages. She did not have any negative news. Her fans were very pure. They liked her voice, her songs, and her big breasts and long legs. To be honest, Qin Baobao was not without hope. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qinzhe made dinner for his two sisters. He went out, hailed a taxi, and went straight to Queen Pei's villa. He called Nan Man Pei in advance. The queen said that she was not at home and asked him to do as he pleased. He did not need to call in advance. The tutoring time could be decided by Qinzhe. He just needed to communicate with Li Donglai. This meant that he was going to be a hands-off boss. As Nan Man Pei said, I don't care about the process. I only care about the results. At 7:40, the taxi arrived at the villa area. Li Donglai stood at the entrance of the neighborhood looking forward to it. Master, I got you an access card. You can come directly in the future. You don't have to pick me up every time you go out. He handed Qinzhe a white card. The property management was very strict. Cars and people needed access cards to pass through. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter this residential area. Li Donglai's grades were a mess. He was at the bottom of the class for a long time. Qinzhe's plan was to cut him down and start from scratch. With Qinzhe's level, it was more than enough to teach a high school trash. After getting Qinzhe's promise to teach him peerless martial arts when he finished his homework, Li Donglai changed his uninhibited nature and devoted himself to studying. He stopped playing games and listening to songs. Occasionally he saw Qinzhe watching the program's Singer on the computer. He drooled at Qin Baobao's figure. At 9:30 in the evening, Qinzhe finished today's tutoring. Li Donglai sent his master downstairs. In the living room, Li Donglai's sister was talking on the phone. Don't talk nonsense with me. Doesn't your dad have connections in the TV station? Give me a live ticket. If you can't do it, then don't be my sister. Of course. I'm Su Lu's fan. How can I not support my idol singing on stage? What, you like Qin Baobao? That vixen is so annoying. Her breasts are so big that it's unscientific. They're obviously filled with silicone. So what if she sings well? It doesn't change her nature as a vixen. Look at her face. Isn't she just a seductive vixen? Li Donglai, that idiot, every time he looks at her, he drools. Pei Ziki was lying on the sofa. Her hands were resting on the glass coffee table. Her two slender legs were crossed. If he had to give this student a score, Qinzhe would give her 8 points. In a few years, she would have the qualifications to become a goddess with 9 points. She was still too young and inexperienced. However, a young girl had the advantages of a young girl. Her waist was slender like a newly sprouted willow branch. She had a delicate oval face, short hair, and rippling almond eyes. Li Donglai heard her words and sneered. Anyway, he was used to being scolded. He led Qinzhe straight out. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, a Maserati was slowly driving into the neighborhood. Qinzhe couldn't help but take a few more glances. This thing was expensive and belonged to the high-end series of cars. The slender cabin cover curved sharply like a shark leaping out of the water. The anti-spying glass blocked the view inside. In the past, when Qinzhe saw this kind of luxury car, he would always curse in his heart. There must be some pot-bellied uncle driving a beautiful girl inside. At this time the car window rolled down. In the driver's seat was not a pot-bellied uncle, but a tranquil and beautiful queen. Her Majesty the Queen was dressed in a professional suit today. She lacked the gentleness of someone who was suitable for home and family, and instead she gave off a capable and sharp aura. "You're going back?" Nanman Pei smiled. "Yes," Qinzhe said. "I'll send you back," Nanman Pei said softly. Qinzhe hesitated for a moment before opening the door and going in. He actually didn't want to hitch a ride with the queen. He always felt oppressed when he was with this woman with such a strong aura. This came from the difference in life experience and social experience. However, she had a charm that made people want to explore and get close to her. Chapter 73. On the way back, both parties were silent. Nanman Pei didn't speak, and Qinzhe didn't take the initiative to speak either. Soothing music was playing in the car. It was Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale. The music chart had a download function, and each song cost 1 yuan. When they were about to reach their neighborhood, the Maserati slowed down. Nanman Pei smiled beautifully. "Qinzhe, where did you learn all these skills?" "I learned them blindly," Qinzhe said. "Do you believe that I'll turn around and throw you into the Huangpu River?" Nanman Pei threatened softly. The queen was a queen. She was so charming even when she said harsh words. "I learned martial arts for a few years. There used to be a boxer in our neighborhood," Qinzhe said half-truthfully. "Can you teach Sister Pei later?" Nanman Pei's voice was soft, with a strong Shanghai accent. Qinzhe felt that Queen Bei was particularly seductive today. "Sister Pei, don't joke with me." Qinzhe smiled bitterly. Nanman Pei nodded. The Maserati stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. When Qinzhe opened the door, she suddenly said, "I checked your background. It's ordinary but interesting. Your sister Qin Bao is a new singer. I heard that all the songs she sings are written by you." Qinzhe closed the door and narrowed his eyes. "Sister Pei, it's just a tutor. There's no need for that." Nanman Pei seemed to find his bitter and resentful look very interesting. She giggled. That was called flirtatious and radiant. Nanman Pei turned around and tilted her head. "You're Donglai's teacher. As your aunt, shouldn't I check on you?" This action of hers added a sense of delicateness to the air of a young girl. Qinzhe gritted his teeth. "You were the one who wanted to investigate me, weren't you? Did you secretly search through my 18 generations of ancestors?" Nanman Pei sighed sadly, "But I can't find out which school you are from." Qinzhe said angrily, "What sect? I only know a few moves." Even if the queen occasionally displayed the playfulness and charm of a young girl, Qinzhe would still be on guard. The atmosphere in the car became silent. Nanman Pei said indifferently, "Why aren't you scramming? Do you want me to invite you out of the car?" Without another word, Qinzhe pushed open the door and rushed out. In a flash, he ran more than 10 meters away, turned around and waved his hand, disappearing into the darkness. For several days in a row, the news of Su Lu joining Singer with a new song was all over the place. All the major web portals and online media platforms pushed at least 3 news articles a day, trying to write articles in different ways. Su Gongming's new song is coming soon. Su Lu battles the music world again. Singing star show might be her way to heaven. The #1 ancient style singer battles again. After flourishing age, can Su Gongming create glory again? Explosion. Su Lu practiced singing for years just to return to the music world. Su Lu joins I Am a Singer. The show will welcome its first A-list star. You see, this song Huang Yuting, Qin Xiaotong and Qin Bao Bao can't sing it, but she sings it like it's the sound of nature. The online comments were hot, with both praise and criticism, but it couldn't resist the media's flattery. Although the haters scolded, they were looking forward to it. An A-list star joined the show with a new song, and it was the work of the former ancient-style master, Su Gongming. For a moment, Su Lu's limelight instantly overshadowed Huang Yuting, Li Rongxing, Lu Xuegong, Qin Xiaotong and Qin Bao Bao. The program team of Singer launched a poll on the official website for the most likely guest to be eliminated this week. Su Lu, 300 votes. Lu Xuegong, 4,250 votes. Huang Yuting, 4,330 votes. Li Rongxing, 6,806 votes. Qin Xiaotong, 8,003 votes. Qin Bao Bao, 12,470 votes. In the comments section below the poll, here's the marinated powder. Marinated powder +1, +2, +3, +4. Keep the formation below. +10086. My Lulu is mighty, she's at the top of the list. That's right, Su Lu is an A-list star after all, and her popularity is higher than Huang Yuding, Li Rongxing and Lu Xuegang. Begging for a child with a lot of money? Bah, begging for tickets who can get a live ticket. I'm going to support my idol. I saw the news and followed her here. I don't watch variety shows, but Su Lu is my goddess. This episode of I Am a Singer can't be missed. No, I have to watch it in the future. With Su Lu joining the show, who can compete with her? Being popular doesn't mean that she can sing well. In terms of status in the music industry, not to mention Huang Yuding, Lu Xuegang, and Li Rongxing, Su Lu is way ahead of her. Let's start the poll. Let's bet that Su Lu lip syncs, 1 point deducted. Qin Bao Bao is at the bottom again. This girl is so pitiful. My goddess has always been looked down upon by others, but she still stands strong. Why is my goddess at the bottom? Lu Xuegang was okay by her last time. That was an accident. Farewell song was too amazing. Who would have thought that rock could be sung like that? But this kind of hit song can't be repeated. Oh, another original hit song at the level of Farewell song? Do you think it's possible? What the poster above said makes sense. Although I'm drooling over the long legs of the big-breasted girl, once Qin Bao Bao loses her advantage of being an original, or if her original songs are not as good as the previous ones, her popularity will definitely plummet. This is the disadvantage of a newcomer, she has too few fans. The audience's eyes are sharp. The guest for the next episode has been confirmed to be Su Lu, so let's analyze the situation. Contestants: Su Lu, Huang Yuding, Lu Xuegang, Qin Xiaotong, Li Rongxing and Qin Bao Bao. At this point in the program, the guests are either popular singers or former queens. Su Lu is even an A-list celebrity. It's not a singer like Li Zongda who is not famous in the mainland, nor is it a half-baked singer like Xue Mei. Does Qin Bao Bao have any hope of beating these guests? It's almost impossible. Most netizens agreed with this analysis post. Someone reposted this post on Weibo and Qin Bao Bao. Aha, Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao cries, fairy tales are all lies, already yet. You guys are too much already yet. She's too strong, too much already yet. Adding fuel to the fire, I like it already yet. That hurts, buddy, already yet. The netizens burst into laughter. They were afraid that the world would be in chaos, so they all joined in and reposted the comments. Then at Qin Bao Bao. His sister yelled in the room. Ace, everyone looks down on me. Qin Zhe shouted in the living room, it can't be helped. How long have you been in the industry? How long have they been in the industry? The audience's teasing of Qin Bao Bao seemed to have become a daily occurrence. Qin Bao Bao ran out of the room with a sad face and pretended to wipe her tears. Ace, if you can buy me a Louis Vuitton bag, I believe that I can be revived immediately. Get out of here. Qin Zhe sighed, lamenting her misfortune and angry at her failure to fight. Qin Bao Bao said pitifully, that's too much, I really feel that my future is dark. Sob sob sob. Get out of here, don't disturb me watching the stock market. Qin Zhe was mentally and physically exhausted these days. He had to take care of his sister's acting career and work hard in the stock market at the same time. He dared not be careless at all because he never knew that the stock that would fall the next day would be his. Qin Bao Bao wanted to come over and peek at the profit and loss, but Qin Zhe pressed her forehead and threw her onto the sofa. The angry sister grabbed Qin Zhe and gave him a round of punches. She was afraid that he would retaliate, so she ran away after hitting him. Back in the room, Qin Bao Bao was still indignant. She secretly took a picture of Qin Zhe and posted it on Weibo. We agreed to be each other's angel, but I'm in deep trouble on the internet. You have the nerve to invest in stocks? Looking at childhood from afar, she attached a picture of Qin Zhe sitting in the living room and looking at the computer, but his face was pixelated. There were more than 300,000 followers of Qin Bao Bao. When they saw their goddess's post, they were shocked. When they took another look, they realized that the legendary younger brother had appeared. They seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were particularly excited. The legendary younger brother? Why are you pixelating? If it's art, please don't pixelate. If it's not suitable for children, please don't post it on the internet. Bao Bao is so beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Please date me. I hate pixelation. Sister is not as important as stocks. My heart is attacked 10,000 times. Let's ask for a song. Talented gold medal composer. I'm very curious. Which god removed the pixelation? Qin Bao Bao can do it. Push your younger brother out to block the arrow. Let's help Qin Bao Bao at him. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your Qin Bao Bao shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your long-legged sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Qinzhe was stunned. His phone kept ringing. He picked it up and saw hundreds of Weibo notifications. They were all at him. He didn't want to get involved in the entertainment industry. It didn't feel good to be the center of attention. It was too stressful. No one liked to be surrounded by people like a panda. Many celebrities were annoyed. Paparazzi would take photos of them wherever they went. If they fell, they would be accused of domestic violence. If they didn't hold arms with their husband or wife, they would be questioned about their marriage. Even if they farted, they would be exposed. However, since he was a celebrity and a public figure, this was the price he had to pay. He looked up at his sister's room. The door wasn't closed. Qin Bao Bao was sneakily observing the living room. When she met his gaze, she retracted her head guiltily. Qinzhe picked up his phone and posted on Weibo. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. I have an ancient song. Qin Bao Bao, damn, what a big tone. Are you trying to challenge Sulu? An ancient song? Are you serious? You can write all kinds of songs? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even if he can write an ancient song, he's not as good as Su Gongming. He's a senior composer. Senior composer, my ass. You're calling him senior in front of the composer who wrote Farewell Song, Fairy Tale, Legend, and Invisible Wings? Last time he posted on Weibo, life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. Then Farewell Song was born. 666, ugh. He's bringing more hate to Qin Bao Bao. He doesn't know the rules of the entertainment industry. This brother of his is a scammer. Let's wait for Sulu's fans to flood Weibo. Go to Qin Bao Bao's Weibo and watch. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. Lulu loyal player, identification complete. In the room, Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed, looking at Weibo with a bright smile. Star Art Entertainment, practice room. After Sulu finished practicing, her assistant immediately handed her a bottle of water. She opened it and gulped down a mouthful. She was a little tired. A new song was troublesome because the singer was completely unfamiliar with it. Anyone could sing a few lines, but it would be difficult to sing it well. She had to constantly practice and familiarize herself with it. Not forgetting the lyrics and not going out of tune were the basics. When she heard the melody, she could sing the corresponding lines. That was the real accomplishment. How's the response online? Sulu asked. The company has been buying news for you. The assistant was all smiles. The response is naturally very good. Many people are looking forward to your singing on the show. The popularity is enough. Next, it's up to your performance. What do you think of my song? Sulu asked again. It had been a long time since she felt so worried. This song is the result of teacher Gongming's 3 years of hard work. It's also the title song of your album. Of course, the quality is good. The assistant quickly flattered. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. The company had spent a lot of resources to prepare her album. The title song was Su Gongming's ancient song, Ink Painting. It was a high-quality song. Although it wasn't as good as a gold song, how could a gold song be released so easily? It was already very rare. Therefore, Sulu was very proud of her decision to join Pop Star. She had hit a bottleneck in her film career. Only by making a breakthrough in her singing career could she hope to go further. She was already 30 years old. In the future, her situation would only get worse. The entertainment industry would always be the world of young people. How many celebrities of the previous generation could play the lead role? The assistant was playing with her phone when she suddenly laughed. Sister Su, look at the online poll. Qin Bao Bao is at the bottom again. This group of netizens is so funny. They even tagged her. Sulu laughed. Ignore her. Let's see how long she can laugh. Chapter 74. Thursday at the TV station. At the recording studio of I Am a Singer. Qinzhe sat in the middle of the crowd. Above his head, the neon lights were dazzling. It felt like when he was in junior high school, the school organized the whole school to move small benches to the field to watch anti-Japanese war movies. Qinzhe participated in the recording of a variety show for the first time. The ticket was given to him by Qin Bao Bao. It seemed that the program team gave the singer a free live ticket. Qin Bao Bao thought of her best friend first. Wang Zijin said that she still had a script to finish and couldn't find the time. His sister reluctantly gave it to Qinzhe. Out of novelty, Qinzhe gladly accepted it. There were still 10 minutes before the recording. The hundreds of audience members were chattering. No one was using their phones because their phones were taken away by the security. Those who had 2 phones couldn't use them either. There was a signal jammer in the studio. Beside him, a few young men were whispering excitedly. When will Sulu come on stage? I specially came to see Sulu. Hey, it's still early. Look at the big screen later. The results of the singer's lot drawing will be shown. I didn't expect that they could even invite a big shot like Sulu. This is much more interesting than a concert. Sulu's status in the music industry isn't high. We've all heard her singing before. I like Qin Bao Bao more. Her voice is nice and she's beautiful. Most importantly, her body. TSK. No matter how beautiful Qin Bao Bao is, I'll always be the man she can't get. *T won't be noble just because no one cares. Definitely. How could the big shots let go of such a beautiful woman? She has so many good songs. Why would the entertainment company promote her for no reason? Bah, don't insult my goddess. Didn't she say that it was all written by her brother? To hell with your brother. Please don't say it. Who would believe you? The songs she sang were of different styles. How could one person write all of them? That's just a fig leaf. I can't possibly say that I slept with my boss in exchange for resources to rise up the ranks. Young man, you're too young. Qin Zhe sighed to himself. People were too prejudiced against the entertainment industry. Perhaps it was not prejudiced but the truth. But even if they knew that a female celebrity's jade-like arms were pillowed by thousands of people, and her lips were tasted by tens of thousands of people, there were still people who chased after her like crazy. The human heart was so complicated that it was difficult to describe it with words. A staff member went up on stage and held the microphone. The recording of the program is about to begin. We are entering the countdown. Everyone please remain silent. The countdown ended and the recording began. Injia's beautiful figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage. The background was backstage. As usual, he chatted and joked with the guests. The program was very effective and the audience laughed loudly. Then it was time to knock on the door. Sulu was wearing a light blue off-the-shoulder dress and white high heels. She was a young woman in her 30s. She had a graceful bearing and exquisite makeup on her face, making her look even more beautiful and flawless. The moment Sulu appeared on the big screen, the audience cheered. Sister Su, I'm your fan. Can you give me a hug? Injia was as surprised as a little girl. Of course. Sulu smiled warmly as the two hugged. Sister Su, the internet said that you brought a new song this time. Is it true? Injia pretended to be curious. Yes, it's teacher Su Gongming's new song. He spent 2 years composing this song. By the way, let me tell you a secret. This song is the title song of my new album. Sulu winked at the camera and acted cute. Injia exclaimed and exaggerated, slow work produces fine work. 10 years of polishing a sword. Sister Su, I'm really curious and looking forward to it. Her acting was exaggerated. Sulu nodded and used this opportunity to promote her new album. Everyone, you must support my new album. The audience bought it. Don't worry, we'll definitely support you. I'm looking forward to it. Is Sulu good at singing? Of course. The news said that Sulu has been practicing her singing skills for years. There are pictures to prove it. Moreover, the title song of the album is the work of teacher Su Gongming for 3 years. It'll definitely be good. Then I'll support you too. Injia praised Sulu as usual and led her to the hall to meet the other singers. The show entered the lot drawing segment. The audience was looking forward to this segment. Since the start of Singer, the lot drawing segment had been very interesting. Li Rongxing had been acting cute to get a good draw. Next, Qin Bao Bao's lot drawing result was the most interesting. This episode's lot drawing results. Huang Yuding vs Qin Xiaodong, Lu Shuigong vs Li Rongxing, Su Lu vs Qin Bao Bao, Su Lu vs Qin Bao Bao. I bought a watch last year. Qin Bao Bao's luck is simply unbelievable. Qin Bao Bao is going to fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun. It's a matter of character. In the first episode, she fought with Huang Yuding. In the second episode, Xuemei. In the third episode, Lu Shuigong. In the fourth episode, damn, it's the A-list star Su Lu. I'm also drunk. How can she win? Why did she get Su Lu? I'm silently sweating for the big-breasted girl. It's Su Lu. I'm also drunk. Bao Bao, it's a tragedy again. The audience was slightly in an uproar. With different expressions, they all expressed sympathy for Qin Bao Bao. This segment was interesting. Some people on the internet had already ridiculed Qin Bao Bao's luck. She had drawn big names one after another. The interesting thing was that she survived every time. In the first episode, she lost to Huang Yuding, but successfully returned to the stage in the revival round. In the second episode, she defeated Shui Mei with a crushing number of votes. In the third episode, she shocked the music industry with a song, and the king of rock and roll was defeated by her. In the last 3 episodes, Qin Baobao quickly rose from an unknown newcomer to the status of a new female singer. Her popularity now was not inferior to Shui Mei's. In this episode she would face the A-list star Su Lu. The audience whispered. The director threw the camera backstage and asked the staff to go on stage and shout, "Everyone please be quiet. Be quiet." The audience's discussion stopped for a while. Qin Zhe listened attentively. Everything could happen once but not twice but not thrice. Was Qin Baobao's luck really that bad? The first time was a coincidence, the second time was not justifiable, and the third time was still the same luck. Could only mean one thing: human factors. The program team was messing with her. Qin Zhe guessed. But the program team would not do anything to Qin Baobao for no reason. The answer was obvious. Star Art or Su Lu was using their connections to secretly mess with Qin Baobao. Although I Am a Singer was known for its fair and just reputation, fairness was relative and not absolute. Qin Zhe had reason to suspect that the program team did something behind the scenes during the drawing of lots. As for how they did it, he could not figure it out for the time being. The task of 500 points was indeed not simple. Not long after Yinjia came out. She was dressed up and walked out of the backstage in high heels. The camera was aimed at her. Yinjia gestured to the director and the camera opened. Yinjia smiled sweetly. "Hello everyone. Welcome to I Am a Singer broadcast by Xingji Cosmetics. I am the host Yinjia." The audience applauded very cooperatively. Camera 2 pointed the camera at the audience. Yinjia said, "Everyone has seen the result of the drawing of lots. Huang Yuding is a popular singer in the music industry. Today, what kind of beautiful music will he bring to us? Let's welcome Huang Yuding." Loud applause. Huang Yuding walked along the long trapezoidal stage to the center. The lights above his head scattered into countless light beams. They danced in the air and then gathered again to hit him. His outfit today was a bit strange. He wore bell-bottoms from the 70s, an old-fashioned floral shirt, and his hairstyle was also split. This outfit was a bit interesting. The music started. The audience consciously shut up and kept quiet. My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I look at this unfamiliar hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. The passing years have been washed away, and everything has changed. I'm like a guest from afar passing by here. It was a folk song from the 70s. It told the story of a prodigal son and his hometown. The prodigal son, who was working hard outside when he was young, returned to his hometown after many years. His father was old and his hometown changed with each passing day. The shadow of the past could no longer be found. The song was filled with deep sadness and melancholy. Huang Yuding added pop elements and corrected a few mistakes in the original song. The brand new buildings stand proudly under the sun. The old walls that have collapsed under my feet. The colorful ones are easy to get tired of chewing. The black and white memories stay in my youth. Like those outdated but classic old feature films. I see the clock again. I know I'm almost home. The wind blows away the leaves and throws the soul to spring. This is the hometown I'll eventually return to. Not many young people had heard this song. They only felt that the song was sad and melancholy. It made them feel inexplicably sad. They couldn't help but immerse themselves in the anxiety and longing of a prodigal son returning to his hometown. However, some older people's eyes turned red. This was a song from their era. It was the feelings of their era. How many people left their hometown and struggled for decades? Some were submerged in the tide of the times, while others stood at the head of the tide. Whether they failed or succeeded, when they returned to their hometown with sadness or the joy of success, things had changed. Their hometown was no longer the same as before. Children didn't know each other when they met. Huang Yuding's adaptation was undoubtedly successful. He had touched the hearts of many people. The music stopped and applause rang out. Huang Yuding bowed slightly and left the stage. According to the rules of the program, singers couldn't canvass for votes before or after the performance. They were all well-known singers. It was very likely that their words would affect the audience's choice. Many audience members had never heard this song before. At this time they were discussing excitedly. "What song is this? I've never heard it before. It's a very old song. I heard it when I was young, but the original song wasn't so good." "That's right. Who is cult leader Huang? He's a big shot in the music industry. When the online resources are released, I must download it. It's good. After the adaptation, the quality is close to that of a masterpiece. No, it's a masterpiece. Damn, I feel like I'm stuck. I miss home. I didn't go home for the Spring Festival last year. I suddenly want to go home. My hometown has changed a lot over the years. It's a little unfamiliar. On the stage, Yinjia said loudly, "Let's welcome the next singer, Qin Xiaotong." The surrounding lights suddenly turned dark. A round lamp shone on the center of the stage. There stood the middle-aged Qin Xiaotong, the former queen. When Qin Xiaotong was young, she was also a well-known beauty. As time passed, fine crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her figure was plump. However, her charm was still very strong. It was a fatal temptation to mature women. Reality proved that there were many mature women who were mature women. Qin Xiaotong sang a Cantonese song. Her voice was beautiful and her breath was deep. However, Huang Yuding was in front of her. Her song couldn't surpass her competitors. Soon the votes were out. Huang Yuding defeated Qin Xiaotong with a score of 60 votes. Qin Xiaotong entered the revival round. The second group of singers, in terms of song selection and performance, were not as amazing as the first group. Li Rongxing couldn't counterattack Lu Shuigong, who was good at singing rock, and entered the revival round. The third group, Su Lu vs Qin Baobao. The highlight of this week's episode came on stage with a new song. Su Lu's fans were excited. On the other hand, Qin Baobao's fans were worried. Qin Baobao had almost no chance of winning. Chapter 75. More than half of the lights went out, but the stage was lit up. Beams of light shone on the beauty who slowly walked onto the stage, illuminating the ink-stained cheongsam she was wearing. The mountains and ancient pines were tall and sturdy, and the scene was distant. The beauty was like a flower, adding a classical and elegant beauty. The audience burst into cheers. They were really stunned by her outfit. So beautiful. My goddess. The outfit is stunning. Her figure is still a lot worse than Qin Baobao's. Su Lu is so beautiful. This outfit, TSK, completely beats any uniform. China's cheongsam is still the best. Haha, after this episode, Ma Bao will come out with something similar to Su Lu's. A moment later, the gentle sound of a guzheng rang out, followed by an eru, a piano, a flute, the shower's first break, ripples on the lake surface, half a lifetime of tiredness, all in vain. On the blue stone, an oil paper umbrella. Thin smoke on a painted screen, it's hard to paint your face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. Su Lu's voice was ethereal and ancient. The tune was good, the lyrics were good, and the person was good. The classical music was filled with a unique sad and melancholy atmosphere. China's traditional music was different from Western music in terms of melody, scale, timbre, rhythm, and so on. It was about purity. The guzheng was the guzheng and the eru was the eru. A single instrument performance gave the audience a pure sense of hearing, light, slow, sad, and many other characteristics. There was no noise of rock and roll, no chaos of accompaniment. It was simple and pure. It was another kind of auditory enjoyment. The audience closed their eyes in intoxication, quietly listening to the beautiful notes of the classical instruments and Su Lu's magnetic and sad voice. Backstage, Huang Yuding closed his eyes and listened to the music attentively. Li Rongxing nodded to himself. Not bad. It's very flavorful. Qin Xiaotong echoed, "You've outlined the classical taste in an instant." Lu Shuigong was a rock musician. He wasn't good at classical music, but he could appreciate it. He commented, "The tune is nice. It's gentle and melodious, but it also gives people a touch of sadness. The lyrics are also well written. Listening to the song, it's as if I'm in the ancient times of Jiangnan, holding an umbrella, walking on a bluestone road, a small bridge over flowing water. A scroll of ink painting is spread out before my eyes. A few dancing snow in a broken bottle. The more I think about it, the harder it is for me to write a river. I'm afraid that if I use too much force, I'll provoke Zhijianmo. In the end, I couldn't draw out that sadness. I'll draw a strand for you. A window can't hide me. I can't cut a ray of light. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your beauty. I'll make a painting for you." His voice gradually deepened until it disappeared. The song ended. Su Lu flirtatiously flipped her hair and bowed slightly. "Thank you, everyone." Clap, clap, clap. The applause was like a storm, but it was also like the waves of the sea surging endlessly. The camera deliberately swept past the audience's faces, recording their excited and enthusiastic facial expressions. When the camera swept past Qin Zhe, he symbolically revealed a touched smile. Su Lu left the stage. The audience's applause and cheers stopped, but the residual heat was still there. They were talking to each other. This song is so artistic. Sulu also sang well. I like ancient songs. They're so artistic. The feeling is so wonderful. Just for this song, I'll definitely buy Sulu's new album. I'm turning into a fan. I'm turning into a fan. Sulu's singing is good. How could she have lip-synced before? Hey, which singer hasn't lip-synced before? She's just unlucky to be exposed. But why do I feel that the lyrics are a bit forced? They're flashy but not practical. Bah, what do you know? F***ck off. I'm from the Chinese department. Do you think I don't know? The lyrics are forced and the words are gorgeous. The song is good but not as good as I imagined. It can't give me the artistic conception of Jiangnan's water town. I'm a bit disappointed. This is already very good. I don't think it's worse than Prosperous Times. I don't dare to say that it's a hit song, but it's definitely a masterpiece. If you're not satisfied with this, why don't you write a song? You no can up. Qin Zhe's eyes and ears were sharp. He suddenly heard a few young people talking in the back row. Hey, Qin Bao Bao seems to be singing an ancient song this week. Who told you that? Didn't you follow Qin Bao Bao's Weibo? Yes, but I didn't see her post anything related to it. Oh, it's not Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. It's her brother. A girl said in surprise, she really has a brother. I think so. She said so herself. She also interacted with her brother on Weibo. It's unknown if it's true or not. I think it's fake. Is her brother that good? He can write rock songs and love songs. People on the internet have long said that there can't be such a good person. It's rare even among the songwriters in the industry. Who knows? Anyway, she's next. In the end, 10 minutes later, Qin Bao Bao did not go on stage. Something seemed to have happened backstage. Yin Jiao also left. What happened? What's wrong? It hasn't started yet? It's a recording. It's normal for something to happen. Let's wait. Many audience members stood up, looked around, and discussed. After another 5 minutes or so, Yin Jiao returned to the stage and said with a smile, "Audience, our band's pianist was accidentally injured and has been sent to the hospital. A new pianist is about to fill in. Everyone please calm down." With an explanation, the audience was no longer panicking. But Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he was doomed. He then left his seat in the name of going to the toilet and went backstage. The entrance was guarded by staff members. The audience was not allowed to enter. Non-staff members are not allowed to enter. The staff member guarding the entrance pointed to the warning sign and blocked Qin Zhe's way. The lighting engineer, cameraman and other staff members all looked over. "Go back to the audience. You can't enter here." A middle-aged man with a staff member waved his hand unhappily, indicating that he was chasing him away. "I'm a staff member of Star Art Entertainment. I have something to discuss with Qin Bao Bao. Go and inform her. Or you can return my phone and I'll contact her myself." Qin Zhe lied without batting an eyelid. Star Art Entertainment had 2 singers backstage. Other than their respective managers, there would definitely be other staff members accompanying them. Qin Zhe's words were very trustworthy. The staff member looked at him suspiciously. He was too young and unfamiliar. Qin Zhe pointed to the staff members on the left and smiled, "I'll stand with them. Don't worry. Alright, my name is Qin Zhe." Wait a moment. The staff member greeted his colleagues and signaled them to look after Qin Zhe. He opened the door and disappeared into the long corridor. At this time in the waiting room, the cameraman turned off the equipment. This was an accident during the recording of the program. They couldn't film. In the spacious and bright room, Li Yanhong and the director were in an argument. Why did the equipment hit his head all of a sudden? Li Yanhong said loudly, "This won't do. The replacement player has never played the music score before. What if he makes a mistake when playing live? Will the audience still vote for Bao Bao?" The director said helplessly, "No one can do anything about this. His head was hit and he was sent to the hospital. How about this, remove the zither part?" Qin Bao Bao said anxiously, "That won't do. The zither takes up a large part of the score. Without the zither accompaniment, the effect of the music will be greatly reduced." When the band's pianist was resting backstage, his head was accidentally hit by the sound system above his head. He fainted on the spot and bled all over the floor. He was sent to the hospital. The pianist was also a zither player. The director became impatient. "This won't do, that won't do. Why don't you find me a zither player?" Li Yanhong criticized. "Shouldn't your program team be on guard against such accidents? Why hasn't the replacement player played the score before?" The director rolled his eyes. You don't say. I've been doing programs for so many years, but I've never encountered such a situation. Besides, that's a new song. If you change it to another song, the replacement player will immediately play it. Qin Baobao bit her lip. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of worry. The program team had a replacement player, but she was singing a new song and the tune was also new. If it was any other song, a professional band teacher would have played it before. There was no need to practice. Now there were two solutions. First, the replacement zither player could take over. This plan was very risky. No matter how good a zither player was, it was impossible to play a new song directly. It was easy to make mistakes. Second, remove the zither from the accompaniment. But this way the level of the music would be poor and the mood would not be enough. On the big sofa, Sulu was leisurely drinking the yogurt from the advertiser. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. If there were not so many people, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her laughter. This was retribution. Let's see what you can do, Qin Baobao. Sulu had no reason not to gloat. Qin Baobao was her opponent, whether it was on stage or in private. She was very confident. But if Qin Baobao failed because of the lack of a zither player, she would be happier. The other singers could only watch from the sidelines. They could not do anything about this. Besides, their song was not a new one. It was okay to change the pianist. There was no pressure. Li Yanhong sighed and looked at Qin Baobao. Baobao, why don't we remove the zither player? Qin Baobao's face darkened. She said firmly, no. She turned to the director. Can you give the zither player more time to practice? The director rejected her directly. The program has stopped recording for 20 minutes. The audience outside is very upset. They've been waiting for a long time. Besides, playing once or twice won't have much effect. Qin Baobao insisted. Even if the effect isn't great, it's better than nothing. Sulu said, Qin Baobao, the director said that the audience outside is very upset. We can't delay everyone's time because of you. I have an event tonight. I can't delay it. Qin Baobao's eyes were sharp. Sulu sneered. You're a newcomer. There are many rules that you don't know. You need to understand that you're always the one who has to adapt to the rules, not the other way around. Newcomers must be humble. Do you understand? Everyone tacitly looked down. It was Star Art's family business. It was not convenient for them to interfere. They could only watch the show. Qin Baobao looked around. No one spoke up for her. No one supported her. They were not even willing to give her 5 or 10 minutes. She was alone and helpless. It was hard for her to do anything alone. She felt wronged and sad. At home she was a little princess. Her parents doted on her. She even had a younger brother who laughed and played with her. In school she was a famous person. There were countless boys who fell for her. She also had many close friends. In the workplace she had a boss who favored her and took care of her in all aspects. Life could be said to be smooth sailing. But when she entered the entertainment industry and entered a higher circle, all kinds of conspiracies and schemes came flooding in. She then realized how difficult it was for her to go higher and further without a foundation. Qin Baobao's current feelings were, Baobao, feeling wronged. At this moment a staff member walked in. He looked around and said, Miss Qin, there's someone outside who wants to see you. He says he's an employee of Star Art. Qin Baobao was stunned. She did not remember that other than the driver and Li Yanhong, there were other employees of Star Art accompanying her. With her current status, she did not have the qualifications to have a bodyguard. She also did not have her own personal assistant. Sulu frowned. Did you get it wrong? He's looking for me, right? The staff member scratched his head. I didn't get it wrong. He's looking for Miss Qin. Could it be that he's not an employee of Star Art? It was also possible that she had been fooled. He was actually a fan of Qin Baobao. His name is Qin Zhe. The staff member added. Ah. Qin Baobao suddenly screamed. She left her manager Li Yanhong and ran out in her high heels. Li Yanhong was stunned and followed her out. The others looked at each other. Chapter 76. Qin Zhe waited outside the door for a few minutes. When the door opened, his sister looked around and waved at him. He immediately entered the door. Behind the door was a long corridor that extended in all directions. Qin Baobao stood behind the door with a gloomy face. She bit her lip and looked at him without blinking. She looked like a little girl who had been wronged. This attitude Qin Zhe understood in his heart. It was how his sister looked when she was in a bad mood. The pianist was injured and sent to the hospital? His sister nodded. Then there should be other pianists to fill in. His sister said, That's my new song. The replacement pianist hasn't played it before. The production team didn't give me time to practice. I'll do it, Qinzhe said seriously. Qin Baobao blinked. I'll play it, Qinzhe said. The replacement pianist is not reliable. I'll do it myself. Qin Baobao was still at a loss. She tilted her head and looked at him. Qinzhe sighed silently. They were siblings and knew each other too well. How could his sister not know how good her brother was? I can play the guzheng. In school I joined a music club and practiced the guzheng. It's just that you don't know. Qinzhe lied. When Qin Baobao heard this, a smile bloomed on her face. She hugged Qinzhe's waist and said, Ace, I knew it. You're the only one I can rely on in the world. Li Yanhong, who had followed them out, saw this scene. She was so shocked that her face changed drastically. She ran over in a panic. Bao Bao. She pulled Qin Baobao away on her own initiative and looked at Qinzhe vigilantly. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Baobao was destined to have a bright future. With her looks, it was impossible for her to have a boyfriend. At the very least, she couldn't reveal it to the public. As her manager, he had to strictly control any man that had an intimate relationship with her. When necessary, he had to destroy these dangerous factors. Qin Baobao made a face at her brother and did not explain to her. She pulled Qinzhe up and said, Let's go and tell the director. In the lounge, the front desk staff ran in. Director, the audience outside is very dissatisfied. We can't delay any longer. The director also became frustrated. Where's Qin Baobao? Why isn't she back yet? Tell her to quickly make a choice. Either we replace the guzheng player or we remove the score. Newbies were troublesome, especially newbies who became famous overnight. They had the characteristic of newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They did not care about the rules and did not know how to respect their seniors. It was difficult to communicate. Just then Qin Bao walked in with Qinzhe. She raised her voice and said, There's no need to replace the zither player, and there's no need to remove them. I have a better candidate. Everyone looked at Qinzhe. The director frowned. You're from Xingyi Entertainment? Qin Baobao was just about to nod when she heard Su Lu say, He's not. I've never seen him before. Xingyi Entertainment was a management company. There weren't many professional bands. Su Lu had interacted with them before. She immediately exposed Qinzhe's identity. The director said angrily, How can someone who's not a professional go on stage? His psychological quality is not good enough, his level is not good enough, and the effect of the program is not up to expectations. Who's responsible? Nonsense. He can do it. I guarantee there won't be a problem. Qin Baobao was very confident in her brother. I've learned the guzheng for a few years. Qinzhe lied. The substitute player looked at Qinzhe and questioned. The guzheng is not like other instruments. It's not easy to learn. It's even harder to master it. I've seen the score. It's hard for someone who's not a professional to play it well. The guzheng had an elegant name, 7-string guzheng. It was one of the oldest instruments in China. It was the first stringed instrument in China. It was known as the father of Chinese music. The guzheng and the guzheng were similar in shape. In terms of familiarity, the guzheng beat the guzheng. Many people only knew about the guzheng and not the guzheng. The main thing was that it was difficult to play. It only had 7 strings. As everyone knew, the fewer the strings, the more monotonous the music. If one wasn't a hardcore player, it would be difficult to play the guzheng well. Everyone present chuckled. This Qin Baobao was a bit funny. The things he did made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It should be the newcomer's lack of stability. After encountering an unexpected situation, he didn't actively cooperate with the program team. Instead, he was dissatisfied with both plans. Then he found a half-baked amateur to be the substitute player. How could an amateur compare to a professional? This was a recorded program, not a private talent show. In everyone's eyes, Qin Baobao's style was incompatible with them. Qinzhe glanced at everyone and said, There's nothing wrong with it. I composed the music. Why can't I play it? The music I composed? The music he composed? The director was stunned. Li Rongxing suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Su Lu straightened her back and looked stunned. Huang Yuding and Lu Shuigong looked at each other. Qin Xiaotong said a sentence in Cantonese. This sentence contained too much information. Since Qin Baobao debuted, he had made a name for himself with many original works. His popularity skyrocketed and he was now a C-list celebrity. How long had it been? It had been a full month. As for the source of Qin Baobao's songs, there were many theories online. For example, Qin Baobao was the lover of a big shot in the industry, so Star Art poured resources to support him. This theory was widely accepted by the public. Qin Baobao's male fans loved and hated it. Qin Baobao said himself, My brother wrote all my songs. Everyone present naturally leaned towards the first theory. But Sulu was a smart person. She knew that the company did not give Qin Baobao any resources. Then the person in front of him, Qin Zhe, nodded and threw out another bomb. All of Qin Baobao's songs were written by me. The lounge fell into silence for a moment. After a short silence, the experienced director was the first to react. He rushed over and shook Qin Zhe's hand enthusiastically. Hello, hello. How do I address you? Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled and shook his hand. I've heard a lot about you. The director was excited and his face was full of smiles. Our program team once had a meeting to discuss you. We all want to know which big shot wrote the songs. Many people in the industry are guessing that Qin Baobao's composer is very popular online. My work is not worth mentioning. Qin Zhe was not used to his enthusiasm. He was nervous and almost blurted out classical Chinese. Qin Baobao chuckled. Li Rongxing was lively and squeezed in to join in the fun. Handsome, no master. Let's play a song. You can name the price. Huang Yuting reacted and shouted, Count me in. Qin Xiaotong was not to be outdone. Count me in. Her accent was thick with Cantonese. She walked over from the sofa and looked at Qin Zhe eagerly. After joining I Am a Singer, her career ushered in a second spring and her popularity skyrocketed. After this season, if she could come up with a few good songs and release a single, she would have a firm foothold. On the other hand, even if she was popular now, it would not take long for her to return to her original state if she did not have good works for a long time. There were many examples of people who became popular overnight in the entertainment industry. After becoming popular, there were even more examples of people who became invisible. Why? Because there were no good works. The audience was very forgetful. They needed to keep familiarizing themselves. Popularity was the life of a star. Creating rumors and buying news could also familiarize themselves. But after a long time it would be counterproductive. Some female stars were jokingly called carpet stars. This was the aftereffect of not having any works and forcing themselves to be familiar. Sulu's face was ugly. With such a master, playing the guqin was not a problem. The key was that she smelled a trace of danger. The source of Qin Baobao's songs was also discussed by the company. The marketing manager even had the idea of buying these songs. She suddenly turned her head and asked the assistant, What song did Qin Baobao sing? The assistant was confused. I don't know. We were not present when she rehearsed. Qin Zhe felt that he was still too inexperienced. He was a little unaccustomed to the enthusiasm of several stars and the pressure brought about by being the focus of attention. I have no opinion, but she has to agree. The quick-witted Qin Zhe threw the responsibility to his sister. Qin Baobao laughed and said, How would I dare to make the decision for you? You are the boss at home. Several people suddenly laughed. Qin Baobao said again, You can ask for a song, but you have to talk to my agent. After all, she had worked in the workplace before. Even if she did not want to, she would not say anything. At the same time, she gave them hope that if there was a suitable song in the future, the price would not be a problem. Everything could be negotiated. If it was successful, others would owe her a favor. At the front of the stage, somewhere in the front seats. What the hell is the program crew doing? Pei Ziki was lying on the soft seat, waiting impatiently. It's been almost half an hour. What's going on? Anyway, we heard Sulu sing. Why don't we leave first? The girl next to her also muttered discontentedly. Not only them, but the other audience members also had a lot of opinions. The longer they waited, the more anxious the audience became. At first, the staff could still appease them, but later the crowd was excited and could not be appeased. Less than 100 people left. No one was willing to wait foolishly. No, Qin Baobao hasn't sung yet. I want to vote for Sulu and watch her defeat Qin Baobao. Pei Ziki rejected. Her best friend's father was the deputy director of the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau. Today, she was able to sit in the front seats because of her relationship with her best friend. Pei Ziki was a fan of Sulu, but she was not a die-hard fan. As for Qin Baobao, she naturally disliked her. The reason was probably because she was too similar to the woman at home. She had a vixen-like face and a vixen-like temperament. What made her even angrier was that Li Donglai, that idiot, was actually so obsessed with Qin Baobao. He was obsessed with a woman who looked so similar to that woman. As the audience's impatience grew, Yin Jia finally went on stage and apologized. I'm very sorry to have kept everyone waiting. The program continues. Below the stage, the assistant director was counting down. 3, 2, 1. Yin Jia, thank you Sulu for bringing us the new song. Everyone, what do you think? The camera turned to the audience. It's good. The audience was also very supportive and applauded. It was as if the situation just now had not happened. Let's welcome the next singer, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 77. Qin Bao Bao is here. She's still so beautiful. Her figure is so good. Look at her long legs. How can they be so long? Su Lu is not as beautiful as her. I have to admit that. She's so unlucky. She has no chance of winning against Su Lu. It can't be helped. How many fans does Su Lu have? Half of them are here because of her. She's got the upper hand. I'm also here because of Su Lu, but I'm her anti-fan. I'm here to slander her. But to be honest, the song just now was really good. What if Qin Bao Bao sang another farewell song? If she sang another farewell song, it's hard to say who would win. But she chose to sing an ancient-style song. Isn't she putting her face up for Su Lu to slap? Haha, Li Shuigong is not convinced. This was Qin Bao Bao's fan. It's really hard for her to win this time. Li Shuigong was a miracle. A miracle can't happen again. However, it's not like she has no hope in the revival round. Li Rongxing can't beat her, but Qin Xiaotong can at least try. Qin Xiaotong can't do it. The queen of music is back in popularity and her singing is good. Qin Bao Bao has no advantage. Qin Zhe followed the band teacher to their seats. The camera was not focused on them, but on Qin Bao Bao, who was slowly walking up the stage. But the audience present could see them. Pei Ziki sat in the front row. She glanced at the band teacher and looked away. Suddenly she was stunned and turned her gaze back. That was, Qin, what was it again? Pei Ziki didn't remember Qin Zhe's name, but she recognized Qin Zhe's appearance. After all, Qin Zhe was a handsome guy on campus. He was no longer a passerby who would be forgotten at a glance. Why was he here? Was he the band teacher of the TV station? Pei Ziki was very curious. She remembered that Qin Zhe was a student at the University of Finance and Economics. How could a college student appear in that position? This was completely illogical. She suddenly remembered that her brother's tutor was hired by her aunt. At that time she thought that her aunt had hired a tutor through some recruitment website, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. However, how could a university student catch her aunt's eye? Pei Ziki was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly heard soothing and melodious music. She was immediately attracted by it. Not only her but everyone in the audience was stunned. This prelude was unexpectedly pleasant to listen to. Drums, flutes, triangles and guqin intertwined to form clear and melodious notes, like flowing spring water. Especially the guqin, which had a clear sound quality, gave people a strong classical flavor. The soundtrack covers Chinese and Western instruments. Guqin is the main instrument. Only with it can it perfectly integrate Chinese and Western instruments. Without it, the soundtrack will lose its classical flavor. The blue and white brush strokes drawn by the embryo turn from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your initial makeup. Through the window I understand your thoughts. Let the brush rest halfway on the rice paper. Pei Ziqi's face froze for a moment before he straightened his back from the soft chair and stared unblinkingly at the radiant baby Qin, as if he was listening attentively. The audience behind her were mostly like her. They looked casual at first, but when the music started, they felt that the accompaniment was very pleasant and charming. Then Qin Bao Bao sang, and the lyrics rolled on the teleprompter. The beautiful lyrics, the classical melody, and the magnetic voice mixed with a hint of softness. She instantly attracted the audience. The sky is waiting for the misty rain and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation. There's a smile in your eyes. At the band's position, Qin Zhe closed his eyes, and his hands followed the rhythm of the zither strings. Hook, pick, wipe, pick, hold, push, hit and pluck, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile, and he gradually entered a good mood. The band teachers beside him looked over in surprise. This young man's level was not bad. Before going on stage, Qin Zhe exchanged with the system for advanced zither playing skills, and he could completely master this song. This song was indeed written by him, but he was only a transit station. The real composer came from a parallel space. The first time he heard this song he was shocked. But now, as a member of the accompaniment, the feeling was completely different. The charm of music was indeed endless. Can Su Lu's song really be compared with My Blue and White Porcelain? Does my sister really have no chance of winning? Don't you think ink and painting is too crafty? Don't you think the lyrics are a bit forced and blindly pursue rhetoric? Well, let us speak with facts. Please continue to listen. Qin Zhe's zither suddenly, like a storm, climbed to the peak little by little, and then turned sharply down. The white and blue koi fish jumped at the bottom of the bowl. When I copied the song style, I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kiln for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. The banana outside the curtain provokes the sudden rain, the door ring provokes the copper green. And I passed by that Jiangnan town and provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of the ink. The audience was intoxicated. Their emotions were unconsciously immersed in a touch of sadness. Seeing such a picture, the scenery in front of them spread out. The dark sky, the misty rain, the Jiangnan town looming in the rain and fog. The light rain hit the banana leaves, the closed door, the door ring dyed with a layer of copper green. The misty rain in Jiangnan, the small bridge, the flowing water, the bluestone road, and there should be a girl holding an oil paper umbrella. She should have the hazy and agile like the misty rain in Jiangnan. She was wearing a court lady's dress. She walked through the bluestone paved long path. The girl holding the oil paper umbrella, the umbrella painted with painting ink. She should be a passerby, but she seemed to be looking for something. Maybe she was looking for the way home, or maybe she was looking for the love of 1,000 years. In this small town, in the kiln, looking for the secret of 1,000 years ago? There was a need for a male lead here, but there was no need for a male lead here. It was sorrowful, resentful, and elegant. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke rises and spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the vase, the Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for meeting you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, fainting to start the ending. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it is beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. The gentle and euphemistic sound of the zither became lower and lower, gradually disappearing. After the song, Qin Baobao suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes wet. Pei Ziki suddenly came back to her senses, from the sad and sorrowful atmosphere filled with the misty rain of Jiangnan. She slowly shivered, goosebumps all over her body. The hundreds of audience members at the scene were all silent. No one seemed to be able to come out of the melancholy and sorrow of the song. Many emotional girls covered their mouths and cried. Backstage, Huang Yuding was excited. The melody is gentle and euphemistic, elegant and refined. The lyrics are even better. The person who wrote this song is definitely a genius, no, a genius. Li Rongxing was even more exaggerated. How can there be such a beautiful song? How can the lyrics be so well written? Sad and moving. Oh my god, I want to cover it, I must cover it. Qin Xiaotong pointed at Qin Baobao on the screen and said empathetically, I'm stuck in the song and can't get out. Lu Shuigong couldn't help but think of the song Farewell Song, that caused him to fail miserably. Thinking of the young man he met just now, he couldn't help but admire him. A genius, a genius. Su Lu's expression was very good. If it weren't for the camera she would have flipped the table. The song. She had no hope at all. Qin Baobao adjusted her mood and said in a nasal voice, Thank you everyone. A moment later applause broke out. Everyone stood up at the same time and gave a warm applause. They didn't say much, just kept applauding to show their admiration. Their expressions were enough to show their surprise, admiration, appreciation, and support at the moment. Qin Baobao stood in the center of the stage and accepted the applause with a smile. Yinjia went on stage, wiped her red eyes and said with a smile, Yinjia really cried just now. The audience unanimously agreed. No one knew if this girl was acting or if she was sincere. Then Su Lu went on stage. She and Qin Baobao stood in the center of the stage. It was time to vote. The votes of the two rose one by one. Soon, Su Lu surpassed Qin Baobao and she was firmly in the upper hand. Su Lu turned to look at the big screen and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but smile. I'm voting for Su Lu. I'm her fan, of course I'll support her. I support Qin Baobao. Her songs are 2F** king amazing. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, every song is amazing. Hey, Su Lu is in the lead. What's going on? Su Lu is an A-lister. She sings well. Bullsh *T, how can her song be compared to Blue and White Porcelain? Do you have ears? Su Lu. Qin Baobao. The audience wanted to fight. Pei Ziqi furrowed her brows as she held onto the voting device, hesitating. Her best friend nagged, "Hey, I'm voting for Qin Bao Bao. She sings so well that I cried." "Ziki, who are you voting for? Aren't you Sulu's fan? Why are you hesitating? Looks like Qin Bao Bao has no chance. Sulu has more votes than her." Pei Ziki said angrily, "Shut up." The melody and lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain appeared in her mind. She recalled the urge to cry just now. She gritted her teeth and voted for Qin Bao Bao. "I'm only interested in the song, not the person. Although I'm voting for you, I still hate you." In the middle and end of the voting, Sulu's support rate showed signs of weakening. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao's momentum was strong and soaring. Qin Bao Bao caught up. Qin Bao Bao overtook her. Sulu's face darkened. She was very anxious. She came here with a new song to promote her new album. Whether it was her self-development or her self-esteem, she could not lose. The new song that she had painstakingly worked on was overshadowed by a song of the same genre on the show. Was she still going to release her new album? The company had given her so many resources. "Hurry up and vote for me." "What are you doing? I'm an A-lister. Do you have the nerve to call yourselves my fans?" Suddenly Injia said loudly, "Okay, the voting is over." On the big screen the voting results were out. Many people's expressions changed. Many people were so excited that they wanted to dance. Qin Bao Bao, 208 votes. Sulu, 186 votes. More than 100 votes abstained. Injia announced, "The final result is Qin Bao Bao wins." Applause sounded. The audience cheered. The atmosphere was lively. Chapter 78. Backstage at the corner of a corridor. Qin Bao Bao pulled her brother sneakily and looked around. She was so angry that she gave Qin Zhe a punch. Then she smiled like a flower and kissed him on the cheek. She said with a smile, "Today's performance was good. I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Are you surprised?" Qin Zhe laughed. "Are you crazy? You pulled me here just to say this?" Qin Bao Bao really wanted to kiss him. His sister's way of venting her happiness was to kiss Qin Zhe. This was Qin Bao Bao's habit. But her habit couldn't be shown in public. Otherwise tomorrow's news would be shocking. Qin Bao Bao kissed the male pianist in public. As the younger brother, Qin Zhe didn't understand why his sister was so excited. Qin Bao Bao had suffered a lot during this period of time. She regarded Sulu as her #1 enemy. Unfortunately, her PK target was really Sulu. Then the piano player, that wretched boy, was coincidentally smashed into the hospital. Qin Bao Bao's worldview was about to collapse at that time. We ordinary people are so happy today. Ignoring her brother's helpless gaze, baby Qin was high on her own. She twisted her butt and danced a hot dance, her eyebrows flying. "Your brain is damaged." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, "I have to go first. There's a tutoring later." Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and said disdainfully, "Quit your crappy tutoring. Your sister is a big star. Can't I raise you? Damn, this woman opened a dye house just because you gave her some color. Why don't you go to heaven?" Qin Bao Bao had to stay until the end of the program, so she couldn't accompany Qin Zhe back. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's back. She was slender and graceful, pleasing to the eye. Qin Bao Bao suddenly turned her head and met Qin Zhe's sneaky eyes. She charmingly rolled her eyes and asked, "The director seems to want to recruit you to the TV station. What do you think?" "I'm not interested. Qin Bao Bao, let me tell you, the program team is making trouble for you during the drawing of lots. You should pay attention," Qin Zhe warned. Qin Bao Bao put on a pitiful expression. "Emperor, there are always wicked people who want to harm Qinxia." Qin Zhe mocked, "Beloved concubine, perhaps because you haven't served me in bed for many days. The heavens are angry and the people are punishing you." Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. "Then why don't you secretly provide for yourself? Do you still need big sister's help?" "Baby Qin, our friendship is over." For the first time, Qin Zhe was defeated by his sister's words, and he ran away with his tail between his legs. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and laughed 3 times. After leaving the TV station, he took a taxi and went straight to the luxurious villa area. After hanging out with Li Donglai for a long time, he desperately found that this guy's aptitude was really ordinary. Qin Zhe had to teach a math problem 3 times before he could understand it. He changed the mode and set traps in the question, which was the so-called blind spot question, so he was caught unprepared. On the other hand, Li Donglai's aptitude for physical training was excellent. After 100 push-ups, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He also didn't meet the white-bearded grandpa or the old beggar who sold the Buddha's palm. Otherwise, he would be pulled by the sleeve and said, Young man, your bones are amazing and your aptitude is excellent. Why don't you save the world with me? He was a good seedling to be a hooligan. Qinzhe really wanted to run to the hall and suggest to Nan Man Pei, let your nephew practice martial arts. If not, he can be an athlete. Studying is really misleading. After thinking about it again and again, he didn't dare to act rashly because he couldn't figure out Nan Man Pei's methods for the time being. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the setting sun was magnificent and coquettish, just like the woman sitting on the sofa in front of him. She was wearing home clothes. After losing her fierce temperament, she was like an elegant and dignified jade guanyin. She smiled at Qinzhe who was coming downstairs and said, "You're back?" "Yes." Qinzhe looked at the queen whose temperament had changed greatly and said tentatively, "Sister Pei, you're not driving me today?" Nan Man Pei looked at him with amusement and said, "Do you want me to arrange another driver for you?" Qinzhe was surprised and said, "That's good." Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Go away." The flirtatious expression that she unintentionally revealed was exceptionally alluring. After a few teasing words, Qinzhe was about to leave when he happened to see Pei Ziki coming home with a backpack. The short-haired and pretty student was slightly stunned and said, "Did you play the piano on the TV stations I Am a Singer this morning?" Qinzhe pretended not to understand and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Pei Ziki curled her lips and was too lazy to argue with him. She turned to Nan Man Pei and asked, "Auntie, what's this guy's background?" Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Little Qin is an ordinary person." Pei Ziki curled her lips again, carried her backpack and went upstairs. "Aren't you in a hurry to go home? Let's chat with Sister Pei." "Okay." Qinzhe sat on the sofa. He also wanted to know more about this woman's background. Nan Man Pei looked at the TV. The content was news simulcast that most young people would not watch. There was a pot of Westlake Longjing tea on the coffee table. Nan Man Pei did not speak, so Qinzhe did not speak. He secretly felt that the queen was deliberately leaving him out to attack his mind. "Do you watch news simulcast?" Nan Man Pei poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qinzhe. "Occasionally," Qinzhe answered honestly. News simulcast was a never-ending episode that could be followed for a lifetime. Moreover, news simulcast was called the Divine Dictionary of the Shareholders for a reason. 30 minutes of content was very informative. It depended on how much you could get. It's always good to watch news simulcast. It's meaningful. Nan Man Pei smiled. Qinzhe complained in his heart, "How can this be related to the spirit of revolution? Sister, you have no limits. You seem to be very dissatisfied with me." Nan Man Pei stared at him. "Absolutely not." Qinzhe denied. "Because I investigated you?" Qinzhe was silent. "I didn't experience the anti-Japanese war, the war of liberation, the long march where the entire army was almost wiped out. Of course, I didn't experience the Great Famine of 1942. Also, there was the counterattack against Vietnam, the war of resistance against America and aid Korea. When my grandfather was young, China was divided by warlords. The flames of war burned the plains and the people had no way to make a living. In order to fill his stomach, he joined the warlords. With his family's martial arts, he dared to fight and became a small leader in a few years. Later, the Northern Expedition wiped out the warlords and the National Party unified China in name. However, at that time, there were internal and external troubles, and the people's livelihood did not improve. In desperation, he gathered a group of defeated soldiers and took over a mountain, becoming a bandit leader. He killed and set fires, but he never ate the grass near his nest. Instead, he reported the safety of the area. "This is all from my sister. When my grandfather passed away, I wasn't even born yet. My grandfather had a brother with the surname Li. At that time, there was a Red Spear Society in SD, which was secretly the armed force of the Red Party. After the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, the brother joined the Red Spear Society and traveled a long distance to join the main force. Later, the new China was established. Because of this relationship, my grandfather was not wiped out by the main force of the Red Army." Qinzhe was very untimely with his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He was thinking about how old Nan Man Pei's grandfather was at that time. The Qing dynasty was destroyed in 1912. The Mukden incident happened in 1931. If the old man was still alive, he would be 100 years old. Before Nan Man Pei was born, his grandfather had passed away. Her Majesty looked about 30 years old. Well, the age was indeed suitable. "Wait, Li Donglai," Nan Man Pei seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said softly, "Yes, he was Li Donglai's father's grandfather. Because of this deep relationship, My father was a local tyrant in the north. No matter whether it was clean or not, as long as it was a profitable business, he would be involved in it. In 1994, he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he was shot. He left me a family business that was not a blessing or a curse, but it was enough for an ordinary person to live on for 8 lifetimes. I also have an elder sister who married into the Li family, but she died many years ago. Donglai and Ziki didn't like their stepmother, so they moved to live with me. Qinzhe was stunned and didn't know what to do. Didn't you say that you were just going to chat? Her Majesty, you're telling me the ins and outs of all 18 generations of ancestors. Damn it, what did I do to deserve this? Can you take back what you said just now? It was true that Qinzhe was very curious about the background of Pei Nanman and the siblings. He was prepared to have a big talk with the queen. However, when the queen spat out her family background like she was spitting out beans, he realized that he really didn't know much about women. In this society, 80% of the resources are given priority to all kinds of people with connections, and the remaining 20% are fought over by the poor. What do you think? There were too many opinions and I didn't know if I should say, MMP. He had a stomach full of angry words but he didn't say it out loud. It was too childish and he was afraid that Queen Bei, who had been in society for many years, would look down on him. That's human nature. Every rich generation works so hard just to make their son or grandson a rich second or third generation rich second or third generation rich third generation rich. People's great desires are irreproachable. Qinzhe changed to a more mature way of saying it. Nanman Pei nodded and smiled. Truth? Actually, every time I see a certain second-generation rich kid driving a luxury car to show off his wealth on the internet, I'll curse his mother and say, if it weren't for this old man, who do you think you are? Qinzhe smiled. This is the so-called angry youth. Later I realized that this was useless and it still couldn't change your identity as a loser. Other than being a keyboard warrior, it was useless. Now it's even more impossible. I think I have the ability to become a rich first generation. You also know that my sister is Qin Baobao. She is already a star and in the future she will make a lot of money. My children in the future will definitely be rich second generations. Nanman Pei keenly caught the loophole in Qinzhe's words and smiled faintly. You are you and your sister is your sister. In the future, when you marry a wife and she marries, you will be two different families. Qinzhe was stunned and found himself speechless. He really didn't think about the future. Qin Baobao's marriage always felt like a fantasy. Sister Pei, why are you telling me this? This was obviously not on the same level as the world he was in contact with. Qinzhe had not been in contact with many worlds. The world of business tycoons, the world of political tycoons, the world of rich second-generation officials, and even the world of healthcare, he had not been in contact with it. We are even. Nanman Pei said with a smile. I'm afraid that you have chauvinist cancer. The internet says that chauvinist cancers like you are very scary, similar to Chinibyu. If you want to find a girlfriend, it's best to listen to everything the man says. You can't be selfish and self-centered, or you will be hated. In terms of character, you must be a saint and wholeheartedly devoted to the man. Qinzhe was dumbfounded. His mind was full of curses and he didn't know how to vent. You even know about chauvinist cancer? My queen is amazing. It's not like your character at all. Qinzhe pondered for a moment and thought about the wording. I am Qinzhe, male, and I like girls. My parents are still alive, and I have an older sister who is studying at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. I have never had a girlfriend and I am eager to leave singleness. 3 generations of my ancestors have been good people. I can't compare to you who is loved by everyone. Bootlicker. Nanman Pei laughed. I wouldn't dare. After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a fairy. Nanman Pei said helplessly, I will send you back. No need. I can go back by myself. There's no need to trouble you. Qinzhe didn't dare to sit in her car. He would bring her back to the Huangpu River and put her in a sack to sink. A child who was still sifting through knowledge in school, a woman who was like a goddess and a queen, ended their short heart-to-heart. Chapter 79. The next day I Am a Singer was broadcasted. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe watched it with Wang Zijin again. Compared to the show, Qinzhe enjoyed this moment more. Qin Baobao sat on his left and Wang Zijin on his right. 2 beauties with different styles, he felt a bit of joy. Wang Zijin clicked on the bullet screen. Because of Qinzhe, she also learned to read the bullet screen and found it quite interesting. Only Qin Baobao hated the bullet screen. Her brother and best friend had nothing to do with it and were just watching the show. She was the person involved. People on the internet dared to say anything. Every time she saw it, she felt uncomfortable. Correspondingly, her tolerance improved a lot, but she still had some grudges in her heart. The bullet screen was very lively. The show was first recorded live, then broadcast on TV and then on the internet. But now there were far more people watching TV than computer. I heard that Qin Baobao won again? Someone on the internet said so. *T. You believe in the internet? Front row. Qin Baobao is the best in the world, fake pig trap is the second best in the world. Wang Zijin chuckled. Qin Zhe turned his head and glanced at his sister's impressive size. Qin Baobao's face darkened. She chopped the back of Qin Zhe's neck with her hand. The host Yin Jia knocked on the door of the VIP room. Sulu opened the door with a gentle smile. Wow, Sulu, my goddess. I haven't heard Sulu sing in a long time. I didn't expect her to join a singer. I'm looking forward to it. Sulu is still so beautiful. I heard that Sulu came with an original song? I'm really looking forward to her and Qin Baobao's competition. It's 1 in 6 probability. How can it be so easy? Haha, a scheming person who lip syncs. She actually has the face to return to the music industry. How can she be so thick-skinned? Disgusting. Do you have any manners? What's wrong with lip syncing? Who hasn't lip synced before? That's right. You're a keyboard warrior who won't let go of the past. She was indeed a controversial female star. As soon as she appeared, the bullet screen was flooded with comments. The anti-fans and true fans couldn't wait to get into the screen and fight. Wang Zijin looked at the computer and asked curiously, Bao Bao, did you really pick Sulu? Qin Baobao said gloomily, that's true. The production team is stirring up trouble. They are operating in the dark. Did you win? Wang Zijin asked again. Of course. Don't you know who wrote the song? Qin Zhe interrupted. It's obviously because I'm good at singing. Qin Baobao was not convinced. Say that again. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, Qinxia was just bragging. Don't be angry, it's all thanks to you. Qinxia is basking in your glory. Qin Baobao, who lacked the dignity of her older sister, immediately admitted defeat. Singing an ancient song? Qin Zhe wrote it? Wang Zijin was stunned. She was quite surprised. How could Qin Zhe know everything? He could write rock songs, love songs, and even ancient songs. Especially the latter. Without a certain literary foundation, it was impossible to write good lyrics. At this time, the contestants began to draw lots. Qin Baobao unfortunately picked Sulu. The bullet screen exploded. The audience was also speechless. What the hell, Qin Baobao is so lucky? In the first episode, she picked Huang Yuding. In the second episode, she picked Xuemei. In the third episode, she picked Lu Shuigang. In the fourth episode, she picked Sulu. I'm kneeling to Qin Baobao. At this moment, 666 is the only thing that can express my inner amazement. Qin Baobao's path to stardom is really uncertain. She's bound to lose. Yes, Sulu came with an original song and is also an A-list celebrity. How can she compete with her? Qin Baobao is in danger. Unless she can come up with another amazing song like Farewell Song, but the possibility is not big. Good songs are hard to find. It's not easy to come by. It's okay, there's still the revival round. Qin Baobao's popularity is not what it used to be. If she doesn't make a mistake, she's not necessarily weaker than Qin Xiaotong. This round's elimination will be between her and Qin Xiaotong. Qin Zhe suddenly remembered that he still didn't know who would be eliminated in this episode, so he asked his sister, who will be eliminated in this episode? Qin Baobao blinked and said proudly, guess. Being stared by Qin Zhe, she became timid again. Qin Xiaotong. She's the least popular. Damn it, where's my sister's dignity? Sure enough, one's mouth is soft. Huang Yuding strode onto the stage under the shining lights. My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I'm looking at this strange hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. Everything has changed because of the passage of time. I'm like a guest from afar who passed by here. Bullet screen, it's so good. Why haven't I heard this song before? It's an old song from the 70s. I heard it when I was a child, but the original is not as good as cult leader Huang's cover. This song is going to be popular. When will the online resources be released? I'm Huang Yuding's fan now. He's a great singer. On this stage, he and Lu Shuigang are the best singers. He's so talented. This cover is amazing. Haha, I want to see Li Rongxing's exaggerated expression. This guy is so funny. Li Rongxing can't afford to be hurt. It's okay. It's not shameful to lose to Huang Yuding. He won't be eliminated anyway. This episode's eliminated should be Qin Bao Bao. Yeah, she's so unlucky to have picked Su Lu. In terms of popularity, Huang Yuding and Lu Shuigang are not as good as her. Then Li Rongxing went on stage to sing. His singing was good, but he was not as good as Huang Yuding. Unsurprisingly, he lost. Then it was Lu Shuigang and Chen Xiaodong's PK. Lu Shuigang lost to Qin Bao Bao last time, so he didn't dare to be careless. He used his special ability to sing rock and roll and won easily. Finally, Su Lu, who was wearing an ink-colored cheongsam, went on stage. This dress is beautiful. It's so beautiful, my goddess. I still like Su Lu. Damn, does she have to be so seductive? This cheongsam stunned me. Honey, take the credit card. Su Lu will buy 10 pieces of this dress. Su Lu started to sing. Her voice was light and she was born with a good singing voice. She debuted as a singer. The first break in the rain. The ripples on the lake. Half a lifetime of tiredness in vain. An oil paper umbrella on the blue stone. Thin smoke on the painting screen. It's hard to paint your beautiful face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. A few dancers break the snow in the bottle. After Su Lu started to sing, the comments on the bullet screen rose like snowflakes. There were all kinds of exclamations and admiration. This song is good. So good. So good. This song is my best antique song this year. It's perfect with Su Lu's cheongsam. It's really artistic. The song is even better. Su Lu is going to rise in the music industry again. I want to buy her new album. Someone even wrote a long comment. There are many antique songs in China, but they are all sung by online singers. There are very few people in the music industry who sing antique songs. There are 2 reasons. First, the lyrics are difficult to write and the song is difficult to compose. To write an antique song with an artistic conception, the literary foundation is too high. Second, the song is difficult to compose and fit the lyrics. When online singers sing antique songs, the lyrics are up to standard, but the artistic conception of the song is far from perfect. Su Lu's song is mellow and quiet. It's like crying and it goes straight to the heart. The lyrics are a little lacking, but it's still an excellent song. Teacher Su Gongming is a professional. Thumbs up. I'm inexplicably melancholic and depressed. I'm completely immersed in it. At this moment, someone jumped out. A bunch of idiots. You have the nerve to praise her with such standards. You haven't heard Qin Bao Bao's songs, right? The audience was stunned. They were either curious or angry. It caused a war of words. Looking at the computer screen, the audience was probably having a war of words with her. Qin Bao Bao smiled and bared her 2 small canine teeth. She was quite proud. She stretched out her hand. Qin Zhe cooperated and high-fived her. Wang Zijin looked at her and then at Qin Zhe. She said, I feel like I'm being excluded by you too. Soon Qin Bao Bao appeared. Her style was simple and plain as usual. White slim pants, black t-shirt and light makeup. Women's clothes were particular about matching and styling because clothes made the person. If the clothes looked good, the person would also look good. The simpler the clothes, the more difficult it was to wear. Qin Bao Bao didn't have this problem at all. It was a simple outfit, but it brought out her hot and youthful side. Her outfit was the costume designer's suggestion. The middle-aged costume designer often looked at Qin Bao Bao and sighed. Back then I was also a hot flower, but now I've fallen under the butcher's knife of time. The sound of drums, allegro and zither played light, like the tinkling of flowing water. Hey, the accompaniment is good. Nice, it feels good. Light, melodious. What zither sound? It's not a piano, right? It's very classical. It should be a zither. Nice. When the accompaniment started, the audience commented on it. But soon everyone stopped talking. The blue and white strokes outlined by the embryo turn heavy and light. The peony painted on the bottle is like your initial makeup. Through the window I understand your thoughts. The blue sky waits for the misty rain and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises and spirals, thousands of miles across the river. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The blue sky waits for the misty rain and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it's beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. Chapter 80. White and blue koi fish jumping at the bottom of the bowl. While copying the song calligraphy I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kiln for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Banana leaves outside the curtain provoke sudden rain, door rings provoke verdant. And when I passed by that Jiangnan town, I provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of ink. Weibo was silent without warning. Who would have thought that the fearless keyboard warriors would have moments of silence? Until the song ended. The silent bullet screen finally came back to its senses and then exploded. Qin Zhe and his two sisters once again saw the phenomenon of being flooded with bullet screen comments. The white subtitles mixed with blue, red, purple and other colors covered the program. Damn, a song almost made me orgasm. What the F asterisk CK? Blue and white porcelain? Ancient style? Original? Original again. Your mother, you made me cry. I feel so bad. Damn, I hate this kind of song the most. It unreasonably pulls you into a sad and gloomy atmosphere. Stop talking. Let me savor it for 3 minutes. My Bao Bao is amazing. I won't hate it this time. This song is really amazing. Who said that Qin Bao Bao is going to be eliminated? I'm the first one to disagree. My face is swollen. It hurts. This song is so artistic. Jiangnan Water Town, drizzle, long bluestone road winding by the riverside town, blue and white porcelain depicting peonies, Jiangnan women wearing court ladies' clothes. I can't help but think of this picture. I love this woman. I want black fungus too. Qin Zhe happened to see this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Bao was so angry that she pinched Qin Zhe's arm mercilessly. Qin Zhe dodged, but Qin Bao did not give up. Sister Ziwei, if it weren't for you, I would have taught Qin Bao Bao a lesson. Qin Zhe didn't forget to drag Wang Zijin to play with him. While they were playing, he turned his head and was stunned. He saw Wang Zijin staring at the computer with tears all over her pale oval face. Sister Ziwei? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and said softly. Wang Zijin hurriedly wiped away her tears and pretended to be relaxed. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. The song is too good. I feel a little emotional." Qin Zhe saw his sister quietly mouthing to him, "Female hipster." Oh right, Wang Zijin was a female hipster from Peking University's Chinese department. Hipsters were a kind of disease, especially female hipsters who were terminally ill. They were sentimental and meticulous. They could easily be immersed in all kinds of sad plots and get into character in a second. If you found a girl crying for no reason on the road, either she had fallen out of love or her hipster disease was acting up. In order to alleviate Wang Zijin's hipster disease, Qin Zhe cleverly changed the topic. Qin Bao Bao, your singing is still a little flawed. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and had an expression that said, "Let's see how your mouth will bloom. First of all, your lung capacity is very good. This is the foundation of being an excellent singer. Secondly, your singing method, whether it's breathing or the rhythm of your breathing, is perfect. But I want to say that your songs lack emotion. Take this blue and white porcelain for example. There is emotion, but it's not strong enough. When you switch between high and low notes, you are really just switching between high and low notes. The change in emotion is not big. When you are in the low notes, you should have mixed in the sadness and sadness. When you are in the high notes, the emotion will not decrease but increase. But you did not do that at all. You are like a crow that fell from the sky." "What do you mean?" Qin Bao Bao blinked her beautiful eyes. "A uniform straight line." Qin Zhe lectured, "A real soulful singer first moves himself, then moves the audience. You only move yourself, but it's not enough to move the audience. You should sing until everyone is sad and crying. Only then will your achievement be complete." His sister pursed her lips. "I'm sorry I didn't sing until everyone was crying. Today was Friday." His sister, who had not played games with Qin Zhe for a long time, suddenly found her conscience. She felt that she had neglected her single brother during this period of time, so she proposed to play a game with Qin Zhe. But today's Qin Zhe was no longer the loser who played games and played forums. During the day he was tutoring, watching the games, and paying attention to his sister's popularity. He really did not have time to immerse himself in games. When he was free, he was more willing to curry favor with Wang Zijin and see if he could woo this sister. Because everyone lived together, Qin Zhe was embarrassed to use sugar-coated bullets. Think about it, if he threw out those mushy words and did not get a response, then he would sit in the living room and stare at each other? Wouldn't he die of embarrassment? That was why it was said that distance makes the heart grow fonder. If he did not get a response after throwing out sugar-coated bullets, it was fine. He could just leave and hide his identity and reputation and try again the next day. The way they got along with each other was different, so the way they pursued had to be changed accordingly. Qin Zhe adopted the plan of, love grows fonder with time. There was no other meaning behind it. Late at night, Wang Zijin took a shower. Qin Bao Bao was in the living room doing simple stretching exercises, bending over to touch the tips of her feet. Her butt wrapped in denim shorts became rounder, like a ripe peach. Qinze was lying on the sofa, admiring his sister's exquisite and curvaceous figure, and thinking about the future. Ding! The system issued a new mission: touch Qin Baobao's butt. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 90 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Long time no see. The Demon Beast mission. Moral integrity was something people did not have, and the system did not necessarily have either. If God gave me another chance, I would turn around and go back to sleep. I would never admire Qin Baobao's figure. Qinze's mind was full of shit. The last Demon Beast mission was to kiss Qin Baobao's lips while she was sleeping. Seeing Qin Baobao's cramp, Qinze pretended to look at the scenery as he approached his sister. Then he quickly touched her butt. Before his sister could react, he muttered, go away, don't block the way." Qin Baobao was indeed attracted. She snorted at him and moved a few steps away. She continued stretching herself. Qinze turned back to the sofa, full of pride, and opened the system interface. The mission showed incomplete. His smile suddenly stiffened. "Can you still play happily? What do you want?" Qinze wanted to open up his brain and beat the system, but considering that he was the one who was injured, forget it. It was not difficult to touch his sister's butt. It was not that Qinze had not spanked her before. But the system obviously would not play word games with him. In summary, spanking was not touching. His sister could endure being spanked by him, but touching her butt was another meaning. Spanking could be understood as teaching his sister, but what was touching her butt? Was it obscene? Qin Baobao would probably fight him to the death. A simple touch did not count as touching her butt? Did he have to touch her butt like on TV with a face full of, "I'm teasing you"? Qinze had to admit the fact that he had desires in his heart. Just now, when he looked at his sister's perfect butt, he had a little more thoughts. Qinze insisted that it was just a simple flash of inspiration. Then the question was, should he touch her butt or not? Qinze opened the system interface and saw his remaining points at a glance. 205. This was including the 90 points he got the other day at Nan Manpei's house when he pretended to be cool. It cost him 150 points to exchange for the advanced skill of the ancient zither. With his current points, he could only exchange for one more advanced skill at most, and then he would face financial exhaustion. And Singer was only the 4th episode. If there were a few more changes in the middle, he might not have enough points to deal with the situation. Therefore, this mission must not be given up. Then the question was, how could he touch his sisters but without anyone noticing? It would be a little difficult to do it without anyone noticing. Look at the gray plane, and then quickly touch it. No, unless his sister had no sense of touch. Otherwise, even if the alien UFO came, it would not be able to hide the fact that his brother touched her butt. And he had tried it just now. It did not work. "Girl, I see that you are a natural beauty, especially your amazing butt bone. Can you let me touch your bone and weigh it?" That would not work either. A slap would come. Suddenly, Qinze had an idea and remembered a joke on the internet. He suddenly had an idea. "Sister, something has happened to my body recently." Qinze coughed to attract his sister's attention, and then pretended to speak in a heavy tone. Qin Baobao was still very concerned about her brother. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, "What's the situation? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want your sister to send you to the hospital?" "It's a difficult disease." Qinze thought for a while and raised his right hand. "I don't know what's wrong with my hand. Sometimes I can't control myself and do some strange things. It's not out of my heart at all." As he spoke, he slapped himself without warning, the kind that was crisp and loud. His sister was shocked. She hurried over and said in a panic, "Ah, it's true. Yes, it's completely out of my control." Slap. He slapped himself again. "Is it ADHD? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? I'll check online." Qin Baobao took out her mobile phone. Qinze saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. Without changing his expression, he reached for his sister's butt. He did not forget to repeat, "It should be OCD. Anyway, I can't control it either." Qin Baobao reacted very quickly. She blocked it with one hand and slapped her brother's face with the other. Of course, she cared for her brother and did not use too much strength. "What should I do? My hand is also out of control." Qin Baobao slapped himself, took a few steps back and sneered. "I almost believed you. Damn pervert. Damn, why didn't you follow the script?" Qinze covered his face and wanted to cry. Fairy tales are all lies. Wang Zijin changed into her pajamas and came out of the shower. Her hair was wet and scattered. Under her nightgown, 2 white and tender calves were slender and smooth. She saw the siblings in the living room and was stunned. Then she laughed and said, "What's wrong with you two again?" Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms crossed. Her little face was fierce and she looked like she was still angry. Qin Zhe sat a little further away from her dejectedly. He did not dare to approach her and his face was full of frustration. After a month of living together, Wang Zijin could acutely sense the changes in the relationship between the siblings. She could tell when they were fooling around and when they were really fighting. Qin Bao Bao glanced at Qin Zhe from the corner of her eyes. Then she got up and pulled Wang Zijin back to the room. "Zijin, let's go. Don't bother with this pervert." Wang Zijin was led into the room by her. She did not forget